Entering the body of the flying bird through the hole at the tail of the sculpture was the only way to obtain the complete bloodline of the ferocious beast. The bison elder used a series of special methods to store the bloodline of the ferocious beast and demonic beast in the sculpture. Once the sculpture was broken, the bloodline inside would dissipate immediately. He didn't understand why the bison elder did this. However, he could tell that this fellow had a strong taste. Pervert. Wuxia smiled. He actually liked the perverted taste of the old man. A void interpretation expert would definitely not enter the body of a ferocious beast from this place. Not to mention a void interpretation expert, even Wuxia wouldn't enter the body of a ferocious beast if it wasn't for the light and dark fire dragon eyes. A powerful expert wouldn't do such a thing. However, it was also because of this reason that it was a very beneficial thing for Wuxia now. He kept the bloodline of the flying bird into his spirit pouch. Then he moved his body and came out directly. Hee, little guy. Which faction are you and that guy from? An expert from the Star Moon Kingdom asked when he saw Wuxia coming out with empty hands and a mocking look in his eyes. I can't tell you that. Wuxia looked at the middle-aged man and said with a smile. Then he turned his head to look at the sculptures at the side. Humph. When the old man saw that Wuxia didn't reply, a cold smile appeared on his face. He waved his arm at the sculptures in front of him and directly shattered more than a dozen of them. In the entire main hall, hundreds of sculptures had been destroyed consecutively. There was nothing inside. This caused the rest of the insightful emptiness realm experts to look surprised. 3 of them began to check the ground and other locations. When Wuxia saw the situation, he was slightly delighted. His dragon eyes of light and dark fire scanned through the sculptures quickly. This is the bloodline of a demonic beast of extraordinary level 9. After checking dozens of sculptures consecutively, he was delighted. When he looked over, he heaved a sigh of relief. This was a demonic beast sculpture that resembled an ape. Only a wide-open mouth could enter. It seems that this old man is not so perverted that he is beyond redemption. Wuxia thought to himself. He flew into the sky and took a look. Then, he pretended to enter the mouth of the sculpture and entered it directly. This time, no one paid attention to Wuxia anymore. These 2 actions of Wuxia had long been regarded as a fool by the few insightful emptiness realm experts. Of course, this was also the disdain that the insightful emptiness realm experts had for him. This was because they also knew that even a transcendent level 9 expert would have to exert force to break the sculpture. The continuous breaking was obviously not as convenient as Wuxia's direct penetration into the sculpture. Obviously, they would not have thought that the dried blood would be intact before the sculpture was broken. Got it. Wuxia directly broke the sculpture when he entered and transmitted it from the position beside his stomach. Why isn't there anything? Wuxia mumbled on purpose as he continued to search for the other sculpture. Sigh, what a waste. Wuxia looked at the position beside him. There was a large chunk of dried blood around the 6 insightful emptiness realm experts. This blood was the inheritance of a bloodline. Even if it was the bloodline of an extraordinary level 8 ferocious beast, it was still very valuable. Furthermore, there might even be one at the insightful emptiness realm. I have to speed up. Wuxia's gaze swept across the sculptures and started searching rapidly. Although his speed was not as fast as the rest of the experts, it was not too slow either. Most importantly, after the 6 void interpretation experts and Feng Wan destroyed the sculptures one by one, they went to other places to search. Half of the sculptures in the hall were destroyed and there was nothing left. Therefore, the chances of finding treasures in the sculptures were reduced by a lot. Even Feng Wan was suspecting if there was another world in this main hall. Ha ha ha. I finally encountered the bloodline of an insightful emptiness realm ferocious beast. I'm rich, haha. 5 minutes later, when Wuxia entered the body of a ferocious beast sculpture from the tail, he looked at the blue blood that was emitting a strong vitality. His eyes were burning with excitement. Could it be that the old man of Bison is in the body of one of the sculptures? Suddenly, Wuxia recalled the words of the 2 void interpretation ferocious beasts that were guarding outside. His face revealed an excited expression. If he was really in the sculpture, there was a high possibility that he could obtain the heritage and treasures of the old man of Bison. This was a peerless expert at level 6 of the void interpretation realm. He was an existence that could suppress an entire region by himself. After coming out from the body of this ferocious beast sculpture, Wang Xian continued to examine the sculptures one by one. Now, he was praying that this sculpture would not be destroyed by Feng Wan and the other see-through realm experts. After obtaining 2 more ferocious beast bloodlines in a row, Wang Xian stopped in front of a demonic beast. His eyes revealed a burning look. This was a red demonic beast sculpture. The shape was very strange, and it was lying on the ground like a pool of liquid. It had a long and thin mouth. Its mouth was not sharp at all, and it looked very ugly. In the entire main hall, the ugliness of this demonic beast could definitely be ranked in the top 10. This demonic beast sculpture was only 4 meters in size and was considered relatively small in the entire main hall. However, in Wang Xian's line of sight, there was a pool of liquid inside. The liquid formed densely packed words that were flashing with a luster. He entered directly from the mouth of the demonic beast sculpture. The moment he entered, he suddenly activated an array formation inside. The liquid words floated up instantly and came before him, forming a sentence. Congratulations, Junior. Congratulations on obtaining my 100 rounds of beast taming inheritance. To be able to enter this place, I believe that your strength is not weak either. The path of beast taming is broad and profound. However, if you want to become a great beast tamer, you must first understand them. You must go deep into them. You must become one with them and become their king. Be it ferocious beasts or demonic beasts, they all have feelings. Only by treating them well will they support you. Lines of words appeared in front of Wang Xian's eyes. When he saw the first few lines, Wang Xian revealed a hint of surprise. He finally understood why the bloodline of the ferocious beasts and demonic beasts would dry up after destroying them. Old Man Baisun was looking for a qualified inheritor. Only by taking care of these ferocious beasts and demonic beast sculptures and entering the interior without destroying the sculptures would one be able to obtain the inheritance. This was also the reason why many ferocious beasts and demonic beast sculptures only had holes and tails. This was because it was a disguise test. As long as one did not hold grudges against the ferocious beasts and demonic beasts, one could only become a powerful beast tamer with such a loving and communicative heart. As expected of the most amazing expert in the Flowing Sea region, his intelligence and talent are really incomparable to others. Wang Xian said with a sigh, the success of every expert was definitely not a coincidence. This is the inheritance of a beast tamer. How to tame ferocious beasts and demonic beasts. This is to make use of the pressure of the bloodline. This method is similar to the way the divine dragon rules low-level creatures. It will be of great help to me too. Wang Xian looked at the words entering his mind one by one. The blood-like words slowly returned to the normal bloodline of demonic beasts. TSK. This inheritance is really powerful. So powerful. It's a pity that Old Man Baisun didn't place his interspatial ring here. There's only the inheritance here. When all the words entered his mind, a hint of excitement flashed across Wang Xian's face. The liquid that formed the words was not an ordinary liquid. Instead, it was the bloodline of the demonic beast tarsal bone. According to Old Man Baisun, the tarsal bone demonic beast had already become his life-bound demonic beast. The term life-bound demonic beast was created by him. Through his own method, he had fused with the tarsal bone demonic beast and directly controlled the tarsal bone demonic beast. He also possessed the full strength of the tarsal bone demonic beast. It was also because of this tarsal bone demonic beast that he was able to achieve his current achievements. The tarsal bone demonic beast was a top-notch demonic beast that could reach the 6th level of the see-through realm. Even within the 5 great empires, the bloodline of a demonic beast of this level would be snatched away by countless experts. It was even very likely that the bloodline of a demonic beast of this level would cause a bloodbath. If I were to sell the bloodline of a demonic beast of this level, how terrifying would the resources obtained be? Wang Xian muttered in his heart as his eyes revealed a burning expression. However, a look of contemplation appeared on his face as a figure appeared in his mind. Forget it. I owe her. I'll give this bloodline of the demonic beast to her. Wang Xian mumbled as a smile appeared on his face. With a move of his arm, He stored the bloodline of the tarsal bone demonic beast into his storage spirit bag. After coming out of the demonic beast sculpture, Wang Xian looked around and continued his search. According to the records of the Baisun Master, there were 2 insightful void-level bloodlines and 15 extraordinary-level bloodlines in the sculptures in the main hall. These bloodlines could nurture more than a dozen top-notch families. They could even use these bloodlines to build a dynasty. After searching for nearly 100 sculptures consecutively, the number of sculptures in the main hall became fewer and fewer. The entire main hall was in a mess. There were pieces of sculptures everywhere. Wang Xian frowned slightly. He didn't find another demon beast bloodline of the see-through level. It should have turned into dried blood by now. What a bunch of wastrels! Wang Xian glanced at the group of see-through experts and thought to himself, "Fuck, what are these things? Didn't those 2 damn beasts say that this is the burial place of the Bison Elder? Why is there nothing here?" After another 10 minutes, a profound void martial artist shouted impatiently. They had dug 3 feet into the main hall, but they did not find any treasures. This made them extremely angry. "You came in before us? Did you find any treasures?" The Windhowl Dynasty's 3rd rank profound void martial artist stared at Feng Luan with a gloomy face and asked coldly. For a moment, the other 5 profound void martial experts also stared at her coldly. "If I obtain the treasure, I will have already left. Moreover, the Baisun old man's treasure is related to the bloodline pet egg. Do you think I can hide them?" Feng Luan stared at them coldly with an expressionless face. This caused the expressions of the 6 profound void martial experts to be somewhat unsightly. The Baisun old man's treasure definitely had the pet egg and various bloodlines. The pet egg could not be stored in the interspatial ring. Even the bloodlines of fierce beasts and demon beasts could not be stored in the interspatial ring unless there was a special container. Moreover, if she had really received the inheritance of Old Man Baisun, she would have left long ago. How could she still be here to accompany them? This made the 6 insightful emptiness realm experts' expressions turn bad. "Fuck. I don't believe that there isn't any treasure in the hall." One of the profound void martial experts was somewhat unwilling. He pulled out his long sword and directly slashed forward. The terrifying sword ray directly slashed out a trace that was 1,000 meters long and 3 to 4 meters deep. This trace directly pierced through the entire main hall. The other profound void martial experts didn't say anything. They looked at the trace on the ground. Below there were rocks and nothing else. Could it be that the Bison old man's treasure is really not here? Feng Luan also frowned. She was the first to come here, but she did not find anything. She moved her arm, and a fire phoenix directly attacked the surroundings. However, nothing unusual was detected. All the items were directly turned into ashes in the flames. "Damn it. We wasted so much time and I was seriously injured." The face of the expert at level 3 of the see-through realm from the Howling Wind Dynasty turned black. He had come all the way to the Starmoon Kingdom, yet he didn't obtain anything. If he had known earlier that he would enter the 100 Beast City right from the start, he might have been able to obtain some pet eggs. "Phew, let's go." Feng Luan shook her head helplessly and said to Wang Xian, "Okay." Wang Xian was expressionless. He nodded his head and followed Feng Luan out. The other 6 insightful emptiness realm experts searched for a few more minutes unwillingly. The entire main hall was almost destroyed, but they still couldn't find any treasures. Finally, everyone left in anger. Wang Xian and Feng Luan left the main hall. As soon as they arrived outside, they saw that there were still many demonic beasts and ferocious beasts wreaking havoc in the 100 Beast City. There were also many demonic beasts and ferocious beasts that ran to other places. There were thousands of demonic beasts attacking in front of the city walls of Bright Moon City. The experts in the city were defending themselves. However, the strange thing was that there weren't many demonic beasts and ferocious beasts or even human corpses on the ground. When Wang Xian saw this situation, a smile appeared on his face. Although there aren't any other big gains, it's still not bad. Let's go. Let's return to Bright Moon City. You can arrange for the dragon spike. Flying in the sky, Feng Luan said to Wang Xian calmly. Did you obtain any treasures in the main hall? Wang Xian was slightly taken aback as he asked in astonishment. No, didn't I give you 5 pet eggs? 3 of them are at Transcendent Level 7, 1 is at Transcendent Level 8, and 1 is at Transcendent Level 9. They are worth billions of mid-grade spirit stones. Feng Yuan smiled faintly and asked, how is it? Did you get anything? I'm all right. Ha! Suddenly, Wang Xian saw a few familiar figures scanning the sky. He changed his expression slightly. I have an enemy. Cover me for a while. Let's leave quickly. Seeing the third prince who was still unwilling to find him, Wang Xian's eyes turned cold as he said hurriedly, Ha! Feng Yuan looked over and waved her arm to block Wang Xian. She nodded and flew toward Bright Moon City quickly. You didn't obtain any treasures, right? Bright Moon City was a little chaotic at this moment. There were no void interpretation experts in the city. Feng Yuan flew straight to the room of the restaurant. She looked at Wang Xian and asked with a smile. Wang Xian's inheritance was extremely terrifying, and the increase in his speed was also shocking. However, his current strength had yet to reach the insightful emptiness realm. In Feng Yuan's opinion, he couldn't be considered a powerhouse if he had yet to reach the insightful emptiness realm. Furthermore, Wang Xian had entered the interior from the butt of the sculpture. When she saw it, she was speechless. In the 100 Beast City, even the group of insightful emptiness realm experts didn't gain much. It was normal if Wang Xian didn't gain anything. Just a little bit. When Wang Xian heard Feng Yuan's words, he smiled faintly and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. Just a little bit. When he thought of his gains, Wang Xian didn't remember them clearly. Just a little bit is good enough. Feng Yuan nodded her head faintly. It wasn't a waste of time. All right. Wang Xian nodded his head. He thought of the ice fire civet cat in the storage spiritual bag and looked inside. At this moment, the ice fire civet cat was jumping around in the storage spiritual bag. It was very active and made rapid sounds. Clearly, it was very afraid in this pitch-black and unfamiliar space. Feng Yuan poured some tea for herself and took out a book to read. Wang Xian had a thought and the ice fire civet cat appeared beside him. Meow! Upon seeing Wang Xian, the ice fire civet cat let out an excited cry and pounced on him. Don't lick me! Don't lick me! Wang Xian patted the head of the ice fire civet cat to stop it from being mischievous. Meow meow! The ice fire civet cat meowed and jumped onto his shoulder. Ha! Feng Yuan, who was drinking tea at the side, was slightly stunned. She immediately looked at the ice fire civet cat with a stunned expression. How did this cat appear? It? Feng Yuan widened her eyes slightly. Her eyes were filled with shock as she sized up the ice fire civet cat in astonishment. It's a little fellow that I obtained from the 100 Beast City. Wang Xian smiled. How is it? Not bad, right? This ice fire civet cat's bloodline is not simple. It's not just not simple. Feng Yuan's eyes flickered slightly. Dual attributes of ice and fire. A rare dual attribute. It might even be able to stand at the peak of the Transcendence continent. Is that why you said that your harvest is average? Feng Yuan thought of how it was good for her to have a harvest and rolled her eyes at him. Oh right, where did you hide the ice and fire civet cat? Following that, she asked curiously. Spirit storage bag, a space that can store living things. Wang Xian explained with a smile. Spirit storage bag? Feng Yuan looked at it and felt a little envious. I'm really envious of your inheritance. Wang Xian looked at her and smiled. I want to see what I got tonight. You got something else? Feng Yuan looked over in surprise. Wang Xian shrugged his shoulders and waved his arm. 5 pet eggs were placed on the ground. These are your 5 pet eggs. Feng Yuan looked at him and then at him. Bang, bang, bang. Following that, Wang Xian waved his arm again and 1 pet egg after another landed on the ground. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1 pet egg after another appeared on the ground. Feng Yuan, who was at the side, was slightly surprised. However, she soon opened her mouth slightly. Her mouth was filled with shock and was exceptionally cute. 31. There are 18 extraordinary 7th level, 7 8th level for 9th level, and only 2 half-step void interpretation level ones. It's a pity that there aren't any void interpretation level ones. Wang Xian shook his head regretfully. You. Feng Yuan looked at him and then looked at the pet eggs on the ground. She choked slightly. The current her was no longer the former empress. With so many pet eggs placed here, it was still a shock to her. With so many pet eggs, it was comparable to the half-step void interpretation demonic beast bloodline of Wang Xian. It was worth 50 to 60 billion middle-grade spirit stones. In comparison, it was nothing for her to obtain 5 pet eggs. Is this your so-called little harvest? Feng Yuan glared at him. Yes, this is just a little harvest. Wang Xian looked at her and nodded his head with a serious expression. I still have more. As he spoke, he kept the pet eggs into his spirit pouch. With a wave of his arm, the bloodlines of ferocious beasts and demonic beasts appeared before his eyes. There were 3 bloodlines at level 8 of the supernatural realm, 2 at level 9 of the supernatural realm, 1 at half-step to the void interpretation realm, 1 at level 1 of the void interpretation realm. With 6 bloodlines, every single one of them could cause a bloodbath in Bright Moon City. The most terrifying one was the bloodline at level 1 of the void interpretation realm. Such an item was considered the best item even in the Empire. Since when was this item so worthless? The last time, Wang Xian had given her a demonic beast bloodline of the 2nd level of the void interpretation realm. Now he was giving her another one? Why was it so common to have a bloodline of the void interpretation realm? Did you get all the treasures in the 100 Beast City? Feng Yuan stood up and stared at these bloodlines with sparkling eyes. The value of these items was terrifying. The main reason why she came here this time was to obtain some treasures and prepare for the next development of the Dragon and Phoenix Empire. No. Wang Xian shook his head speechlessly when he heard her words. Then, he slowly took out another bloodline. The bloodline of the tarsal bone demonic beast, level 6 of the Seeping Void. This is considered the most precious one. Oh, there's also the inheritance of the beast tamer. Wang Xian said to her indifferently. This? You. When Feng Yuan saw the bloodline of the level 6 Seeping Void demonic beast, she was slightly excited. Even though she was the former empress, her breathing quickened when she saw the demon beast bloodline. Do you know what the level 6 demon beast bloodline of the void interpretation means? She took a deep breath. Staring at Wang Xian, she said, the Fire Cloud Sparrow clan's bloodline was at level 8 of the void interpretation. I upgraded it to level 9 of the void interpretation. With my help, Xiao Yun rose another level. Now, the Fire Cloud Sparrow clan is a top-tier clan. A clan with a level 6 see-through bloodline will be conferred as a prince's clan in the Empire. The value of this is too high. It's so high that the sale of a level 6 see-through bloodline in the Transcendence continent hasn't happened more than 5 times in the past 10,000 years. Feng Yuan spoke a lot. Is that so? Does that mean we don't have the qualifications to sell it with our strength? It doesn't matter. I'm not prepared to sell it either. I'm prepared to give it away. Wang Xian smiled. This is all my gains from the 100 Beast City. It's not bad. Not bad? When Feng Yuan heard his words again, the corner of her mouth twitched. She glared at Wang Xian. You call your gains not bad? It was obvious that he was mocking her for saying that his gains were not bad at all. This was not only not bad, it was a huge gain. One was the pup of a void interpretation demon beast, one had the bloodline of a level 1 void interpretation demon beast, and one had the bloodline of a level 6 void interpretation demon beast. If the other 6 void interpretation experts knew about this, they would definitely fight him to the death. If this item did not belong to Wang Xian, even Feng Yuan herself would have to consider whether to snatch it. It was not an exaggeration to say that the value of these items added up could not even be compared to 10 Dragon and Phoenix cities. In fact, the entire Starmoon dynasty could not compare. A slap to the face. Feng Yuan felt that Wang Xian was intentionally slapping her in the face. This made her a little angry. She glared at Wang Xian. You can go to hell. She snorted coldly and said directly. Hee. Wang Xian smiled awkwardly. It's you who don't want these treasures. All the demon beast bloodlines are hidden in the sculptures of the ferocious beasts. However, if you want to obtain them, you need to enter the sculptures without damaging them. Once damaged, the bloodlines in the sculptures will immediately die and dry up. You bunch of insightful emptiness realm experts are simply squandering. You have to know that there is one more insightful emptiness realm bloodline in the sculptures. According to the records of the 100 Patrol Elders, there are 5 half-step insightful emptiness realm bloodlines. All of them have been destroyed by you guys. Now, just thinking about it makes my heart ache. As he spoke, he sighed slightly. The corner of Feng Luan's mouth twitched. She had indeed seen the dried-up blood previously. Moreover, there was more than one. She had seen 3 to 4 of them. When she thought of the possibility of having a bloodline at the insightful void tier, her heart ached a little. Then, she recalled how the other insightful void tier experts had said that Wang Xian was a fool and a good-for-nothing. Now, who was the fool and who was the good-for-nothing? It was obvious at a glance. You're still trying to be a good-for-nothing after getting a bargain. I'll help you sell your pet eggs and bloodline. I have a lot of uses for them. Feng Luan said directly with a dissatisfied look. All right. I want elixirs. A large number of elixirs. Wang Xian nodded with a smile. If he sold these items, his level would increase again. At that time, he would be able to contend against even a powerhouse at the insightful void tier. Furthermore, the remaining dragon energy would be able to give the Dragon Palace a huge upgrade. All right. I will exchange them for elixirs then. Feng Luan nodded and said directly. All right. Wang Xian nodded. Dragon King. The group of draconids have arrived. At this moment, a strange voice sounded beside him. Are they here? Tell them to come and look for me tomorrow morning. Wang Xian was slightly taken aback as a smile appeared on his face. It's the Dragon King. Ao Yao nodded and disappeared immediately. I need to settle some matters here for a few days. Wang Xian looked at Feng Luan and said directly. There's no rush. Feng Luan shook her head. That's good. Wang Xian nodded his head and turned his head to look at the room beside him. His eyes flashed with a demonic luster as a scene appeared in his vision. A young man was sitting there. Beside him were a few middle-aged men. Young Master Ing, Dusk Dune is missing. When we went to check just now, we found that there was no one next door. They went to the 100 Beast City and just returned. A middle-aged man stood beside the young man and reported respectfully. Missing? What is that fellow from Dusk Dune doing? Young Master Ying's expression was a little awkward. Dusk Dune was a top-notch assassin within the Undercurrent Assassin organization, but now he had disappeared. As for saying that he had been killed by the fellow next door, he would not believe it. Because there had been no sounds of fighting and there had been no terrifying sounds of fighting. Moreover, the fellow next door had not been in his room just now. This made him absolutely not think that the assassin he had sent over had already died. Young Master Ing, don't be anxious. Lord Duskdune should have gone into the 100 Beast City. Lord Darkness had also gone into the 100 Beast City just now and had just returned. Lord Duskdune should have been delayed. The middle-aged man said hurriedly. All right. Then let that brat live another night. Young Master Ying's expression was slightly malevolent. He snorted coldly and waved his hand. Get out. Yes, young Master Ing. The middle-aged man nodded his head hurriedly. Wang Xian sat in the room. From the way they mouthed, he could tell what they were saying. The corner of his mouth curled up slightly. Young Master Ing, it seems like you are another second generation. I wonder what kind of existence you belong to in the Undercurrent Assassin organization. However, his eyes flickered. Since this fellow wanted to kill him, he wouldn't be polite. When the group of draconids are ready tomorrow, I will make an example of you. In Bright Moon City, I will use your reputation as the commander of the Dragon Spikes to awe the Bright Moon City. Wang Xian revealed a faint smile. Feng Luan, who was at the side, saw Wang Xian's smile and knew that this fellow was definitely up to no good. Bright Moon City was bustling with activity tonight. The incident in the 100 Beast City, the siege of the city by a group of powerful ferocious beasts, and the death of tens of thousands of people. Even though it was nighttime, Bright Moon City was bustling with activity. Wang Xian laid on the chair leisurely and began to cultivate. The biggest reward tonight was him. Bright Moon City became even more lively in the early morning. Do you want to eat something? Wang Xian looked at Feng Luan, who was cultivating, and asked. All right. Feng Luan opened her eyes and nodded. Damn slave. How dare you bump into our young Master Ing? Bang! At this moment, a cold voice came from outside. Following that, a strong force crashed into their room door. The room was knocked open and two figures fell to the ground. Ha! Wang Xian narrowed his eyes slightly and looked at the two people on the ground. His eyes revealed a cold expression. Long Yi looked extremely embarrassed. A hint of fear appeared in his eyes as he stared at the group of people outside. What do you mean by I? You were courting death. A middle-aged man stared coldly at Long Yi and the other two people who were lying on the ground. He was filled with killing intent. The other 8 draconids who were standing outside looked extremely embarrassed. However, they were too weak and were no match for them. You dare to hit my men? Are you courting death? Wang Xian looked over coldly and stared at young Master Ing, who was standing in the middle, as he said coldly. Hee. I knew that it was your men who did it. So what? Young Master Ing raised his head slightly and stared at Wang Xian with his dark eyes. He said with disdain, don't think that you are arrogant just because you are an extraordinary level 9 powerhouse. Very good. Wang Xian stood up slowly and stared at him. Very soon, you will be filled with regret. Ha ha. Young Master Ing laughed out loud when he heard his words. Let me tell you then. Very soon, you will be filled with regret too. Kid, just you wait and see. Humph. After he finished his sentence, he snorted coldly and walked down arrogantly. His eyes were filled with disdain. He didn't think much of an extraordinary level 9 fellow. If there were no problems with Dusk Dune Sand, this fellow would already be a dead man. Dragon King. Seeing them leave, Long Yi and the rest stood up with pale faces. Their faces were filled with bitterness. We didn't. There's no need to explain. It's just a dead man. Don't mind him. Wang Xian waved his hand. It's the Dragon King. Long Yi and the rest nodded respectfully. A few other draconids walked in as well. All of you go to Bright Moon City immediately to look for a spy and prepare to set up a trap. Today, we will tell everyone that our dragon thorns are here. Wang Xian looked at the group of draconids and spoke to them in a deep voice. It's the Dragon King. We promise to complete it today. The group of draconids nodded their heads immediately. All right. Wang Xian nodded his head slowly. His eyes flickered as he looked at the footprints on Long Yi and the rest. Let's start with them. Peng, where did that fellow Dustun go? It's been an entire night and there's still no news. On the first floor of the restaurant, young Master Ing sat in a room, his face dark and gloomy. 4 to 5 middle-aged men stood at the side, watching him eat. There's still no news of Lord Dustun. He must have been delayed by something. A middle-aged man immediately bowed and said, Fuck, could it be that Dustun has died in the 100 Beast City? Young Master Ying's face was filled with displeasure as he sat there coldly. The more I look at that fellow, the more displeased I am. Tonight, young Master Ing, Lord Dustun is here. At that moment, the middle-aged man interrupted his displeasure and said softly, Oh! Young Master Ing was not displeased with the middle-aged man's interruption. He raised his head and looked outside. At the entrance, a middle-aged man walked over. The middle-aged man looked very ordinary. He held a sword in his hand and had a warm smile on his face. This middle-aged man looked very, very gentle and did not have the slightest bit of hostility. When the middle-aged man saw young Master Ing, he also had a smile on his face and immediately walked over. Young Master Ing. He walked over and greeted him with a smile on his face. Uncle Dai He. Come. Sit. Young Master Ing did not put on airs in front of the middle-aged man as he gestured with a smile on his face. The middle-aged man smiled and nodded as he sat in front of the table. Lord Dai He, Lord Dustun is currently missing. I wonder if something has happened. The middle-aged man at the side reported to Dai He in a low voice. I understand. Dustun understands our rules. If there's still no sign of him, something must have happened. Darkness nodded his head slowly and said directly, Something happened? Uncle Darkness, Dustun is so powerful. How could something have happened? Young Master Ing said with a face full of surprise. Young Master Ing, you still don't know what happened last night, right? At the 100 Beast City, a void interpretation expert died, and 5 or 6 transcendent 9th rank experts died. Dusk Dune might have taken the initiative to go there last night. Darkness said faintly. What? Young Master Ing and the few middle-aged men beside him were slightly stunned, their faces revealing shock. The loss of a void interpretation expert was a huge matter for the Star Moon Kingdom. Not long ago, a general of a void interpretation expert had been killed in the Star Moon Kingdom. It was said that 4 or 5 void interpretation experts had gone to take revenge. They did not know the exact situation, but they knew that the death of a void interpretation expert could shake the entire kingdom. They had not thought that another one had died last night. Then something must have happened to Dustun City. Young Master Ing said with a sullen face. I heard that young Master Ing is going to deal with a person, so let me handle it. Darkness said to young Master Ing with a smile. Okay. Uncle Diablo, I was just about to ask for your help. You have to be careful of a transcendent level 9 guy. Young Master Ing immediately said with a smile. A transcendent level 9 young Master Ing, don't worry. I will send his corpse to you tomorrow. Diablo said indifferently, as if a transcendent level 9 was like an ant in his eyes. Indeed, he had the capital. As 2 half-step void interpretation assassins that the Master of Undercurrent had spent a lot of money to nurture, he had the qualifications. He and the other person were there to deal with the Dragon Assassin organization. If the Dragon Assassin dared to enter another city, it would be the time for them to attack. Moreover, yesterday he had just completed a mission in Bright Moon City assassinating a rank 9 transcendent. Haha, good. I believe that kid is not worth mentioning in front of Uncle Diablo. I heard that Uncle Diablo did a big mission last night. Uncle Diablo, have some food. I'll bring you to see where that kid lives later. Young Master Ing could not help but laugh. He was the son of the Master of Undercurrent. A transcendent level 9 guy dared to insult him. He would let him know what regret was. Dragon King, the spy has been found. We can set up Bright Moon City now. In the evening, a group of Draconids came to the restaurant and reported to Wang Xian. All right, let them take this. Also, pass all the information that we have gathered today to Ao Yao. Wang Xian nodded and said to them, Yes. The group of Draconids responded immediately and walked out of the room. Wang Xian stood up with a smile on his face. He opened the window and looked at the bustling Bright Moon City. The huge tower was even taller than Donghai City. There were all kinds of carriages and mounts on the road. The powerful families in Bright Moon City were also several times more powerful than Donghai City. There were 7 to 8 families with transcendent level 9 or even half-step void interpretation. Tomorrow, the dragon thorns will cover the entire sky. It won't be long before the entire Star Moon Kingdom will be covered by the dragon thorns. Wang Xian looked confident as he mumbled. Are you planning to spread the dragon thorns across the entire Transcendence continent? Feng Luan, who was at the side, asked with a smile when she heard his words. Of course. Let me know if you have any obstacles. The dragon thorns can help you solve them, Your Majesty. Wang Xian said jokingly. Feng Luan felt a warmth in her heart and a faint smile appeared on her face. Night had arrived once again. Compared to the liveliness yesterday, Bright Moon City was much quieter today. The matter of the 100 Beasts City had been resolved. Tens of thousands of people had died, so there wasn't much to be gained. In the entire Bright Moon City, only 2 families had obtained an extraordinary level 8 pet egg. That was all. The royal family of Star Moon Kingdom had only obtained 3 pet eggs, and only 1 transcendent level 9. However, Star Moon Kingdom had lost a profound void martial expert. It was a huge loss. The night grew deeper and deeper. At this moment, in the room beside them, young Master Ing and Diablo were sitting there with smiles on their faces. Uncle Diablo, I'll leave it to you. Young Master Ing said with a smile on his face. I used 1.5 minutes yesterday. Today, 1 minute later, I will bring his corpse over. Diablo said calmly, his body exuding a strong sense of confidence. Okay, Uncle Diablo. Young Master Ing smiled and nodded. He raised the wine glass in front of the table and gestured to Diablo. Diablo smiled and raised it to take a sip. Then he walked out of the room. The door was closed, but his figure seemed to have turned into flowing water as he walked out through the cracks in the door. Compared to the dark sand, the darkness was even more terrifying. In the room, Wang Xian didn't rest. With Feng Yuan by his side, it was impossible for them to rest. Wang Xian, who was cultivating, didn't sense anyone entering the room. Instead, Feng Yuan, who was lying on the bed, opened her eyes. However, she closed them very quickly. A stream of water entered the room directly. Some illusory shadows appeared. The shadows were extremely illusory with faint ripples. He walked slowly towards Wang Xian. When he was 5 meters away from Wang Xian, he felt something. He opened his eyes slowly and looked ahead. Diablo was slightly surprised when he saw Wang Xian opening his eyes. However, he did not panic at all. Assassinating a guy who was even weaker than him was a piece of cake even if he was discovered by him. His body accelerated abruptly and the transparent dagger in his hand stabbed toward Wang Xian. Ha! However, what surprised him was that Wang Xian looked at him calmly. What was going on? How could a guy who was at Transcendent Level 9 be so calm? The powerhouse he assassinated last night didn't even know how he died. He stared at Wang Xian's calm eyes. He was extremely shocked and had a bad feeling. However, before the dagger in his hand hit Wang Xian, he felt a chill on his neck. He widened his eyes and his eyes were filled with disbelief. How could this be? Who was the one who attacked him? Why didn't I sense it? Doubts flashed across Diablo's mind as he stared blankly at Wang Xian. However, with his neck pierced through, he couldn't say a word. He stared at Wang Xian and slowly lowered his raised arm. Half-step void interpretation level? What is the status of that young man? How could he mobilize an expert of half-step void interpretation from the Undercurrent Assassin organization? Only the Master of Undercurrent should be able to mobilize an expert of half-step void interpretation from Undercurrent. That young man is obviously not the Master of Undercurrent. Could he be the son of the Master of Undercurrent? Wang Xian guessed in a low voice. The fact that the Undercurrent Assassin organization had a half-step void interpretation expert was a little out of his expectations. Therefore, he could guess that the Master of Undercurrent was a void interpretation expert. This was forcing him to become the enemy of the Undercurrent Assassin organization. We are all enemies. No matter who you are. Since you have provoked me, you must die. Even if you are the descendant of the Master of Undercurrent, hee. Just use it as a stepping stone for the dragon spike. Wang Xian's eyes sparkled. Whenever the dragon spike went to a place, it would announce its arrival by assassinating a powerhouse or family. This time, he would use the son of the Master of Undercurrent as a stepping stone. Ao Yao. Let's go and give him a surprise. Wang Xian smiled and moved. He opened the door and walked to the room beside. Ao Yao followed behind him with the dark corpse in her hands. Creak. Wang Xian pushed the door open. The door was not locked. Uncle Diablo, you were so fast. Haha, that kid was killed. The door was pushed open. Young Master Ing, who was sitting in front of the table and tasting the wine with a smile on his face, stood up happily and said. However, when he saw clearly that it was Wang Xian who walked in, he stopped talking and revealed a shocked expression. Is it called Diablo? Wang Xian smiled and scanned his surroundings. Bang! At this moment, Ao Yao, who was following behind him, waved his arm and threw the corpse in his hand into the room. Hiss! Bang! When he saw the corpse on the ground, young Master Ing could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. He retreated backward and crashed into the chair. You. He stared at Wang Xian with his eyes wide open. His eyes were filled with disbelief. Wang Xian looked at him with a smile. You sent people to kill me for 2 days in a row. Do you think I'm that easy to kill? As he spoke, he walked toward young Master Ing with a smile on his face. You. Don't. When he saw Wang Xian walking toward him, his facial expression changed. Suddenly, his body moved and he crashed toward the outside. Bang! However, at this moment, a black sharp weapon that looked like a sickle was placed on his neck. His body trembled as he tried to escape. His forehead was filled with cold sweat. Fear enveloped him completely. I said that I will make you regret it. Wang Xian looked at him indifferently. Don't kill me. If you dare to kill me, my father will definitely not let you off. Don't kill me. In the future, I will. Who is your father? Young Master Ying's face was filled with fear as he spoke. Wang Xian interrupted him and asked coldly, My father is the leader of the Undercurrent. My father is the leader of the Undercurrent Assassin Organization. If you dare to kill me, the Undercurrent will not let you off. My father will not let you off either. Young Master Ying's face was pale as he growled in a low voice, Don't kill me. Don't kill me. Let me introduce myself first. Wang Xian wasn't too surprised when he heard his words. He smiled and said, I'm the leader of the Dragon Thorns, so... He smiled as he stared at young Master Ying. This smile made young Master Ying widen his eyes. His eyes were filled with despair. Dragon Thorns? He was the leader of the Dragon Thorns Assassin Organization? The Dragon Thorns that were currently in the limelight? Even his own father was filled with fear towards the Dragon Thorns. How? How did this happen? I said you will regret it. Wang Xian shook his head slowly. Just as he was about to shout, Ao Yao's scythe-like arm was placed on his neck. Hang his corpse on the city wall at the east gate and announce our arrival. Wang Xian looked at the two corpses on the ground and said to Ao Yao who was beside him, It's the Dragon King. Leave the rest to us. Ao Yao replied. This was not the first time that Ao Yao had done something like this. She was now completely familiar with the situation. Remember to update their identities. Wang Xian said faintly. Yes. Ao Yao left. At the same time, there were a group of strange demons around her. The secret was already set up. Ao Yao and the rest had obtained the addresses of all the powerful mercenary groups and families in Bright Moon City. Just like before, the first step to awe the entire Bright Moon City had arrived. The 40 strange demons brought by Wang Xian had arranged everything in less than 10 minutes. Congratulations. Death had arrived at Bright Moon City. Bright Moon City was a big city. There were people guarding the city gate 24 hours a day. When the sky had just brightened, there were mercenary groups and businessmen who got up. At 4 o'clock in the morning, when the sky had just brightened, there were people walking out of the city. Let's set off early today. We can take advantage of the day to properly hunt down the fire beetles. We must return with a full load today. Alas, unfortunately, the Tian family head of the Tian family's trading firm was assassinated by an assassin from the undercurrent, causing the price of the fire beetle shells to drop significantly. Do you think the Sun family hired an assassin to kill the Tian family's head? Recently, the Sun family's trading company has had a huge conflict with the Tian family's trading company. Shu, lower your voice. This is very possible. However, the undercurrent assassin organization is truly terrifying. They easily killed a top-tier expert at Transcendent Level 9. It's extremely terrifying, but I heard that there's some dragon assassin organization in East Sea City. It's also very powerful. I heard that even the city lord of East Sea City is helpless against it. PFFT, how can it be as powerful as the undercurrent assassin organization? One must know that the undercurrent covers the entire Star Moon Kingdom. Even Star Moon Kingdom is helpless against it. It must be the undercurrent assassin organization that's awesome. The undercurrent has decades of foundation in Star Moon Kingdom. How can a dragon assassin compare to it? Early in the morning, a bleak wind blew past. A group of over 10 mercenary group members walked out of the city. The group chatted as they walked, discussing the major events that had happened in the past few days. The biggest event was none other than the incident in the 100 Beast City. However, a very important event had also happened last night. It was the assassination of the head of the Tian family, a Transcendent Level 9 powerhouse, by the Undercurrent Assassin Organization. However, because the incident in the 100 Beast City was too huge, it did not cause as much of a stir as usual. However, those who knew about it were still extremely shocked. Assassinating such an expert, the Undercurrent, was so terrifying. The sky was dark, and the sun had yet to break. The city guards on the city wall looked towards the abyss-like wilderness. The sound of the waves could be heard clearly on the city wall. The group of mercenary group members talked about what happened in Bright Moon City as they walked out. They talked about Undercurrent, Dragon Spike, and the two assassin organizations. The Undercurrent Assassin Organization is too powerful. I heard that the master of undercurrent is even more mysterious. He should be an expert at the profound void realm. For such an existence to want to assassinate someone at the transcendent realm, he could easily crush him to death. An old man sighed slightly as he talked about the undercurrent assassination yesterday. He could be considered to have witnessed the rise and struggle of undercurrent. The reputation of undercurrent made one's heart palpitate. Fortunately, the price of hiring undercurrent is too high. Otherwise, Bright Moon City would be even more chaotic than now. A middle-aged man smiled and looked forward. Ha! However, when he raised his head and looked into the distance, he was slightly stunned. Eh? What is that? Look. What is that on the city wall? The middle-aged man stretched out his finger and said to his companions beside him in surprise. What? There seem to be two people. There are two people hanging on the city wall. Hiss, is that a real person or a fake person? What's going on? The group of people raised their heads and revealed a surprised expression on their faces. All of them widened their eyes. Let's go and take a look. The old man in the middle said in surprise and quickly walked forward. The closer they got, the clearer the scene on the city wall became. When they walked forward, their bodies trembled. There really are two people nailed to the city wall. What's going on? Didn't the city guards on the city wall see it? The old man revealed a shocked expression. This was Bright Moon City, the second largest city in Star Moon Kingdom. How could there be two corpses hanging on the city wall? This was a provocation to Bright Moon City. The guards on the city walls clearly don't know the situation here. A middle-aged man said in a deep voice as he looked at the city guards standing on the city walls. Brother guards on the city walls, something has happened. Look over here. He shouted loudly at the city guards on the city walls. What? What happened? The city guards on the city wall heard their words, turned around and asked impatiently. Two corpses. There are two corpses hanging on the city wall. A young man hurriedly shouted. What corpses? How can there be corpses hanging on the city wall? We've been here all night. A middle-aged guard walked towards the city and said, In Bright Moon City, our city guards are here. As he spoke, he lowered his head. However, before he could finish his sentence, his eyes widened. Cough, cough, someone come quickly, someone come quickly. He shouted loudly and his body moved. He directly jumped down and floated in midair. What's wrong? The other group of soldiers on the city wall looked over in surprise and directly flew over. The middle-aged man flew to the front of the city wall and looked at the two corpses hanging on it. His pupils could not help but shrink. When did two corpses appear? Why didn't they see them? This is. However, when he wanted to reach out and move the two corpses down, a shocked expression appeared on his face. On their chests, there were two red pieces of paper. And on the left and right side of the corpses there were two names. The son of the master of undercurrent, Shadow Sky. The ACE assassin of undercurrent, Darkness. These two names caused his body to tremble. The master of undercurrent. The ACE assassin of undercurrent. He was very clear what these two represented. They were the underground king that covered the entire Star Moon Kingdom, the king of assassins. An existence that everyone feared. However, these two people had left behind such words beside them. What's going on? He widened his eyes and exclaimed in disbelief. What's going on? This is? I know this piece of paper. It seems to be the symbol of the Dragon Assassin Organization. No way, this can't be true, right? This young man and middle-aged man are the son of the master of undercurrent and the ace assassin of undercurrent. How is this possible? Incredulous voices rang out one after another, and the city guards who had rushed over looked on in disbelief. What? That's the son of the master of undercurrent? The ace assassin of undercurrent. The Dragon Assassin Organization did this. However, the group of mercenary group members who had come to the bottom of the city wall were stunned. They looked at each other in disbelief. Just now, they had been discussing about the Undercurrent Assassin Organization and the Dragon Assassin Organization. In their opinion, Dragon Spike could not be compared to the old organization that had dominated Star Moon Kingdom for decades. In addition, the Undercurrent had assassinated an extraordinary level 9 expert yesterday. This made them feel that the undercurrent was extremely powerful. However, now, the son of the undercurrent master and the ace assassin of the undercurrent were hanging on the city wall. How the hell was this possible? That was undercurrent. The dragon spike actually killed the son of the master of undercurrent and their ace assassin. For a moment, they felt their scalps go numb. What was the dragon spike doing? Was he going to make an enemy of the undercurrent assassin organization? Report to His Excellency immediately, quickly. This matter is not something we can interfere with. Beside the two corpses, the city guards looked at them in shock. This matter was no longer something that they could resolve. If this was really the son of the master of undercurrent, he was really the ace assassin of undercurrent. Then this was a confrontation between two terrorist assassin organizations. Facing such a level of confrontation, even their city lord would probably find it very troublesome. The assassins who walked in the dark corners were the most feared. At the position of the city wall, the city guards' faces were filled with shock, and the mercenaries were also incomparably terrified. However, at this moment in other parts of Bright Moon City, the sun had gradually risen, and many people had already woken up. Some people from the large clans and large mercenary groups also woke up. Very quickly, the people from the clans and mercenary groups discovered the contact information of the Dragon Assassin group that was placed in their hall. Dragon Assassin group, I've heard of this before, but you don't need to look for an assassin. The undercurrent is very powerful. I don't know how much the price of this Dragon Assassin group is, but I didn't expect them to actually compete with the undercurrent for business. Hee. This is going to be interesting. This is the Dragon Spike trying to occupy our Bright Moon City. Interesting, but it's possible that they don't have the strength to do so. When some family members saw the contact information of the Dragon Spike Assassin organization, they shook their heads carelessly. How could the Dragon Spike be as powerful as Undercurrent? Undercurrent had assassinated a transcendent level 9 powerhouse yesterday, and they had decades of foundation and reputation. If they wanted to find an assassin, the first thing they would think of was naturally the Undercurrent Assassin organization. They would not choose the Dragon Assassin organization. Who knew how strong this assassin organization was? How good was their reputation? However, just as they did not take it to heart, a piece of news shook the entire Bright Moon City. The son of the master of Undercurrent is suspected to have been assassinated by the Dragon Assassin organization. The ace assassin of the Undercurrent Assassin organization is suspected to have been assassinated by the Dragon Assassin organization. Two corpses are hanging on the East Gate city wall. Is the Dragon Assassin organization declaring war on the Undercurrent Assassin organization? One by one, information spread throughout Bright Moon City at a terrifying speed. In the morning, someone confirmed that the middle-aged corpse was a peak expert at half-step void interpretation. When this news came out, everyone had shocked expressions on their faces. That middle-aged man at half-step void interpretation was very likely to be the ace assassin of Undercurrent. And those families that received the Dragon Spike's contact information had stunned expressions on their faces. In their eyes, the Undercurrent Assassin organization that possessed a powerful foundation was definitely the top existence in Starmoon Kingdom. However, now, the son of the master of Undercurrent, the ace assassin, had been assassinated by the Dragon Spike. Moreover, they were all hung at the position of the Eastgate city wall. This was a blatant humiliation to them. This Dragon Spike actually dared to assassinate the son of the master of Undercurrent. Moreover, he even possesses the ability to assassinate. The eyes of those young families who had obtained the Dragon Spike's contact information flickered, and they immediately took out the contact information that they had thrown away. The price of the Dragon Spike's assassination is actually more than twice as cheap as that of the Undercurrent. The rules of the Dragon Spike are actually so strange. Children are not killed, and there are many good people. Mass-funded assassinations, half-price assassinations, When the families and mercenary groups entered the Dragon Spike's contact page through the communication stone plate, they were stunned. Compared to the Undercurrent, the price of the Dragon Spike was more than twice as cheap. Moreover, the rules were also very strange. It was common knowledge that children were the easiest to assassinate, but in the end, they didn't accept the task of assassinating children. This mass-funded assassination, half-price assassination, was a complete oddity in their eyes. There was such an assassin organization? East Sea City was relatively far from Bright Moon City, so many families in Bright Moon City did not know about the Dragon Spike. When they learned about it now, they were all dumbfounded. This is too big. They directly announced their arrival by assassinating the son of the Master of Undercurrent, the ace assassin of Undercurrent. How arrogant! Some people thought to themselves. Many people looked at the assassination price and fell into deep thought. The price was only half of the price of Undercurrent. This made many people extremely tempted, and they were considering whether or not to make a move. Pung, arrogant, truly arrogant to the extreme. They actually hung the corpses on the city wall. They are looking down on our Bright Moon City. At the seat of the city lord's mansion, an old man sat there with an angry expression on his face. He looked at the two corpses in front of him with a sullen face. His expression was uncertain. City Lord Lu, the person in charge of the undercurrent here, is here. At this moment, a woman beside him said to the city lord in a low voice, "Is he here? Let them come in and recognize him." City Lord Lu nodded slightly and waved at the person in front of him. If an outsider were here to see this scene, they would definitely be extremely shocked. An assassin from the undercurrent had directly entered the city lord's manor? This was simply... In truth, the fact that the undercurrent was able to gain a foothold in Starmoon Kingdom was due to the great relationship between the Starmoon royal family and the city lord's manor. Or it could be said that the two parties were cooperating openly. Otherwise, the undercurrent wouldn't have been able to go so smoothly. City Lord Lu. A thin old man walked in. His face was filled with anxiety as he greeted him. Then he hurriedly looked towards the ground. Young Mastering. Looking at the corpse on the ground, the body of the old man from the undercurrent started to tremble. His eyes slowly turned blood red. He was really the son of their leader. He was really their young master. If their leader knew about this, even if he did not die, he would still be skinned alive. Dragon Spike. Dragon Spike. You actually dare to kill our young master. The old man's emotions were somewhat agitated, and he clenched his fists tightly. It's really your young master? City Lord Lu's expression sank. As the city lord of Bright Moon City, one of the kingdom's top experts, he naturally knew of the relationship between Undercurrent and Starmoon Kingdom. An organization like an assassin was something that couldn't be stopped, so Starmoon Kingdom might as well join forces with an assassin organization. The result of the alliance was that Undercurrent could not assassinate Starmoon Kingdom's serving officials and soldiers, and they had to pay a certain fee. Therefore, the amount of money Undercurrent could assassinate had always been very high. Yes, Dragon Spike, that damned Dragon Spike. He wants to make an enemy out of our Undercurrent assassin organization. We absolutely cannot let him off, absolutely cannot. The old man lost his composure and roared in a low voice. City Lord Lu was slightly silent. He knew about the Dragon Spike assassin organization. It was an assassin organization that had rendered even Lei Feihu of East Sea City helpless. Starmoon Kingdom was unwilling to see an assassin organization that dared to assassinate officials of Starmoon Kingdom. However, this Dragon Spike had been hidden very well, and its strength was not simple. The kingdom had no choice but to ignore it. But now it had appeared in Bright Moon City. Go and report this matter to your leader and see what he says. City Lord Lu hesitated for a moment and said to the old man, "It's City Lord Lu. I'll report it now." The old man's face was somewhat pale as he hurriedly nodded and immediately contacted their master of Undercurrent. City Lord Lu sat there and knocked on the table. After hesitating for a moment, he took out his communication stone plate and also began to contact the palace. The entire City Lord's mansion was extremely quiet. Outside, countless people in Bright Moon City were discussing what had happened this morning. The confrontation between the two major killer organizations and the PK between the old and new killer organizations undoubtedly made many people extremely excited. Time slowly passed. Inside the City Lord's mansion, the old man from Undercurrent's face was already extremely pale. City Lord Lu, Undercurrent will send out all our forces to deal with the Dragon Assassin organization. I hope that Sir will provide us with some convenience. The old man took a deep breath and respectfully said to City Lord Lu, "Our leader will rush over tomorrow. Alright, don't worry about this. I've also received news that I'll assist you in eradicating the Dragon Assassin organization. City Lord Lu's eyes flickered. Star Moon Kingdom would never allow an uncontrollable assassin organization, one that dared to assassinate the mayor of a town, go against the city lord, and assassinate city guards to appear. In the past, they had no choice. But now, if they were to let the undercurrent take action, their assistance would be the best choice. Using the undercurrent to deal with this tumor dragon spike. This was the intention of Star Moon Kingdom's royal family. Thank you, City Lord Lu. We will definitely make them pay a heavy price for this damn dragon spike. The old man bowed and growled in a low voice with a savage expression. Take your young master's corpse away. I can provide you with all the information you need. As long as you are in Bright Moon City, I can find even an ant. City Lord Lu looked ahead with a face full of confidence. His eyes were incomparably cold. As the winds blew and the clouds surged, the entire Bright Moon City became much livelier due to the appearance of the Dragon Assassin Group. Currently, Bright Moon City already had many families and mercenary groups from other cities. The Undercurrent Assassin Group was a powerful organization that had shaken the Star Moon Kingdom for decades. Now that the son of the suspected Undercurrent leader and the Ace Assassin Group had been assassinated by the Dragon Assassin Group, everyone could imagine that a bloody storm was about to begin. And with the arrival of the Dragon's Thorn, although their assassination rules were very strange, many people were extremely moved. Patriarch, we've already received news from East Sea City that the Dragon's Thorn Assassin Organization has the strength to destroy a rank 9 Transcendent. Once they accept a mission, there will be no failures that can be trusted. In a family clan in Bright Moon City, a middle-aged man reported to an old man in a low voice. Is the news true? It's 100% confirmed. That's good. The old man's eyes lit up. The price of the Undercurrent Assassin Group has always been relatively high. Since it's only half the price of the Undercurrent Assassin Group, let's give it a try. Yes. I'll go deal with this matter right now. The middle-aged man nodded. His eyes flickered and he immediately walked out. It wasn't just this family. Many other families had started to take action as well. They had very strong news and quickly received all the news regarding the dragon spike. Under everyone's astonishment, they had a detailed understanding of the dragon spike's strength. Dragon King, the effect is very good. Up until now, we have received more than 10 orders. A Draconid walked over and said to Wang Xian with a smile. Oh, is that so? The corner of Wang Xian's mouth curled up slightly. Then let Ao Yao and the rest prepare. We will start the mission tonight. Yes, Dragon King. We will prepare to receive the deposit this afternoon. The Draconid nodded and walked out. Be careful of the retaliation from the Undercurrent Assassin Organization. Feng Wan sat at the side and looked at a document. I have a document on the Undercurrent Assassin Organization. The leader of the Undercurrent is an expert at the Insightful Void level. He should be at the first level of the Insightful Void level. Don't worry. I have already made preparations. With Ao Yao and the rest around, unless the leader of the Undercurrent keeps an eye on the dragon spike, they will admit defeat sooner or later. Wang Xian revealed a confident expression. Wang Xian had already made preparations in advance for the retaliation of the Undercurrent Assassin Organization. In order to prevent the Undercurrent Assassin from killing the spies when they were getting the deposit, he had already sent a group of strange demons to protect these spies. Okay. Feng Luan nodded and didn't say anything else. From the information of the Undercurrent Assassin Organization, the assassins they had couldn't be compared to the Dragon Spike at all. From what she knew, Dragon Spike already had 40 top-tier assassins. They were existences that could assassinate Transcendents at level 9. The Undercurrent could not be compared to them, even if their leader was at the Profound Void tier. In the evening, the entire Bright Moon City was still bustling with activity. There was an endless stream of pedestrians on the streets. A middle-aged man was walking on the streets. When he arrived in front of a stone platform, he moved his arm slightly and threw an interspatial ring onto it. However, very soon an old man walked over and directly took the interspatial ring away. The middle-aged man looked at the old man, took out his communication stone plate and sent a message. Soon after, a smile appeared on his face. This was the method to pay the deposit for the dragon spike. It was very safe and no one would know. However, there was a disadvantage to this. If the person who paid the deposit deliberately lured out the spy of the dragon spike, it would be very easy. Back in Eastern Sea City, the guards of Eastern Sea City used this method to pull out the spy. Go over. On the busy street, an old man in a long robe looked at the position in front of him from a distance, and a cold voice came from his side. The old man nodded slowly and walked straight to the agreed place. When he walked to an empty chair, he put a cloth bag there and turned around to walk 10 meters forward. At this time, an old man walked over and opened the bag. He looked at the interspatial ring inside, checked the spirit stones inside, and calmly put them into his pocket. After he was done, he walked toward a street with few people. However, what the old man didn't know was that 2 pairs of eyes were staring at him. Dragon Spike, how dare you kill our young master? You're dead for sure. The war between us has begun, a middle-aged man muttered as he walked towards the old man. Following behind the old man, they walked for a few streets. The old man took out his communication stone plate to take a look, and his body trembled slightly. He took a deep breath and walked towards a narrow path with almost no people. When he entered, the eyes of the middle-aged man behind him flickered, and he sped up. Pooh! A piercing sound rang out, and the old man jumped in fright. He quickly turned around and found that there was no one behind him. There were only traces of blood on the ground. At this moment, the communication stone plate in his hand trembled again, and the old man hurriedly looked over. You've been discovered. Immediately head over here. There was an address on the communication stone plate, and he was told to take a detour and carefully walk over. The old man's heart trembled, and determination appeared in his eyes. He walked towards a safe place that the Draconid had prepared for him. After walking for half an hour, the old man entered a room and heaved a heavy sigh of relief. What the old man didn't know was that a strange demon had been standing guard around him. With the strange demon's ability, he was almost 100% sure that no one was following him around. The old man was safe. Damn it, where's 12? 12 can't be contacted. In a street, a middle-aged man holding a communication stone plate with an angry face roared in a low voice. This dragon spike was prepared. 12 might be dead. The person in charge of the Undercurrent Assassin Organization in Bright Moon City, the old man in white, said with a gloomy face, Sir, now we can't even find the spy of the dragon spike. When the leader comes, the middle-aged man said with a pale face. With the help of City Lord Liu and the others, that spy can't run away. The old man's eyes flashed with a cold light. Let's go to the City Lord's mansion. Yes, sir. The two of them walked straight to the City Lord's mansion. The city guards had already led them to a room. Every city was monitored by a formation. As long as there was nothing above them, they could clearly see what was below. In private areas, one was usually allowed to use a formation to block the city protection formation surveillance. However, this kind of surveillance was still extremely heaven-defying, unless one hid in a room and never came out. Found it. What a good dragon spike. It was actually prepared long ago. In the City Lord's mansion, the old man in charge of the undercurrent in Bright Moon City was monitoring the array formation with a cold expression in his eyes. From the monitoring of the array formation, they could see the hidden traces of the dragon spike, which eventually entered an ordinary courtyard. They even saw white light appear behind Sha 13, directly killing him and putting his corpse into his interspatial ring. Hee, with our City Lord's manor assisting you, there shouldn't be any problems with this dragon spike, right? Beside the old man, a middle-aged man wearing the city guard leader's armor smiled at him and asked, Don't worry, a dragon spike wants to challenge our Undercurrent Assassin Organization. This time, we'll let them know the consequences. The old man's face was gloomy as he coldly said, This dragon spike is not simple either. There might be an even stronger existence that can assassinate your ace assassin. The city guard leader said slowly, Don't worry, our leader will come tomorrow, the old man said in a deep voice. After saying that, he directly walked out. Speaking of the undercurrent leader, the city guard leader was also slightly silent. The master of undercurrent was a very extreme madman. When he had not established the Undercurrent Assassin Organization, his reputation had already spread far and wide. In fact, as the leader of an assassin organization, The leader of Undercurrent was not as mysterious as other people thought. On the contrary, many people knew the identity of the leader of Undercurrent. He was once the young master of a family, but his family had offended an even more powerful family. One night, that family bribed the mayor and led everyone to kill the family of the master of Undercurrent. On that night, he saw his parents killed and his wife humiliated. He was lucky enough to escape, but he didn't know what happened in the next 5 years. When he returned, he had the power of half-step void interpretation. On that night, he killed all his enemies, not even sparing a single child. He even killed all the women of that family. That scene was incomparably terrifying. Following that, his massacre did not end. He killed the mayor of that town, killing everyone he was once unhappy with. His massacre, was no different from a madman. Anyone who dared to offend him would be directly humiliated to death. Later on, he established the Undercurrent Assassin Organization, causing the Undercurrent's might to shake the Star Moon Kingdom in an assassination attempt. It was his first son, who had been beaten to death for molesting a young lady from the insightful Void family. That night, he killed his way into that family, heavily injuring that family's insightful Void expert and killing everyone else in the family. From then on, he became famous in a single battle and was known as the Master of Undercurrent. That was already 40 years ago. The current Master of Undercurrent, even if he hadn't broken through to the second level of the profound Void realm, would still be extremely terrifying. This is also good. Because of the matter in Eastern Sea City, if Bright Moon City interferes, the Dragon Spike will definitely attack the city guards and force the City Lord's residents to not interfere in this matter. But now that the Undercurrent Assassin Organization is in front, there's no need to worry at all. The leader of the city guards revealed a smile on his face. Let the two assassin organizations fight. All they had to do was to watch from the side. The sun gradually set. Wang Xian looked at the city that was still calm and revealed a smile. I wonder what will happen tomorrow. He stood in front of the window and smiled. Dragon King, reporting to Dragon King, there's an urgent matter. At this moment, Long Yi's anxious voice came from outside. Come in. Wang Xian frowned and looked at the anxious Long Yi. What's going on? Dragon King, something has happened to spy number 3. Long Yi said with an embarrassed expression. What's going on? Speak. Wang Xian asked him with a dark expression. Dragon King, spy number 3 was followed by an assassin from the Undercurrent when he was handing over the deposit. After the strange demon dealt with the assassin, we asked him to come to a very safe place. But we didn't expect that not long ago we couldn't contact him. A strange demon went to check, but he was no longer there. He should have been taken away. Long Yi said hurriedly. Taken away? Wang Xian's eyes flickered. How did he get discovered? Dragon King, I asked the strange demon who was hiding beside number 3. He could guarantee that no one was following them, but now. Long Yi frowned and said with a bitter face. A spy was still captured under such circumstances, which made them feel a sense of danger. With the strange demon following behind, they are still captured. Wang Xian was deep in thought. He was very confident in the strength of the strange demon. Unless there was a Seathruff-level powerhouse following them, it was impossible for them not to be discovered. If it was not an expert at the insightful void level, there was only one way to discover it. The City Protection Formation, the surveillance of the mayor's residence. If it was not an expert at the insightful void level, only the mayor's residence could do this. Wang Xian's face slowly sank. He looked at Feng Luan and asked, Feng Luan, what is the relationship between the Undercurrent and Star Moon Kingdom? The Undercurrent Assassin Organization does not accept missions related to the officials of the Star Moon Kingdom. Other than their leader who killed a mayor 40 years ago, they have never assassinated any officials of the Star Moon Kingdom or even the city guards. Feng Luan looked at Wang Xian and hesitated for a moment. The strength of this undercurrent is not as strong as I imagined. However, they still exist in the Star Moon Kingdom. They should be related to the royal family. I got it. Wang Xian's eyes flickered. This could be explained. The news of the undercurrent being captured was provided by the mayor's residence. Other than the insightful void martial artist, the mayor's residence was the only one that was involved in this matter. This is troublesome. Wang Xian frowned. The Star Moon Kingdom was involved. If the Starmoon Kingdom were to assist the undercurrent, the Dragon Spike would be in a much more passive position. It seems like I have to get the mayor's residents to give up on helping the undercurrent. Otherwise, the spies will be captured one by one. Wang Xian's eyes flickered. He looked at Long Yi and said, "You should go back first. Let's take a look at the situation tomorrow." "It's the Dragon King." Long Yi nodded his head and walked out. Wang Xian stood in front of the window and looked at the street outside. The street had already turned dark. One by one, luminous pearls lit up. The capture of a spy did not affect Long Xi's mission. The highest mission was to assassinate an extraordinary level 8 powerhouse. There were a total of 22 missions. After tonight, Long Xi could be considered to have announced their arrival completely. The only flaw was the ambush by the Undercurrent Assassin Organization, which caused a spy to go missing. If you guys want to play, then I'll play with you guys. Unless there are 4 to 5 Void Interpretation Stage powerhouses in Bright Moon City guarding this place, Long Xi would not be afraid even if Starmoon Kingdom and the Undercurrent Assassin Organization were to join forces. Wang Xian mumbled as a faint smile appeared on his face. Damn it, I can't even get any information out of him. Why is this damn old man so stubborn? At this moment, in the branch of the Undercurrent Assassin Organization in Bright Moon City, an old man dressed in white looked at the old man in front of him who was covered in wounds with an unsightly expression. His expression was extremely gloomy. He had originally wanted to get the spy on the Dragon Spike to dig out information about the Dragon Spike from him, but this old man did not say anything. Even if there was any information about the Dragon Spike, he didn't say anything. This made him extremely angry. "Sir, what do we do now? Without information about the Dragon Spike, how are we going to deal with them?" The middle-aged man at the side also asked with a gloomy face. "Phew, let's wait for tomorrow. When the leader comes tomorrow, we'll have a solution," the white-clothed old man said with a gloomy face. When he talked about the leader, his face was slightly pale. The middle-aged man at the side was slightly silent. He killed someone." The next morning, a shrill voice sounded in Bright Moon City. This voice didn't come from one place, but from several places. In the powerful mercenary group base in the powerful clans. The shouts attracted the attention of many people. "It's Dragon Spike. The Dragon Assassin Organization has assassinated Commander Gu. Oh my god. Commander Gu is a peak level 8 transcendent expert. They've made their move. Yesterday, Dragon Spike had assassinated the son of the Master of Undercurrent and the Ace Assassin of Undercurrent. They've announced their arrival. Today, they'll begin their mission. It's going to be chaotic. Bright Moon City is going to be chaotic. The price of the Dragon Assassin Organization is twice the price of Undercurrent. Many people will definitely look for Dragon Spike to make their move. Once what happened today happens, the others will definitely panic. There might be more and more people who will hire the Dragon Assassin." Early in the morning, when the news of the assassinations by the Dragon Assassin spread, the entire Bright Moon City became lively. Many people had solemn expressions on their faces. The arrival of the Dragon Assassin was completely different from the Undercurrent. In the past, there were not many people who hired the Undercurrent. The main reason was that the Undercurrent's fees were too high. Many people were not willing to pay such a high price. But now, a Dragon Spike had suddenly appeared, and the fee was half of the Undercurrent's fee. This made many people's hearts stir. Last night, more than 20 people had been assassinated by the Dragon Spike in one night, which made some people apprehensive. In the past, because the Undercurrent's fees were too high, they might not have been too worried that their enemies would hire assassins. But now that the Dragon Spike had appeared and suddenly reduced the hiring fee by 2 times, would their enemies and opponents take action? There was a very high possibility. When they thought of the more than 20 people that the Dragon Spike had assassinated last night, they became even more flustered. Now, many people felt like they had no choice but to shoot an arrow at the bowstring. "Do you guys think that the Zhao family will hire the Dragon Spike?" "Father, I'm not sure. But with Old Dog Zhao's character, it's hard to say. It's hard to say. Old Dog Zhao has always wanted to get rid of us. But by hiring undercurrents, the Zhao family will be severely injured. Now, they can barely afford the hiring fee. In the center of Bright Moon City, in a family that occupied an extremely large area and was well known throughout Bright Moon City, an old man sat there with a frown as he slowly conversed with a few middle-aged men. They were worried that the opponent would hire the dragon spike. They deeply understood that it was better to strike first. In the entire Bright Moon City, many families and mercenary groups were weighing this problem. Should they act or not? I really didn't expect that the arrival of the dragon spike would actually shake the entire Bright Moon City. This is something that even the undercurrent assassin organization hasn't been able to do. The main reason is that this dragon spike is too fierce. It came to Bright Moon City and killed the son of the undercurrent master and the ace assassin of the undercurrent. Moreover, the hiring price was twice as low. This caused the shock in Bright Moon City. I originally thought that the undercurrent was stronger than the dragon spike. Now, it seems that this dragon spike is much more powerful than the undercurrent. That's right. The undercurrent obviously can't compare to the dragon spike. The leader's son and ace assassin were killed without any reaction. This undercurrent is really useless. At the north gate of Bright Moon City, several members of the mercenary group were talking. At this moment, a middle-aged man with long hair slowly walked over from the north gate. The middle-aged man's long hair completely covered his eyes. He was wearing blue clothes with red stripes. He heard the conversation of several members of the mercenary group. The red stripes on his blue clothes were rotating like blood. Drops of blood-red liquid slowly flowed toward the three young men. No one in the surroundings noticed that 3 tiny drops of liquid were flowing on the ground. Bang, bang, bang. When the middle-aged man walked past the 3 young men, the sound of 3 people falling to the ground was suddenly heard, causing the people around them to look stunned. What's going on? What happened? Why did the 3 of them suddenly fall to the ground? A chaotic sound came from behind. The middle-aged man's face did not have the slightest fluctuation as he walked forward in a cold and desolate manner. His speed was very fast, so fast that many people around him did not notice him walking past them. He came to the front of a medicinal pill shop and walked straight over. In the medicinal pill shop, the white-clothed old man saw that he had arrived. His body trembled, and he hurriedly went up to greet him respectfully. "Leader!" The white-clothed old man called out in a low voice. The middle-aged man did not speak. He directly walked towards the back and the white-clothed old man followed behind. Ah! Just as he entered the back room, the old man suddenly let out a miserable cry. His body trembled, and he took a deep breath of cold air. He looked at the arm on the ground. "It's me who failed to take good care of the young master. Please punish me, leader." The old man immediately knelt on the ground and didn't even move his arm. "Tell me the news about the dragon spike." The cold voice came out of the middle-aged man's mouth. He raised his head slightly and his long hair slowly spread to the back, revealing a pair of blood-red eyes. The old man knelt on the ground, not daring to look directly at him. Leader, we only caught a spy of the dragon spike, but we didn't get any useful information from him," the white-clothed old man said with a trembling body. "I'll handle this matter personally." The middle-aged man said word by word, "Go to the city lord's mansion." "Yes, it's leader." The old man in white nodded quickly and led the middle-aged man towards the city lord's mansion. At this moment, Wang Xian didn't know that a powerful opponent had arrived at Bright Moon City. He sat in the room of the restaurant and listened to the report of the Draconid with a smile on his face. Yesterday, the Dragon Spike had accepted 22 missions. However, today they had accepted a total of 50 missions. The highest mission was to assassinate a transcendent level 9 powerhouse. After completing these missions, he would receive at least 2 billion mid-grade spirit stones. More than 2 billion middle-grade spirit stones? Even an ordinary transcendent 9th level family would not be able to afford it. However, this 2 billion middle-grade spirit stones was a drop in the bucket for Wang Xian. If he wanted to raise his level now, he would need more than 100 billion middle-grade spirit stones. However, Wang Xian was not worried. As long as the dragon spike covered the entire Star Moon Kingdom, he should be able to obtain more than 100 billion middle-grade spirit stones. When that time came, he should be able to fight against an insightful void martial artist once his level was elevated to extraordinary level 8. You still have to pay attention to the spies. The undercurrent assassin organization will definitely not give up easily. Moreover, the leader of the undercurrent has yet to appear. You have to be careful, Wang Xian reminded the Draconid. It's the Dragon King. With the presence of the lords of the strange demon, there won't be any problems. The Draconid smiled and retreated. I still can't be careless, Wang Xian mumbled. He looked at all the information about the undercurrent assassin organization that Feng Luan had obtained. He looked at the middle-aged man with long hair. This middle-aged man was a madman who killed people like a weed. The murder of his own family members had already driven him crazy. After the death of his second son, it had caused him to wipe out an aristocratic family of insightful emptiness realm experts. This young Master Ing was his third son. Now that he had died in his hands, with that mad An's character, he would definitely not let this matter rest. However, this time, I, the Dragon Spike, am not afraid of you. Wang Xian's face revealed a cold expression. He would take whatever came his way. He was not afraid of an expert at the first level of the insightful emptiness realm. Dusk arrived again. At this moment, at the entrance of the mayor's residence, the leader of the city guards was following behind a middle-aged man with long hair with a respectful expression. He was a transcendent level 9 powerhouse, and he even followed by the side like a slave. The long-haired middle-aged man's face could not be seen, and his entire body was extremely cold. It's already arranged, right? The middle-aged man ignored the city guard leader and asked the white-clothed elder with a broken arm beside him coldly. Leader, it's already prepared. The spy for the Dragon Spike has already sent our people to pay the commission. The old man in white hurriedly replied. Okay, I will go there myself. The long-haired middle-aged man nodded, and the old man in white hurriedly led the way. The leader of the city guards behind wiped the cold sweat off his face and looked at his figure with some fear. In the evening, it was time for the spy of the Dragon Spike to collect the commission. At this time, it was the busiest time of the day in Bright Moon City. The members of the mercenary group who had returned and the workers who had finished the day's work. It's been 2 days, and Undercurrent hasn't made any reaction. Could it be that Undercurrent has given up? It's really possible. It seems that the Dragon Spike will become the king of the assassin world in the future. Undercurrent can't do it anymore. On the street, many people were talking about the 2 major assassin organizations. The long-haired middle-aged man stood there and listened to the discussions of the people around him. His eyes flickered with killing intent. He had 2 big taboos. One was his family. If anyone dared to kill his family, he would definitely kill his entire family. The second was the Undercurrent Assassin Organization. The Undercurrent Assassin Organization was his life's work. If anyone dared to say that it was an undercurrent, it would be a slap to his face. He looked at the people who were talking, and his eyes flashed with a cold light. Leader, it's appeared. The hidden line of the Dragon Spike has appeared. Yesterday, I sent Shursan to follow that hidden line. Shursan disappeared directly. There should be someone protecting the hidden line of the Dragon Spike. The voice of the old man in white rang out at this moment, causing the long-haired middle-aged man to narrow his eyes slightly and look forward. His gaze locked onto an old man. His gaze swept the surroundings, and he frowned slightly. The long-haired middle-aged man followed the spy of the Dragon Spike. The spy did not sense that someone was following him, and it was even more unexpected that the person following him was an expert at the profound void tier. He had to hand over the deposit that he had received according to the route to the Draconids. 10 Draconids were responsible for a specific location. The Draconids that he was handing over to were not very far away from him. In fact, they were only separated by 2 streets. The spy calmly walked towards the location where he was handing over to, with the long-haired middle-aged man following behind him. Suddenly, a glint flashed across the long-haired middle-aged man's eyes. He slightly swept his gaze towards a rooftop in front of the left, his eyes flashing with a luster. Is this the assassin of the Dragon Spike? A race of demon beasts. It won't be long before I exterminate all of you damned demon beasts. He muttered, his eyes revealing a cold expression. He followed the dark thread and walked forward. The strange demon hiding in the sky didn't find the long-haired middle-aged man following them. The long-haired middle-aged man was the master of Undercurrent, a cave-level assassin. They were following them, and it wasn't something a level 8 extraordinary strange demon could find. After walking for about 1,000 meters, the spy and the Draconid began to meet. "Sir, the commission has been safely received." The old man walked to the Draconid, smiled, and handed a cloth bag to the Draconid. "Good, very good." The Draconid smiled. "Continue to collect the commission." "Yes." "I don't think there's a need. If you dare to make an enemy out of Undercurrent, all of you will die." Suddenly, a voice sounded beside their ears. The old man's expression froze, and the Draconid's face was filled with shock. A figure dressed in blue with red stripes and blood-red eyes was coldly staring at them. "Pung!" The master of Undercurrent waved his arm, and the old man's body directly exploded, turning into a cloud of blood mist. "Dragon Spike, haha, you dare to kill my son and go against the Undercurrent. I will let you know the consequences of offending me." A cold voice suddenly sounded on the street. It was extremely loud and spread over a dozen kilometers. The sudden attack and the cold and ear-piercing voice caused everyone around to reveal shocked expressions. When everyone turned around to look, they revealed shocked expressions. There, a blood mist slowly fell towards the ground. Clearly, a person had been killed by the terrifying attack. A young man was controlled by the long-haired middle-aged man. His eyes were wide open as he looked at the long-haired middle-aged man in shock. What's going on? That long-haired middle-aged man, he's the master of Undercurrent." A middle-aged man looked at the master of Undercurrent, who had slightly raised his head and revealed his blood-red eyes in shock. His eyes were filled with shock. Today is just the beginning. Under the gaze of thousands of people, the master of Undercurrent controlled the body of the Draconid with one hand. His body moved and he flew into the sky, attacking the strange monster. The strange monster, who had been hiding in the surroundings, revealed a terrified expression. Its expression changed drastically, and it hurriedly fled into the distance. "Assassin of the Dragon Spike, damned beast, you still want to escape?" The master of Undercurrent shouted softly and stretched out his arm. A stream of blood-red water flowed directly towards the strange monster. The strange monster's expression changed drastically. It immediately used its void divine ability and once again fled into the distance. The eyes of the master of Undercurrent narrowed slightly and an angry expression appeared on his face. "Die!" The terrifying blood-red water flowed once again, and despair appeared in the strange monster's eyes. His figure flashed and appeared. The strange demon was exposed to everyone for the first time. He had a pure white skin color and a thin body. One of his arms was like a sickle, while the other was as sharp as a spike. His two arms had slightly pointed heads. This was the form of a strange demon, and it was also the first time that the strange demon's form was displayed in front of everyone. "Oh my God, is that the assassin of the Dragon Assassin Organization? It's actually a type of demon beast. That's the master of Undercurrent." The master of Undercurrent made a move, and the master of Undercurrent actually made a move personally. "Oh my God, that's too terrifying. I didn't expect that the counterattack of the master of Undercurrent would come. Furthermore, it was so violent that he directly made a move in the city. The master of Undercurrent is so powerful. If he didn't make a move, then so be it." Once he made a move, he directly caught the assassin of the Dragon Assassin, and the one in his hands is obviously a high-level member of the Dragon Assassin Organization. When the surrounding people saw this scene, their faces revealed a look of shock. Bright Moon City was Star Moon Kingdom's second-largest city. However, even so, the master of Undercurrent was still extremely violent, directly killing people within the city. Moreover, he didn't have the slightest scruple to reveal his figure. He killed the assassin of the Dragon Spike on the spot and captured the high-ranking member of the Dragon Spike. This scene caused everyone to be dumbstruck and incomparably shocked. This was the master of Undercurrent, the leader of the Undercurrent Assassin Organization. Strong people were respected, especially such domineering strong people. Many people felt slight admiration in their hearts. "Dragon Spike Beast, let's start with you." The master of Undercurrent's face revealed a cold expression. He controlled the blood-red water flow in his hand. With a slight movement, the strange monster's body was directly split into pieces. The majesty of Undercurrent cannot be touched. He roared and grabbed the Draconid. Stop! Stop right there. You dare to kill people in Bright Moon City? You're courting death. At this moment, the city guard who had arrived late roared and flew toward the position of Undercurrent Master. Undercurrent Master did not even glance at him. Instead, his gaze was directed toward the position below. Everyone around was slightly stunned. Under his gaze, the faces of the youths suddenly revealed expressions of fear. Just now, they were the ones who had spoken ill of Undercurrent, saying that Undercurrent was inferior to Dragonspike. You dare to insult Undercurrent, die. He waved his arm and a blood sword directly attacked those youths. No. When the youths saw the master of Undercurrent charging towards them, their faces revealed a look of fear as they hurriedly shouted. Ah! In just an instant, the bodies of the youths had turned into streams of blood. This scene caused everyone to feel extremely terrified. Those youths had merely discussed Undercurrent and had merely spoken ill of it. In the end, they had been killed. Such madness, tyranny, and bloodlust terrified everyone. This kind of person was too terrifying. They absolutely could not be provoked. Stop! The city guards' expressions were extremely ugly when they saw this scene. Even though they had heard of Undercurrent Master's madness, they were still extremely shocked when they saw it with their own eyes. Humph! Undercurrent Master snorted coldly and disappeared with the Draconid's body. Arriving. Killing. Leaving. Master of Undercurrent displayed, without a doubt, the bloodthirstiness and dominance of the leader of an assassin organization. Gulp, as expected of an assassin organization with 40 years of foundation in Starmoon Kingdom. It's too terrifying. His gaze is too terrifying, completely ignoring the rules of Starmoon Kingdom and directly killing people on the spot. Heavens, he's too strong. Dragonspike is in trouble now. The master of Undercurrent found the higher-ups of Dragonspike and casually killed a dragon assassin hiding in the surroundings. This dragon assassin is actually a demon beast. It's really unbelievable. The master of Undercurrent left, leaving behind tens of thousands of people with shocked expressions. They looked at the corpse of the dragon assassin on the ground and were shocked. Now, the dragon assassin is in trouble. It's an Undercurrent assassin organization after all, and it's not something the dragon assassin can offend. Now, the master of Undercurrent is completely furious. Next, I wonder if the dragon assassin can withstand the anger of the Undercurrent. Damn it, damn the dragon assassin, I gave a mission today and I gave a commission. Now, the mission is probably hanging by a thread. The surrounding people whispered to each other. Those young men had been killed on the spot by the master of Undercurrent for speaking ill of him. This violent warning made everyone stop speaking ill of Undercurrent. They didn't even dare to have the slightest suspicion. And the bloodlust and violence that the master of Undercurrent had displayed was deeply engraved in everyone's hearts. This kind of person was absolutely not to be provoked. This was a madman. The leader of the Undercurrent Assassin Organization, Undercurrent Master, killed the Dragon Assassin on the spot and captured the Dragon Assassin's higher-ups. In less than half an hour, the news spread throughout Bright Moon City. This news undoubtedly shocked everyone. The people of Bright Moon City originally thought that the Dragon Assassin dared to kill the son of Undercurrent Master and the ace assassin of Undercurrent. They thought that they could deal with Undercurrent Master. Now, it seemed that it was completely different from what they thought. The domineering appearance of the master of Undercurrent made everyone see what was terrifying and bloodthirsty. The entire Bright Moon City was talking about the master of Undercurrent. News about the past of the master of Undercurrent was also spread out. When everyone heard about the master of Undercurrent, their eyes were filled with fear. Dragon King, a spy was killed, a strange demon was killed, and Long Chi was also captured by the master of Undercurrent. Panicked voice sounded in the restaurant. Long Yi reported to Wang Xian anxiously. The spy had been killed, Long Chi had been captured, and even a strange demon had been killed. This was the first time the Dragon Assassin Organization had suffered such heavy losses since its establishment. This was also the most troublesome matter that the Dragon Assassin Organization had encountered since its establishment. I already know. Wang Xian stood there with a gloomy face. His eyes were extremely cold. Ao Yao, bring me the soul of the strange demon first. He took out a piece of soul-returning wood from his interspatial ring and threw it to Ao Yao, who was beside him. It's the Dragon King. Ao Yao took it and immediately disappeared. He looked outside and took a deep breath. A void interpretation expert personally took action. This is really out of my expectations. Madan, you are indeed a Madan. Wang Xian's eyes flickered. It was indeed out of his expectations for the Master of Undercurrent to make a move personally. Killing someone on the spot was even more surprising to him. Unbridled. This Master of Undercurrent was even more unbridled than Wang Xian. Right now, the dragon spike doesn't have the strength to kill you, so I'll let you live a little longer. However, don't think that you alone can stop the dragon spike's footsteps. You, the Master of Undercurrent, can't do it. Not even a void interpretation expert can do it. You want me, the dragon spike, to wait and destroy my dragon spike? Next, I'd like to see where you, the Master of Undercurrent, will put your face. Anger rose in Wang Xian's heart. He was angry at the arrogance of the Master of Undercurrent. He was also angry that the dragon spike couldn't kill him directly. However, he would return it to him. Next, he would collect some interest first. Did something happen? Do you need help? In the room of the restaurant, Feng Luan looked at the sullen Wang Xian and asked in a low voice. No, it's nothing serious. Wang Xian smiled. I can solve this problem myself. That's good. If it's really not possible, I can help you get rid of the Master of Undercurrent. Feng Luan nodded and said to him. Wang Xian shook his head. He didn't need to get rid of the Master of Undercurrent. All he needed to know was where he was. The dragon spike couldn't afford to offend an expert at the insightful void level. However, this didn't mean that the dragon spike would be afraid of an expert at the insightful void level. He stood in the room and waited quietly. A pensive look appeared on his face. Not long after, a faint smile appeared on his face. Dragon King, the strange demon's soul has been absorbed. Do you want to look for the Draconid? A dozen minutes later, Ao Yao's voice sounded beside Wang Xian and reported to him. I can sense the location of the Draconid. Wang Xian looked at Ao Yao and said, Ao Yao, I have a mission for you. Monitor the Master of Undercurrent and his actions. From now on, when the spy receives the commission, you will guard the Master of Undercurrent. Once you discover his actions, immediately report to the Draconid. I would like to see if his next words will smack his own face. Wang Xian revealed a faint smile. It's the Dragon King. Leave it to me. Ao Yao nodded. Be careful. Wang Xian nodded and reminded him. Don't worry, Dragon King. Ao Yao revealed a confident expression. Ao Yao currently possessed the combat strength of a half-step void interpretation. The most powerful aspect of the prickly dragons was their ability to assassinate and conceal themselves. Now that Ao Yao was a complete prickly dragon, he was able to evade the detection of a first-level void interpretation. Of course, if the other party possessed powerful ocular skills, Ao Yao might not be able to hide it from him. However, if it was the Master of Undercurrent, he would definitely not be able to discover the existence of Ao Yao. Walking in the light and darkness, the powerful thorny dragon species was the most terrifying killer in the Dragon Palace. He should be at the position of the Draconid here. Let's go. I'll bring you there. Wang Xian could sense the location of the Draconid and walked out directly. Ao Yao was hiding around him. Only a powerhouse above level 2 of the see-through realm would be able to detect him. If Ao Yao were to be on high alert and pay attention to this situation, it would be very difficult for even a level 2 see-through realm expert to detect Ao Yao. Damn! Undercurrent has posted a message in the public forum of Bright Moon City. They want to destroy this dragon spike so that they have no place in Bright Moon City or even the entire Star Moon Kingdom. They even want to destroy the dragon spike. Wow, the Undercurrent Master is simply too overbearing. He killed the assassin who killed the dragon spike in the city under everyone's gaze, and now he wants to announce that he's going to destroy the dragon spike. He's too confident. After all, he's a veteran expert who has risen to power for decades. He's an assassin organization that has dominated the underground world of Star Moon Kingdom for decades. His strength is unfathomable. Haha. It said that the Dragon Spike received quite a number of missions today. Now, the people who hired the Dragon Spike are out of luck. The commission has been paid, but the Dragon Spike is also finished. Yeah, those people are probably going to suffer heavy losses. However, it's their bad luck. Who asked them to hire Dragon Spike? Wang Xian walked out of the restaurant and heard the sounds of discussions around him. He raised his eyebrows slightly. The incident that happened this evening had indeed dealt a huge blow to Dragon Spike's reputation. On the contrary, the domineering and bloodthirsty leader of Undercurrent made many people fearful and fearful. After the leader of Undercurrent killed those people who spoke ill of Undercurrent, no one in the entire Bright Moon City dared to speak ill of the Undercurrent assassin organization. Today is just the beginning. Wang Xian took out his communication stone plate and looked at the information in the public area of Bright Moon City. On it, there was indeed a manifesto of the Undercurrent assassin organization. When he saw this manifesto, a hint of mockery appeared on his face. Let's wait and see then. He kept walking forward. When Wang Xian came to the front of an elixir shop, his body paused slightly. Ao Yao, the leader of the Undercurrent, is inside. A middle-aged man with long hair in blue and red patterns has been staring at him. Wang Xian transmitted his voice to Ao Yao, who was beside him. It's the Dragon King. Leave it to me. Ao Yao replied. Wang Xian nodded his head. This master of Undercurrent was extremely arrogant. He didn't bother to hide his identity and attack directly. Almost everyone knew his face. If Ao Yao wanted to spy on him, it would be extremely easy for her. After returning to the restaurant, Wang Xian waited quietly for the arrival of night. This Dragon Spike, will it take the commission and not attack? In a luxurious mountain villa, an old man sat there with a gloomy expression as he muttered. Today, they had made a huge decision to take out 80% of their entire clan's spirit stones to hire the Dragon Spike. Then the incident in the afternoon was like a basin of cold water that was poured over their heads. It was ice cold. They were afraid. They were afraid that the Dragon Spike would escape because of the appearance of the Master of Undercurrent and take their commission to escape. They were very worried. I don't know. The Master of Undercurrent's performance today was too strong. I'm worried. An old man beside him frowned and sighed. Why? I took out all my life savings and spirit stones that I risked my life to get revenge for my father. Why did this happen? I'm not willing to accept it. Is God going to treat me like this? In the poor area of Bright Moon City, a young man was sitting in a room. He was clenching his fists tightly. His nails were inserted into his flesh, and blood was flowing out. However, he didn't feel any pain at all. He had taken out all the spirit stones because he wanted to take revenge for his father. However, such a thing had happened now. He was unwilling to accept it. Why was it like this? Not only these two places, but many places in Bright Moon City were experiencing the same thing. The overlord and invincibility of the Master of Undercurrent made many people worry that the Dragon Spike was probably going to be finished. And the commission for hiring the Dragon Spike would probably not be able to come back. Many people were unwilling to accept the fact that their opponents were not killed and that they had suffered heavy losses instead. The families, mercenary groups, and some individuals who had given out missions sat at home with worried expressions and did not sleep for a night. The Dragon Spike may be late, but it will definitely not be absent. We will definitely complete the mission that we have accepted. We won't even be late. The Dragon Spike has already enveloped the entire Bright Moon City. No one can expel it. The Undercurrent can't do it, and neither can the Undercurrent Master. You want to destroy us? We will accompany you to the end. It was late at night. It was already 2 to 3 o'clock in the morning. When the last strange demon returned to report the situation, Wang Xian took out his communication stone plate. The Undercurrent Master had killed the Dragon Spike assassin in public, and the Undercurrent Assassin Organization had issued such a declaration in Bright Moon City. Therefore, Wang Xian could not show any weakness. Of course, he had to slap his face in front of everyone. In the middle of the night, almost everyone was already resting. No one was browsing the public forums in Bright Moon City. After Wang Xian's news was sent out, it didn't cause much of a stir. However, Wang Xian didn't mind it. The real start would come tomorrow. The battle between the two assassin organizations was very interesting. Wang Xian smiled and saw Feng Luan resting on the bed. He smiled and sat on the chair to cultivate. Murder. What happened to the post that was posted late at night on the public forum of Bright Moon City? Was that the declaration made by the Dragon Thorns? Dead. More than a dozen experts from the Yang family of the Northern District were killed. Oh my God, all the top-notch experts were killed overnight. 50 to 60 people died last night. All of them were done by the Dragon Assassin Organization. There is a congratulatory death note from the Dragon Assassin Organization. On the forum, it should be a message from the Dragon Assassin Organization. Fuck, they are going against the Undercurrent Assassin Organization. I have to say, this Dragon Assassin Organization is quite disciplined. The mission that they accepted yesterday was completed today. Moreover, they destroyed a family with a transcendent level 9 expert. This Dragon Assassin Organization is not simple. The next morning, the entire Bright Moon City became lively. Screams of murder. The message in the Bright Moon City forum. Many families and experts had been destroyed. The entire Bright Moon City exploded early in the morning. This caused the citizens who were prepared to watch the show to reveal expressions of interest. Haha, the Dragon Spike has made a move, the Dragon Spike has made a move. I didn't expect this Dragon Spike to be so trustworthy. Haha. Father is in heaven. Thank you, Dragon Spike. That's great. That's great. This Dragon Spike is really trustworthy. As long as we accept the mission, we will definitely complete it. This is the credibility that an assassin organization should have. Not bad, not bad. Looks like our money wasn't wasted. It was worth it, very worth it, haha. However, the mission publishers who had originally not had much hope for the mission were excited when they received the news. Not only did the Dragon Spike not escape, but he even completed the mission at night. This kind of behavior made them very excited, especially the 3 provocative words from the Dragon Spike. In their eyes, this was the Dragon Spike's counterattack and also the Dragon Spike's confidence. Even if the Master of Undercurrent had killed so many people in public last night in such a domineering manner, the Dragon Spike still didn't care about you. I knew it. Since the Dragon Spike dared to kill the son of the Master of Undercurrent, he definitely won't admit defeat so easily. It's probably just the beginning now. What's next is interesting. The Master of Undercurrent swore to kill the Dragon Spike in public, and the Dragon Spike didn't show any weakness in his response. Haha. Interesting. Some people were whispering in the restaurant. However, while everyone was discussing, there was a new problem. Yesterday, Dragon Spike had accepted more than 50 missions, and 50 to 60 people were directly killed. Moreover, they were still accepting missions. Yesterday, those who didn't make a move were assassinated by Dragon Spike hired by their enemies. Today, would they make a move? If they didn't make a move, their opponents might not be able to sit still and ask Dragon Spike to make a move. The Dragon Spike's assassination once again caused many people to sink into a state of anxiety. Some people were hesitating. Let's bet on this Dragon Spike. If they can withstand the attack of the Master of Undercurrent if their enemies hire them first. In front of their own lives, everyone had to think carefully. Strike first to gain strength, then to suffer. Everyone had to think about it. Damn it, go to hell. At this moment, in the base of the Undercurrent Assassin Organization in Bright Moon City, the Master of Undercurrent waved his arm with a cold face. Bang! The Draconid who was hanging on the torture device turned into a bloody mist. He stared at it with a gloomy face. One night, an entire night, he did not receive any news about the Dragon Spike. However, just now, the Dragon Spike had provoked him, making him extremely angry. I want to see how many people your Dragon Spike has that I can kill. I'll play along. Kiki, then let's play. I have plenty of time. The Master of Undercurrent's eyes revealed a crazed expression as he muttered softly. The one-armed white-clothed old man could not help but shiver, his eyes revealing a terrified expression. Their leader had gone crazy. According to him, this kind of crazy state only happened twice. The first time was when his family was destroyed. The first time was when his eldest son was killed. This time was when his second son was killed and Undercurrent was provoked. He could already imagine what would happen if the Dragon Spike was stared at by the leader. Go and prepare, the Master of Undercurrent coldly said to the white-clothed old man by the side. Its leader. The old man in white quickly bowed and walked out quickly. Beside the leader, there was a feeling of accompanying a king like accompanying a tiger. The entire Bright Moon City was discussing the Dragon Assassin organization and the Master of Undercurrent. On the Bright Moon City's forum, Wuxia's statement had also attracted countless attention. There were many comments about how awesome the Dragon Assassin was and how domineering the Dragon Assassin was. The confrontation between the two assassin organizations had caused the entire forum to become much livelier. There were even people who set up a bet to see who would win in the end. Wuxia looked at the information on the forum and revealed a faint smile on his face. This was only the beginning of a face smacking. As long as someone issued a mission, as long as it complied with the rules of the Dragon Assassin organization, the Dragon Assassin would not reject anyone who came. Of the 40 strange demons he brought, one was killed by the Master of Undercurrent, and the remaining 39 were killed. Of these 39, 19 were able to assassinate level 9 transcendence. No matter how many missions there were, the Dragon Spike was able to accept them. In this one day, the Dragon Spike accepted more than 60 missions from assassinating level 4 transcendence to the highest level 9 transcendence. After a thorough examination, the Dragon Spike accepted all of them. Long E. Keep in contact with Ao Yao at all times. You must be careful this time. Wuxia reminded Long E. It's the Dragon King. Don't worry. Long E nodded. The death of a Draconid had already made them realize the seriousness of the problem. In the evening, according to the usual practice of the Dragon Spike, it was time to pay the commission. The streets were crowded with people, so no one knew who the spy of Dragon Spike was. Only when the spy of Dragon Spike came out to take the commission would the person who paid the commission know that it was the spy of Dragon Spike. This method was very safe and also very dangerous. If the person who paid the commission wanted to deal with the spy, it would be very easy. Today, Dragon Spike was still using this method. And today, the Master of Undercurrent also used this method. He and the white-clothed old man followed a middle-aged man from afar. The middle-aged man came to the designated location, placed an interspatial ring on the trash can, and walked forward for more than 10 meters. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly, waiting for the Dragon Spike and Dark Thread to take the bait. Bright Moon City was bustling with people, vehicles, and members of the mercenary group riding fierce beasts. Everything seemed prosperous and peaceful. Ao Yao stood at the top of a 5-story tall restaurant, looking down like air. His gaze was locked on the Master of Undercurrent, a powerful warrior at the profound void realm. The Master of Undercurrent was wearing a bamboo hat today, which revealed his mysteriousness. There were not many people in Bright Moon City who were dressed like this, and no one paid attention to them. When they stopped, Ao Yao immediately took out the communication stone plate and sent a message to Long E and the others. The members of the Dragon Palace were not as intelligent as those wild beasts and fierce beasts. Their intelligence was even much higher than that of ordinary humans. In the past, the civil officials in the Dragon Palace had taught them a lot. Their intelligence was not lower than that of humans of the same level. In fact, they were even stronger. After sending the message through the communication stone plate, Long E immediately received the message and immediately sent it to the spy. When the spy received Long Yi's message, he was slightly stunned and immediately walked further away. According to Long Yi's instructions, he immediately sent a message to the undercurrent assassin who kept the interspatial ring. Let the leader of your undercurrent, the Master of Undercurrent, die. You want to play with us? I hope he can have a good time. After he sent the message, he walked forward aimlessly. He had no idea that he was the spy of the Dragon Spike. The undercurrent assassin was waiting for the appearance of the Dragon Spike spy. When he saw the message, he was slightly stunned and his face immediately turned dark. A dark expression appeared on his face. He hurriedly reported this matter to the white-clothed old man. Leader, something has happened. We have been discovered. When the white-clothed old man saw the message, his expression darkened. He took a deep breath and reported to the Master of Undercurrent beside him in a low voice. What? We have been discovered. The old man's words also caused the Master of Undercurrent's expression to darken. He stood there, his eyes flickering with a luster as a murderous aura slowly spread out. "Go back." He expressionlessly returned to the undercurrent's base and looked at the white-clothed old man. "Think of a way." These 3 words were directly thrown onto the white-clothed old man's face. This caused the white-clothed old man's face to be filled with worry. How did the Dragon Assassin organization know that that person was their undercurrent's assassin? How was this possible? They had concealed themselves very well, so how had they been discovered? The white-robed old man was puzzled and felt a little helpless. How were they supposed to find them? The other party was obviously a powerful assassin organization as well. Neither of them knew anything about the other party. Where was he supposed to find the dragon spike? "I've met my opponent." The white-robed old man took a deep breath and could only walk towards the city lord's residence, hoping to obtain some information from them. Another day passed. Nothing major happened during the day. As night came, the night was much brighter than before. In Bright Moon City, many families and mercenary group spaces were brightly lit. The appearance of the dragon spike and the assassination made many people apprehensive. Many aristocratic families and mercenary groups activated defensive formations to prevent people from hiring the dragon spike to assassinate them. However, what they didn't know was that these formations were completely useless against the dragon spike. They also didn't know how powerful the dragon spike was in Bright Moon City. Not good. Master has been killed. Young Master has been killed. It's the dragon spike. It's the dragon spike. They're here. Someone hired the dragon spike to assassinate young Master. Because many families didn't have any rest tonight, the guards were patrolling non-stop. And the sky hadn't yet brightened. In the middle of the night, some families in Bright Moon City started to exclaim. When some people around heard it, they looked to the side in fear. It's the dragon spike. The dragon spike is making a move again. The dragon spike is too powerful. In Bright Moon City, as long as they receive a mission, the target of the assassination will be 100% killed. Didn't the Undercurrent Assassin organization say to deal with Dragon Spike? Didn't the Master of Undercurrent say to kill all the assassins of Dragon Spike? What's going on? Dragon Spike is still carrying out the mission. In the middle of the night, some family members and members of the mercenary group were talking to each other. They looked at each other with some surprise in their eyes. Dragon Spike was still carrying out the mission. Then, could it be said that the words of the Master of Undercurrent that day were simply slapping his own face? Damn. The members of the Dragon Spike Assassin Organization have posted the news in the Bright Moon City Forum again. The Dragon Spike's mission tonight has been completed. Where is that trash, the Undercurrent Master? Didn't they say that they wanted to kill the assassins of our Dragon Spike? The Dragon Spike Assassin Organization is simply a blatant provocation. They are definitely going to take down the Undercurrent Assassin Organization. This is too much of a slap to the face. That afternoon, in front of tens of thousands of people, the Master of Undercurrent directly said that he wanted to eliminate Dragon Assassin. Now, this slap to the face is really painful. Right now, I want to know the expression of the Master of Undercurrent. This is a blatant slap to the face. If the Master of Undercurrent did not retaliate, it would be a huge loss of face. It's not just a loss of face. His entire Undercurrent Assassin Organization can forget about mingling in Star Moon Kingdom. At this moment, the people who had been awakened in the forum saw the message Dragon Spike had posted, and they all replied below. Here, they were not afraid of the Master of Undercurrent, and the Master of Undercurrent would not be able to discover that they were speaking ill of Undercurrent, so they replied without the slightest scruple. This time, if the Master of Undercurrent and the others did not respond, they would really be slapping themselves in the face. Time slowly passed and the sun gradually rose. The information in Bright Moon City's discussion also became more and more fervent, and soon the replies reached several million. When it was morning, almost the entire Bright Moon City knew about the Dragon Spike's provocation to the Undercurrent Master. Is there any information from the City Lord's residence? Dragon Spike, within 3 days, I must have him die. When the Master of Undercurrent saw the Dragon Spike mocking him on the Bright Moon City Forum, his eyes were completely covered in blood. He suddenly turned his head to look at the white-clothed old man and growled in a low voice. Leader, don't worry. They might have coincidentally discovered it yesterday. Let's try again today. If they still discover it today, we still have a way. We still have a way. The old man in white hurriedly said with a face full of fear. Okay. The master of Undercurrent turned his head, and his long hair once again covered his eyes. Interesting, really interesting. It's been a long time since I've met an opponent. After a full 5 minutes of silence, the master of Undercurrent's somewhat hoarse voice was heard. There was a hint of excitement and madness in his voice. Sir, as long as we have the City Lord's mansion to help us, we will be in an invincible position. The Dragon Spike will only be arrogant for a few days. The Dragon Spike is too strong. It still carries out missions as usual and earns a large amount of spirit stones. It doesn't care about the Undercurrent at all. The Undercurrent has no way to deal with the Dragon Spike at the moment. After the Master of Undercurrent took action personally that day, I reckon the Dragon Spike will be on guard. The winner hasn't been decided yet. I reckon we'll have to wait for another 2 days. We can wait for 2 days, but some people in Bright Moon City can't. Last night, dozens of people were assassinated. I reckon more people will hire Dragon Spike today. There were about 20 million people in Bright Moon City, and there were countless grudges and disputes. The bottom line of Dragon Spike's assassination mission was to assassinate a Transcendent Level 4 expert. If the other party was not at Transcendent Level 4, they would also charge a Transcendent Level 4 price. There were close to 20 million people. There were more than 100 people who had hatred. It was highly possible for Dragon Spike to receive 400 to 500 missions. The silence of the Undercurrent and the sarcasm of Dragon Spike made the prestige of Dragon Spike's assassin organization surpass that of the Undercurrent assassin organization. Today, the Draconids received a total of 112 missions. When Wuxia received the data, he was slightly stunned. As expected, the fastest way to earn money is to kill people. Wuxia sighed slightly. For over 100 missions in a day, the commission alone had reached more than 1 billion middle-grade spirit stones. For about 10 days in a row, it was more than 10 billion middle-grade spirit stones. It might even be more. After all, killing a person would cost at least 50,000 to 60,000 middle-grade spirit stones. For an extraordinary 9th-level powerhouse, it would cost 100 to 200 million middle-grade spirit stones. More than 100 missions and a harvest of more than 1 billion spirit stones. A faint smile appeared on Wuxia's face. After stabilizing Bright Moon City, he was prepared to send the Dragon Spike to other cities. Within at least half a year, the Dragon Spike would cover the entire Star Moon Kingdom. At that time, even the Star Moon Kingdom would have to be wary of the Dragon Spike. That was because by then, Ao Yao would already be able to assassinate powerhouses at the Insightful Void tier. As for those who were not at the Insightful Void tier, the strange demon would be able to kill them easily. Perhaps, a single word from Wuxia could topple the entire Star Moon Kingdom. The establishment of the Dragon Spike was the wisest choice he had made when he came to the Transcendence Continent. If he were to rely on himself, it would be even harder than ascending to the heavens to earn so many spirit stones. In the evening, the spy of the Dragon Spike was still collecting the commission for the mission as usual. Ao Yu was still watching the Master of Undercurrent's every move. Still not giving up? When Bangwan Dragon received Ao Yao's message, he slightly raised his eyebrows, and a trace of coldness appeared in his eyes. He immediately sent the message to the spy, and after the spy received it, he immediately left. Your Master of Undercurrent really has the leisure and elegance, hee, how fun. The spy sent this message to the Undercurrent assassin who was deliberately playing tricks. His tone was full of ridicule. The assassin sent the message to the white-clothed old man. The white-clothed old man's face turned black after seeing it. Let me see. At this moment, the Master of Undercurrent suddenly opened his mouth and said. The white-clothed old man's body stiffened. He completely did not want to let the Master of Undercurrent see this message. He originally wanted to hide it, but seeing the expression in the Master of Undercurrent's eyes, the white-clothed old man immediately felt a wave of fear. Yes, it's the leader. He handed over the communication stone plate and lowered his head, not daring to look at it. He could see the Master of Undercurrent clenching his fists, but what he could not see was the crazy killing intent flashing in the Master of Undercurrent's eyes. Humiliation, naked humiliation. He had also seen on the Bright Moon City forum that countless people were ridiculing him, and now with this, just like many people's replies, it was a slap in the face, a blatant slap in the face. The expression of the Master of Undercurrent was extremely cold. He wanted to kill someone. Leader, we still have another way. There's another way. We don't need to act. Let the City Lord's Manor continue to monitor the situation here. The Dragon Spike definitely won't be able to think of it, the white-clothed old man hurriedly said to the Master of Undercurrent. The Master of Undercurrent didn't say anything. His body moved and he directly disappeared on the spot. The surrounding people looked over in astonishment, their faces filled with shock. The white-clothed old man revealed an embarrassed expression as he slowly walked towards the Undercurrent base. What our Master of Undercurrent needs, I, Lu Wenlong, will naturally do my best to cooperate. That Dragon Assassin organization has always been incomparably arrogant. They don't put Star Moon Kingdom in their eyes. Even the king wants to exterminate such an organization. Within the City Lord's residence, City Lord Lu looked at the Master of Undercurrent who had suddenly appeared in front of him and replied with a smile on his face. I want you to use all your strength to dig out all the members of the Dragon Assassin organization. The Master of Undercurrent did not hold back as he sat at the side and directly said to City Lord Lu, all your strength? That's fine, but if you want to make a move, you still need to do it. You should also know the reason behind it. City Lord Lu hesitated for a moment before nodding. All right, I want to know all the members of the Dragon Spike in Bright Moon City. I want to kill them one by one with my own hands, the Master of Undercurrent said in a low voice. Tomorrow we will send people to issue missions and dig out more spies. After that, we will find their higher-ups. We will pass all the information to the brothers of the Master of Undercurrent. City Lord Lu stood up and said directly, all right, I'll wait for your news. The Undercurrent Master nodded coldly, and with a flash he disappeared. City Lord Lu looked at his disappearing figure and a faint smile appeared on his face. Dragon Spike, you're too arrogant. You assassinated the mayor of Star Moon Kingdom and provoked the City Lord. Don't you know that this is Star Moon Kingdom's territory? This time, you guys actually fell in Bright Moon City, right? A bunch of arrogant beasts. City Lord Lu muttered, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. A day passed very quickly, and night represented slaughter. In the entire Bright Moon City, unless one was an expert at the profound void tier, there was no one who could not be killed. A night passed in the blink of an eye. Those who had slept for a night also woke up, but there was also a group of people who would never wake up. In the past few days, it was a common practice to hear people exclaiming as they walked out of the room. What family patriarch had been assassinated by the Dragon Assassin? What mercenary group leader had been assassinated by the Dragon Assassin? Who had died at the hands of the Dragon Assassin group? News quickly spread throughout Bright Moon City. In just 3 days, the reputation of the Dragon Assassin group had completely spread throughout Bright Moon City. As for the Undercurrent Assassin organization, after 2 consecutive days of silence, they were already considered to be helpless against the Dragon Spike. This made many people sigh with emotion. The once powerful Undercurrent had been replaced by the Dragon Spike. After 3 days of assassination by the Dragon Spike, not only did Bright Moon City not fall silent, but the atmosphere became even more heated. For a large city with a population of nearly 20 million, the death of 200 people was just a drop in the bucket. So many people were assassinated. Not only did it not calm people down, it made them even crazier. Dragon King. There are 50 more employers today than yesterday. 50 more. When Wang Xian saw Long Yi walking in to report, he was astonished. The number of missions had increased by half compared to yesterday. This was at least 200 to 300 million more middle-grade spirit stones. 150. A group of strange demons can easily assassinate us. Wang Xian smiled and nodded his head lightly. The daily income of more than 1 billion middle-grade spirit stones was something that even the largest trading company in Star Moon Kingdom could not achieve. All of you go and make preparations. Be careful. Wang Xian waved his hand at Long Yi and reminded him. It's the Dragon King. Long Yi nodded his head and walked out. If I want to deal with the Dragon Assassin organization now, there are 2 ways. At this moment, Feng Luan, who was at the side, suddenly spoke up. This caused Wang Xian, who was looking at the communication stone plate, to be slightly stunned. He looked at Feng Luan in puzzlement. Feng Luan looked at Wang Xian with a calm expression. The undercurrent has a good relationship with Star Moon Kingdom. They can use the city protection formation to monitor your undercurrent. There's no need for the master of undercurrent to take action personally. All they need to do is to monitor your people. Secondly, hire the dragon spike but ambush the experts around the victims. These two methods can deal a huge blow to the dragon spike. As she spoke, she stood up slowly. Now that the Undercurrent Assassin Organization has a blood feud with the Dragon Spike, Star Moon Kingdom will not wish for such an assassin organization to exist. Their counterattack will definitely come very soon. Wang Xian looked at Feng Luan and frowned slowly. He knew that this was Feng Luan's reminder to him. He was indeed a little arrogant and overconfident these 2 days. As someone who once controlled an empire, Feng Luan saw something that he did not. That's right. They will not let this matter rest. The leader of the undercurrent is not someone who will give up easily. Wang Xian frowned. Buzz, buzz. At this moment, the communication stone plate in Wang Xian's hand vibrated. He was slightly stunned and immediately looked over. It was a message from Ao Yao. Upon seeing this message, Wang Xian's face slowly turned solemn. The leader of Undercurrent made a trip to the City Lord's mansion yesterday and is now heading to the City Lord's mansion. It seems that they are going to join forces to target the Dragon Spike. Wang Xian frowned and a pensive look appeared on his face. That's right. Star Moon Kingdom will never allow the existence of a force like the Dragon Spike. In the city, unless you can intimidate the Star Moon Kingdom, they will always target the Dragon Spike. Feng Luan was not surprised at all when she heard Wang Xian's words. In the past, when we were in Donghai City, I ordered the Dragon Spike to assassinate the city guards crazily. In the end, the city lord of Donghai City surrendered. It is still possible to use this method in Bright Moon City and even Star Moon Kingdom. Wang Xian thought about it and said slowly. Feng Luan nodded. This is a very good method. However, Bright Moon City is using the power of the undercurrent to deal with the Dragon Spike. I don't care if they are using the power of the undercurrent or not. As long as they dare to make a move, I will attack the city guards and officials of Bright Moon City. A hint of coldness flashed across Wang Xian's eyes. Then make a move as soon as possible. Don't let them weave a web to attack the Dragon Spike. Feng Luan reminded him, it's possible. The net has already been woven. Wang Xian fell into deep thought. He knew that he had missed an opportunity. When he first learned that the Castellan's residents had been monitoring the Dragon Spike with a formation and wanted to deal with it, Wang Xian should have sent the Dragon Spike to teach the Castellan's residents a deep lesson. That way, they wouldn't dare to continue targeting the Dragon Spike. Now, the Castellan's residents had obviously joined forces with the Undercurrent Assassin Organization. This was a little tricky. An assassin organization is something that every kingdom doesn't wish to exist. Even if it exists, this kingdom must be able to control and restrain this assassin organization. The Dragon Spike is already a thorn in the side of the kingdom. In the future, when you enter other kingdoms, you can either keep a low profile or be extremely high profile. Only by making this kingdom afraid will you be able to gain a better foothold. Feng Luan's voice rang out again as she reminded him. Wang Xian nodded his head slowly and looked at Feng Luan with a smile. It seems like I should have consulted you earlier. Tell me, what should the dragon assassins do now? As Wang Xian spoke, he sat beside Feng Luan and asked with a smile. Wang Xian felt that he had been a little foolish these few days. Feng Luan was the #1 empress in the history of time. Her experience were definitely better than his. He could totally let her handle the matters of the Dragon Assassin Organization. After all, Feng Luan had used her dragon blood to reconstruct her physical body. She could also be considered a member of the Dragon Palace. Moreover, the relationship between the two of them was a little complicated. Why don't I hand over the management of the Dragon Assassin Organization to Feng Luan in the future, and I can be the boss? As Wang Xian thought of this, he narrowed his eyes slightly and stared at Feng Luan with a smile. What kind of look is that? Feng Luan saw him squinting his eyes and gave him a dirty look. It's an admiring look. I want to seek advice from our empress. Wang Xian chuckled. Feng Luan turned her body sideways and didn't look at his annoying face. What we need to do now is to change the location of the spy as soon as possible. We need to try our best to find hidden areas where the formation can't see us. Also, don't let your subordinates come into contact with the spy. Let Ao Yaoshan take back the commission without anyone knowing. If that's the case, even if we lose money, it would only damage a few spies. What's next? Wang Xian asked directly. You're asking me if you know what's next? Of course, you're looking for trouble with the mayor's residence. Feng Luan rolled her eyes at him. Impressive, impressive. As expected of the only empress since the beginning of time. Why don't you help me deal with the development of the dragon spike? With the empress around, I believe that the development of the dragon spike will be smoother. Wang Xian said with a smile. I know what you're planning. You left the matters of the Dragon Palace to Prime Minister Gue. Now, you want me to help you deal with the dragon spike? Don't even think about it. Feng Luan rolled her eyes at him. Now that the Dragon Phoenix Empire had just been established, she had her hands full. This guy even wanted her to deal with a force for him. Then what was he going to do? Sleep with his wives every day. She would never let him be so comfortable. Sai Yu. Wang Xian was a little speechless when he saw Feng Luan's refusal. It seemed that his plan had failed. He shook his head and took out his communication stone plate. Then he gave out his orders. Boom. At this moment, a thunderous sound came from the sky. Wang Xian looked out of the window. It's going to rain. I've been in my room for a few days. Do you want to go out for a walk? He looked at Feng Luan and asked her. Feng Luan looked outside and nodded her head faintly. All right, let's go out and take a look. Meow. The meow of the fire and ice civet cat could be heard from the side. A skinny figure jumped onto Wang Xian's shoulder. Let's go. Wang Xian picked up the umbrella in the room and said with a smile. With Wang Xian's current strength, he didn't need an umbrella at all. Feng Luan didn't need an umbrella either. However, an umbrella was more romantic on a rainy day. There was no need to use spiritual energy to block the rain. Keep one of your tails in your eyes. Don't have one blue and one red. Wang Xian stroked the head of the ice-fire civet cat and said to it, Good chicken. A tender voice came out from the mouth of the ice-fire civet cat. The voice was very cute. As it spoke, its tail swayed and its eyes rolled. Other than the red and blue colors on its body, its eyes and tail returned to normal. It was no different from an ordinary kitten. Meow. After it hit itself, the ice-fire civet cat jumped onto Feng Luan's shoulder. This little guy is really smart. Feng Luan smiled and patted its head. She looked at Wang Xian and said, Let's go. Okay. Wang Xian nodded his head. As a top-tier demonic beast, the ice-fire civet cat was able to babble after Wang Xian taught it how to speak for the past 2 days. Its IQ was similar to that of a 7 or 8-year-old child. It was already drizzling outside when they walked out of the restaurant. Wang Xian held up an umbrella to shield the two of them. Both Wang Xian and Feng Luan wore a mask. The function of the mask was not to hide their entire body but to change their other faces. Other than being able to see Feng Luan's bright eyes, their entire face was completely different from before. I've been reading the forums of Bright Moon City for the past 2 days and I know of a very famous place. It's a place that combines delicacies and beautiful scenery. Especially when it's raining, it's even more beautiful. Wang Xian said with a smile. All right, let's go and take a look. Lead the way. Feng Luan nodded with a smile. All right, let's go then. Wang Xian smiled. Tinxi Lake was a very beautiful place in the eastern district of Bright Moon City. It was a huge manor. The main purpose of coming here was to eat and enjoy the beautiful scenery. Tinxi Lake was very famous in Bright Moon City. Similarly, it was also very expensive. Just like its name, Tinxi Lake was a huge lake, and the lake was incomparably beautiful. Around it were many luxurious mansions belonging to powerful families. Beside Tinxi Lake, there were pavilions, and within the pavilions there were many dining tables. Here, one could eat the meat of an extraordinary 8th-grade fierce beast, and one could eat delicious spirit herbs. As long as one had spiritual stones, one would be able to taste anything. Outside the pavilions, there were blooming lotuses and colorful fishes. There were rockery in the lake and it looked extremely beautiful. Especially when it was drizzling outside, it was filled with artistic conception. There were many people who came here to eat. Wang Xian and Feng Luan were sitting in front of a table for two. Please be objective. The dishes you ordered will be served in 5 minutes. Please wait a moment, the staff said to Wang Xian and Feng Luan before leaving. Tsk tisk. Wang Xian looked around and realized that many of them were a man and a woman sitting around. Clearly, this was a holy land for dating. It had been a long time since Wang Xian sat down to eat and enjoy the beautiful scenery. This place is pretty good. Feng Luan looked around and said faintly, I think it's pretty good too. It's been a long time since I've been so relaxed. Wang Xian smiled. Make way, make way. Wang Xian and Feng Luan chatted with a smile. Soon the dishes were served. Not long after, an angry voice was heard, attracting the attention of many people around. The people who came here were all conversing gently. Their voices were very loud, causing many people to look at them with dissatisfaction. Young master, don't be angry. It's my fault. It's my fault. A soft and sorrowful voice was heard. The voice was charming and made people feel comfortable. Young master, don't be angry. Don't be angry. At the side, a middle-aged man was also speaking carefully. The people sitting in the pavilions looked over. Suddenly, many people were slightly stunned. It's Miss Qinglian. Oh my god, it's actually Miss Qinglian. The #1 beauty of our bright moon city, Miss Qinglian. Why is she next to a man? It's really Miss Qinglian. How is this possible? She's actually so lowly next to a young man. A few young men could not help but exclaim in shock. Their faces filled with disbelief. They saw their bright moon city's goddess holding onto a young man's arm and smiling apologetically. This appearance was no different from stabbing a sword into their chests. This was their goddess, the #1 goddess on the bright moon city's beauty rankings. Scram. I saw your pure appearance, but I didn't expect you to be so promiscuous on the bed. You're already a fucking virgin. The young man directly pushed Qinglian. Qinglian staggered and almost fell down. She looked at the young man pitifully. Fuck. Seeing this scene, the hearts of the surrounding young men almost bled. This? They didn't expect their goddess. Bang. Kid, I'm warning you. Treat Miss Qinglian better. Otherwise, don't blame me, Tang Jiqing, for not being polite. A young man slammed the table angrily. He looked at Qinglian and said angrily, Not being polite? Who do you think you are? The young man looked over, his eyes extremely cold. You're courting death. In Bright Moon City, no one dares to treat me, Tang Jiqing. Peng. However, before he could finish his words, the middle-aged man beside him started moving. Before Tang Jiqing could react, his body was sent flying into the lake. He spat out a large mouthful of blood, his eyes filled with fear. What? He actually dared to attack in the city. What terrifying strength. He's at least at transcendent level rank 8. Who is he? The middle-aged man's attack caused the surrounding people to reveal shocked expressions. If you dare to utter another word, I will kill you. The young man stared at Tang Jiqing and said coldly. Tang Jiqing, who had landed in the lake, had a horrified look on his face. His body was trembling slightly. His sudden attack caused everyone around him to fall silent. Wang Xian looked over. His pupils contracted slightly as a hint of coldness flashed across his eyes. Feng Luan saw Wang Xian's expression and looked at the young man. She immediately transmitted her voice. This seems to be the young man from the 100 Beasts City. His identity shouldn't be simple. The third prince of the Star Moon Kingdom. Wang Xian replied to Feng Luan. Feng Luan nodded her head. Young master, don't be angry. Let me massage your shoulders. Qing Lian's voice sounded from the side. Wang Xian saw the third prince sitting beside them. His face was filled with impatience and his mood was unusually irritable. Qing Lian, who was standing at the back, was nervously massaging her shoulders. The middle-aged man at the side was also carefully serving her. After the fire and ice civet kitten in the 100 Beast City was snatched away by another young man, the third prince was extremely angry. He was extremely angry when he thought of the throne that was right in front of him slipping away. Fuck. Give me some strength. Didn't you eat? In the pavilion, the third prince felt the strength coming from his shoulder and shouted angrily. Yes, yes, it's young master. Qing Lian, who had a perfect figure standing behind him, quickly nodded and replied. Young master, what do you want to eat? The middle-aged man beside him asked softly. Ask them to bring all the delicious food here. The third prince said impatiently. Yes, yes. I'll ask them to bring the food here immediately. The middle-aged man behind him quickly walked to the back. The surrounding people glanced at the third prince with a surprised expression. What kind of identity did this young man have to make Qinglian fawn over him so much? Even a powerhouse was following him so carefully? In less than 2 minutes, all kinds of dishes were served. The third prince sat there and looked at the table full of dishes. Young master, let me feed you, Qinglian said in a very humble and gentle voice. She picked up a piece of meat with her chopsticks and handed it to the third prince. Did I say I want to eat this? Get out of my sight. The third prince looked at the food in front of him and felt a wave of impatience. He stretched out his leg and kicked Qing Lian. Ah! How could a woman like Qing Lian withstand a kick from a transcendent level 8 powerhouse? Even if he did not exert any strength, Qing Lian still fell backward. Her right leg made a cracking sound. Obviously, one of her legs was broken. What? When the surrounding young men saw this scene, their faces were filled with anger. This guy actually hit the goddess of Bright Moon City. Even some of the girls around were filled with anger. A man hitting a woman made all the girls extremely angry. However, after witnessing the strength of the middle-aged man beside the young man and their unbridled behavior, no one dared to speak. Buzz buzz. Wang Xian and Feng Wan looked at this scene coldly and didn't speak. At this moment, a message suddenly came from his communication stone plate. When Wang Xian took it out and read the message, his face instantly turned cold. Something happened. Just as Feng Wan expected, something happened at Dragon Spike. Even though Wang Xian had already prepared the dragon men and the rest, something still happened. Dragon Spike, let's see how long you can hide. You guys aren't going to play until the end, right? Haha, alright. The Master of Undercurrent will play until the end. Even if it's a year, 2 years, 5 years, or even 10 years, I will play with you guys. Haha. Boom. 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 At this moment, a cold roar suddenly sounded in the sky. This roar came from at least tens of kilometers away. When Wang Xian heard this voice, his expression changed slightly and slowly sank. At this moment, at the eastern area of Bright Moon City, the long-haired Master of Undercurrent stood up. His eyes were suffused with a blood-red glow. Around him, a blood fog pervaded the air. That was the body of the 4 dragon thorns. Now, under the terrifying attacks of the insightful void martial artist, it had turned into a blood fog. He floated in the air, his body emitting a crazy aura. At this moment, the citizens of Bright Moon City below were completely stunned. They looked at the figure of the Master of Undercurrent with a face full of shock. Madman, he is indeed a madman. Some people said that the Master of Undercurrent is a madman who is as bloodthirsty as his life. Now, it seems that this is indeed the case. I really didn't expect that after 2 days of silence, the Master of Undercurrent would once again make such a crazy move. The Master of Undercurrent is simply too crazy. This is the result of him wanting to fight the Dragon Spike assassination organization to the death. This time, he killed 5 people from the Dragon Spike. If this goes on for a long time, the Dragon Spike won't be able to withstand it. The Dragon Spike probably wouldn't have thought that they would actually provoke such a troublesome and terrifying enemy. A long time ago, someone said that the Master of Undercurrent is a complete lunatic. It seems that the rumors are true. I'll accompany him to the end. Even if it's 5 or 10 years, this time, even if the Dragon Spike isn't weak, it will still be much more troublesome. All the citizens of Bright Moon City looked at this scene in shock. Compared to Dragon Spike's face slapping on the forum, the Master of Undercurrent's actions were even more violent. He directly caught the person who Dragon Spike was, and in front of everyone, he exploded on the spot. This cruel, bloody, and bloodthirsty action was undoubtedly much crazier than Dragon Spike's face slapping. Even if Dragon Spike was very strong, with such an enemy, he would still be unable to sleep or eat in peace. This was too crazy. With the disappearance of the leader of Undercurrent, everyone in Bright Moon City knew that the battle between the Dragon Spike and the Undercurrent wasn't over yet. It's very difficult for the Dragon Spike to win against a madman. At most, both parties would suffer heavy losses. It's the unwise choice to make an enemy out of such a crazy person. The Dragon Spike is going to be unlucky, some people thought to themselves. In Tinxi Lake, Feng Wan heard this voice and frowned slightly. She looked at Wang Xian, who had a gloomy expression. Meow. The Ice-Fire Civet Cat sensed Wang Xian's gloomy mood and let out a meow. It jumped from Feng Wan's body to his side and stuck out its tongue to lick him. Ha! At this moment, the third prince, who was eating, frowned when he heard a meow. He immediately turned around and stared at the Ice-Fire Civet Cat in front of Wang Xian. However, the Ice-Fire Civet Cat was exactly the same as an ordinary cat. It was impossible to tell that it was a powerful demonic beast cub. Meow! The Fire and Ice Civet Cat saw that he was staring at him with an unfriendly gaze and glared at him fiercely. Beast! When the third prince saw the Fire and Ice Civet Cat's appearance and thought of the missing Fire and Ice Civet Cub, he roared with a slightly malevolent expression. His call of beast caused everyone around him to be slightly stunned. Xing Yi. Bring this little beast to the kitchen and serve it as a dish. The third prince pointed at the Fire and Ice Civet Cat and said to the middle-aged man beside him. Yes, 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 young master. The middle-aged man was stunned for a moment. He sighed in his heart. He knew that the Fire and Ice Civet Cat had lost its rationality after missing its cub. Now, it was extremely furious when it saw the cat. You actually want to eat such a cute kitten? Before Wang Xian and Feng Wan could react, a girl sitting at the side said with a furious expression. She hit a woman and ate such a cute kitten. This girl couldn't take it anymore. Shut up. The third prince looked at her with his cold eyes. Pong, don't be too arrogant. I know you're strong, but this is Bright Moon City. You can't be so unbridled. The young man sitting across from the girl saw his lover being berated and stood up angrily. That's right, this is Bright Moon City. It's not a place where you can be arrogant. Don't think that just because you have some strength, you dare to be unbridled here. You have no respect for the law. That's right. Bright Moon City isn't a place where you can do whatever you want. After the young man finished speaking, a few more people spoke up. They had offended the crowd. They had beaten and scolded the beauty who ranked first on the beauty list of Bright Moon City. And now they were going to eat another cute kitten. They directly scolded the others when they spoke rudely. His actions had undoubtedly angered everyone around him. No one who could come to Tinxi Lake had a weak status. If it weren't for the powerful middle-aged man beside him, they wouldn't have been able to hold themselves back from attacking long ago. However, his actions had infuriated everyone around him. They stood up and criticized him. Wang Xian looked at the third prince with a cold glint in his eyes. Back in the City of Beasts, the third prince had wanted to snatch the Frostfire Civet Cubs and was even injured under his attack. Now, he was so arrogant and even wanted to turn the Frostfire Civet Cubs into vegetables. Wang Xian lowered his head slowly. A hint of madness flashed in his eyes. The Undercurrent Master is crazy? Let's see who is crazier. Bright Moon City. Isn't it that I can do whatever I want? In the pavilion of Tinxi Lake, the third prince looked at the people around him who stood up and angrily criticized him. He suddenly laughed. He smiled and swept his gaze across everyone with a ferocious expression. Let me tell you, in Bright Moon City, I can do whatever I want. I'm warning you. Do you believe that I will kill all of you? He swept his gaze over everyone with some arrogance as he roared arrogantly. He indeed had the capital and qualifications to do so. As the third prince of Starmoon Kingdom, the entire Starmoon Kingdom belonged to their royal family. Bright Moon City also belonged to their family. In Bright Moon City, not to mention how many people he had killed, even if he had killed hundreds or thousands of people, no one would be able to do anything to him? Arrogant, simply arrogant to the extreme. I don't believe that you, even in Bright Moon City, don't care about the rules of Starmoon Kingdom. If you dare to be presumptuous again, even if you have a great background, you won't be able to save yourself. When the crowd saw his arrogant appearance, they became even more furious. This was too arrogant. He actually dared to say that he could do whatever he wanted in Bright Moon City. Even if your father was a void interpretation expert, he couldn't be so arrogant, right? Even if your father was the city lord, he still had to take into consideration. After all, this was Bright Moon City, Star Moon Kingdom, and not your world. Shut up. If you dare to utter another word of nonsense in front of the third prince's palace, all of you, including your family members, will die. At this moment, the aura of the middle-aged man trembled. In an instant, the aura of a rank 9 transcendent enveloped everyone around him. What a terrifying aura! Third prince? Third prince. How can this be he? Third prince. When everyone heard the middle-aged man's words and felt his aura, their faces changed drastically and turned pale. Their eyes widened and they were filled with disbelief. Traces of cold sweat appeared on their foreheads. Everyone had terrified expressions on their faces as they stared blankly at the third prince. HMPH, a bunch of lowly peasants. They're really courting death. The third prince looked at the surrounding people's expressions and raised his head in disdain as he spoke arrogantly. Your Highness, it's our fault. We were blind. We beg you to let us off. A young man's face was extremely pale. With a plop, he knelt on the ground and begged for mercy loudly. Plop! Plop! Following that, the sounds of kneeling could be heard. Everyone's faces were extremely pale. They had never imagined that this young man would actually be a prince. This was a prince. In this world where the strong ruled, a single word from the royal family of Star Moon Kingdom could decide the life and death of countless people. Although they were considered pretty good in Bright Moon City, as long as the third prince said a word, they would be immediately killed and even their families would be destroyed. They finally understood why he was so arrogant, daring to say that he could do whatever he wanted in Bright Moon City. Indeed, Bright Moon City was like the back garden of the royal family. The third prince was equivalent to their young master. Everyone's faces were pale as they begged for mercy in fear. All of you, scram. I'm so annoyed to see all of you. The third prince said directly with a face full of impatience. Yes, yes. Everyone in the surroundings heaved a sigh of relief and quickly stood up one by one. I said get lost. Who told you to stand up? At this moment, the third prince's voice suddenly rang out. Upon hearing his words, everyone's expression changed slightly. Get lost. They were rolling out instead of walking out. Yes, yes. They didn't dare to resist at all. All of them lowered their heads and rolled out. It was the same even for the girls. Why aren't you sending this damn beast to the kitchen? Make a dish for me. At this moment, the third prince turned his head and saw Wang Xian and Feng Luan still sitting there. He shouted coldly with a sullen face. Let's go back. Wang Xian looked at Feng Luan expressionlessly and said to her, All right. Feng Luan nodded her head and picked up the ice-fire civet cat. The two of them ignored the third prince. You're courting death. When the third prince saw that Wang Xian and Feng Luan were ignoring him, his eyes were filled with killing intent. He moved his arm and a golden sword ray slashed towards them. Humph! Feng Luan snorted coldly and the sword ray that was attacking them collapsed in the air. Your Highness, be careful. When the middle-aged man saw this scene, his expression changed drastically. He immediately stood in front of the third prince and stared at Feng Luan with a grave expression. The third prince's expression changed slightly as well. He was also extremely surprised when Feng Luan's cold snort broke his attack. After all, he was the third prince and had a good education. The reason why he was in a bad mood these few days was mainly because the throne that he had obtained had slipped away from his eyes. This made him extremely unwilling. He stared at Feng Luan in bewilderment. Your Highness, I'm kind enough to remind you not to be too arrogant. If you provoke too many people, you might be hired by assassins to assassinate you. Wang Xian reminded the third prince indifferently from the side. Assassinate me? Who has the guts to do so? He undercurrent? Or is it that dragon spike? It's just a small dragon spike. It won't take long for it to be destroyed. When the third prince heard Wang Xian's words, his eyes were extremely cold. He narrowed his eyes and stared at them. I don't know who you are. How dare you disrespect me? We are not from your Star Moon Kingdom, hee. Feng Luan gave him an indifferent glance and walked out directly. Wang Xian followed by the side. He gave the third prince a deep look and followed by the side. Damn it, Xing Yi. Investigate the identities of these two people for me. Tonight, kidnap them and bring them here. I want to play with them properly. The third prince saw that Feng Luan and Wang Xian didn't put him in their eyes at all. He growled in a low and cold voice. It's your highness, the third prince. These two people are from other kingdoms and are passing by Bright Moon City. However, they are in our territory. It's easy to kill them. If they dare to offend the third prince, they will die. The middle-aged man hurriedly replied. HMPH, that woman should have the strength of a half-step void interpretation realm expert. I really didn't expect that. I haven't tasted a half-step void interpretation realm woman before. Today, I will torture them properly. As the third prince spoke, he licked his tongue. His body was filled with unbridled recklessness. What are you thinking about? How is the loss of the dragon spike? Walking out of the pavilion lake, Feng Luan looked at Wang Xian, who was holding an umbrella for her, and asked softly. I lost for spies. I'm thinking that the master of Undercurrent is really crazy. Also, that city lord's mansion wants to destroy our dragon spike. Wang Xian said faintly. Feng Luan nodded her head slowly. So I've decided that since the master of Undercurrent is so crazy, I'll accompany him and let them see who is crazier. Let's see who's crazier. In terms of craziness, Wang Xian had never been afraid of anyone. What do you want? Feng Luan looked at Wang Xian and stared at him with a twinkle in her eyes. Wang Xian smiled. Since you want to play, let's play a bigger game. The master of Undercurrent was crazy. Since the Castellan's residents wanted to destroy the dragon spike, he didn't have to worry about anything else. Since Starmoon Kingdom did not allow him to use the dragon spike, there was no need to be polite with the dragon spike. He would take it. The third prince would kill him. Starmoon Kingdom was very strong and had more than 20 insightful void martial artists. However, his dragon spike had more than 170 dragon spikes. Even if he were to play along with them, it would give Starmoon Kingdom a headache and even cause them heavy losses. They could not afford to play, but Wang Xian could. This time, he was going to assassinate a prince and warn Starmoon Kingdom. If they dared to deal with the dragon spike would dare to deal with them as well. Now that the dragon spike was in the dark, no one knew where their lair was. As long as they avoided powerhouses above the second level of the void interpretation stage, they would be unafraid of anyone. That's good too. Let's not stay in that place. Let's go somewhere else. Feng Luan had already guessed what Wang Xian wanted to do. She nodded her head slowly and smiled at him. All right. Wang Xian nodded his head. Next, it was time for Bright Moon City to shake. It was not only Bright Moon City that was shaken. Soon after, the entire Starmoon Kingdom would be shaken as well. The two of them changed their appearance and found a new restaurant. Dragon King. Dragon King. Half an hour later, Long Yi and Ao Yao rushed over and greeted Wang Xian respectfully. Long Yi. Inform all the employers that the Dragon Spike will not carry out today's mission for the time being. It's the Dragon King. Long Yi was slightly puzzled, but he still nodded his head. Ao Yao. Summon all the strange demons and assassinate the third prince of Star Moon Kingdom tonight. Go and check the residence of the third prince and all the information. Wang Xian looked at Ao Yao and said slowly, It's the Dragon King. Ao Yao nodded and her eyes revealed a cold glint. The dragon spike had been targeted twice, and one strange demon had been killed. As the leader of the strange demons, Ao Yao's heart was already burning with anger. Tell all the spies to be careful. We will not accept the mission until the matter is over. Wang Xian told Long Yi again. Now that the mayor's mansion and the Undercurrent Assassin organization were going all out to deal with the Dragon Spike, it was extremely difficult for the Dragon Spike to gain a foothold in Bright Moon City. Furthermore, there was a possibility of encountering a trap every time he received a commission. Therefore, Wang Xian could only suspend the assassination mission of the Dragon Spike. He had to defeat Bright Moon City and Star Moon Kingdom first. It's the Dragon King. Let's send out our orders immediately. Long Yi nodded and left the restaurant carefully. He began to deal with the matter of the Dragon Spike. Now, for spies had been killed directly. Including the previous one, there were only 3 spies of the Dragon Spike. He needed to find some more spies. In addition, he needed to inform the clients who had issued the mission that the completion of the mission would be delayed. Wang Xian watched Long Yi leave with a contemplative look on his face. This was a risky move. Once the assassination of the third prince was successful, it was very likely that the Star Moon Kingdom would be enraged. As long as he could withstand the attacks of the Star Moon Kingdom, the Dragon Spike could be considered to have truly established a foothold in the Star Moon Kingdom. Ao Yao, split 20 of the strange demons in Bright Moon City and transfer 80 of them from the Dragon Palace to the towns below the Star Moon Kingdom. Wait for my orders. Wang Xian's eyes flickered as he spoke to Ao Yao. It's the Dragon King. Ao Yao nodded. The third prince has the protection of the void interpretation level armor. I have the poison developed by the 8-limbed dragon. It should be able to be used. Also, go and check out the residence of the third prince. Bring his body back tonight. Yes. Watching Ao Yu leave, Wang Xian revealed a contemplative look on his face. Then he smiled. It all depended on tonight. What? Dragon Spike announced the suspension of tonight's mission? What's going on? What the fuck? Damn. 2 days ago, Dragon Spike said that he wouldn't be late for the next mission. If he were to do this today, he would be slapping himself in the face. It should be because the Undercurrent Master has put too much pressure on Dragon Spike. Today, the Undercurrent Master killed 4 people from Dragon Spike. Now, the 2 major assassin organizations are going back and forth. If you slap me in the face, I'll slap you in the face. When it was almost nighttime, suddenly, in the Bright Moon City Forum, the news of Dragon Spike announcing the suspension of the mission was exposed. This news caused everyone's faces to reveal a stunned expression, and it quickly spread. Countless people in Bright Moon City were discussing this matter. Originally, 2 days ago, Dragon Spike had ruthlessly slapped the Master of Undercurrent, causing the Undercurrent Assassin organization to be unable to do anything to Dragon Spike. But today, the Master of Undercurrent had once again forcefully counterattacked, slapping Dragon Spike in the face. Longxi had no choice but to announce the suspension of the mission. The exchange of attacks made everyone who was watching the show feel very satisfied. If it could be said that 2 days ago, everyone thought that Undercurrent was inferior to Longxi, then today the situation had once again developed, and Longxi was completely at a disadvantage. Even the mission had been suspended. One could imagine how big a blow this was to Longxi. This Dragon Spike knows how to advance and retreat. It's a tough opponent. In the City Lord's mansion, City Lord Lu looked at the message sent from the forum. He frowned slightly and looked at the Master of Undercurrent. Today, they had prepared 2 methods to deal with the Dragon Spike. One was to target the hidden lines of the Dragon Spike and use the City Protection Array to monitor and search for the hidden lines of the Dragon Spike. The second was to issue a mission. When the time came, the Master of Undercurrent would directly hide around the assassinated person and wait for the arrival of the Dragon Spike assassin. They would then directly wait for the arrival of the Dragon Spike assassin. Now that the Dragon Spike had cancelled the mission, they could no longer carry out the second mission. Then we'll accompany them slowly. The power of the indestructible Dragon Spike. I, the Master of Undercurrent, am a man in vain. Ha ha! The Master of Undercurrent sat there, drank a mouthful of wine, and laughed loudly. He seemed to be talking about a very ordinary matter. Madman! City Lord Lu glanced at him and thought to himself. However, a smile appeared on his face. If we work together, it'll be easy for us to destroy the Dragon Spike. He gently raised the wine cup beside him and gestured to the Master of Undercurrent. Have you found out the information about those 2? In Bright Moon City, in an extremely luxurious manner, guards were patrolling around the manor. In the hall of the manor, the third prince sat in the middle and asked the middle-aged man beside him with a solemn face. Beside him, 2 half-step void interpretation experts were sitting around him, guarding his safety. Your Highness, the third prince, we're still investigating. We're still investigating. I've already asked the city guards to investigate, but those 2 people seem to be afraid of your revenge after they found out your identity, so they've hidden themselves. But you don't have to worry, third prince. We'll find you very soon. Very soon. The middle-aged man hurriedly said. It's already night time. How much longer do we have to wait? The third prince looked at the middle-aged man coldly. The middle-aged man lowered his head and revealed a bitter smile. Third prince, we have already used all the power we can. We will definitely be able to bring those 2 people to you. Humph. I want to see the figures of those 2 people today. The third prince snorted coldly. His face revealed a cold expression as he fiercely picked up the wine on the table and drank a cup. "Get ready. We will go back tomorrow." The third prince continued to speak to the middle-aged man. "Yes, yes." The middle-aged man at the side hurriedly nodded and replied. He slightly let out a sigh of relief. Night slowly arrived. Many people in Bright Moon City let out a sigh of relief. This was because the Dragon Spike had already announced that the mission was temporarily suspended. Those who had issued the mission were slightly dissatisfied. The mission that they had mentioned 2 days ago would not be late, and it was happening today. This made them very unhappy. They felt that the Dragon Spike was not as powerful as they had imagined. Compared to the night in Bright Moon City, the forum was much livelier. All of them were talking about the Dragon Spike and the undercurrent. After a few days of competition, the attacks were extremely shocking. Especially the 2 violent attacks of the Undercurrent Lord, which shocked everyone. The night arrived. Because of the continuous rain, the night was even more profound. Looking at the starry sky and the distance, it was like a devil devouring people. The night was dark and the wind was high. It was a night of killing. In the center of Bright Moon City, in a luxurious villa. This manor was incomparably luxurious, far surpassing the manners of the great clans of Bright Moon City. This was the manor of the royal family of Star Moon Kingdom. The entire manor was extremely large and city guards patrolled the surroundings. A level 9 transcendent array guarded the entire manor. And within the manor, there were still dozens of experts guarding a courtyard. Under the layers of protection, unless an expert at the Profound Void tier arrived, anyone below the Profound Void tier would be swiftly killed. "We don't know when the prince inside will leave. This way we won't have to guard the surroundings day and night." "Shoo, shut up. If the adults inside hear you, be careful of your dog life." "Hee hee, Captain, I'm just complaining. It doesn't make any difference whether we guard or not. Does anyone else dare to assassinate the prince?" "It's true that no one dares, but we must do our job well. Don't be like Little Li Z, who rammed into the prince and was directly killed." "Little Li Z is indeed unlucky. This matter shouldn't be his fault, but he was killed directly." "Sigh." Around the manor, guards patrolled the surroundings. A few guards were chatting softly. The group of people patrolling was not that strict. This was the manor of the royal family of Star Moon Kingdom. Who dared to enter? Furthermore, whoever dared to assassinate a member of the royal family was simply courting death. Not only were the city guards outside, but the patrol wasn't that strict inside the manor as well. That was because no one dared to enter this place. It's not as strict as I imagined. There are 2 half-step void interpretation experts resting in the 2 rooms over there. Light rain dripped down from the sky, landing on the roofs and the ground. At this moment, if there was an expert with a powerful eye bloodline technique here, they would see the shocking scene in the sky. 20 strange demonic beasts floated in the sky. Half of the demonic beasts in the center were white and half were black. Black and white merged perfectly, making them extremely demonic. The surrounding demonic beasts with white figures were completely hidden in the darkness. Don't disturb the 2 half-step void interpretation experts. Kill everyone else. You and I will enter the central room. Oh Yao's voice entered the ears of every strange demon. "Do it." When he finished saying these 2 words, 20 figures quickly flew down. They were completely silent. If one looked carefully, they would discover that even raindrops passed through their bodies. Pooh, pooh, pooh. In less than 10 seconds, the dozen or so guards that were patrolling outside disappeared. Their corpses were stored in the interspatial ring. Each of these guards was at least at rank 7. There were 2 rank 9 transcendents among them. When the dozen or so guards disappeared without a trace, Ao Yao and a strange demon entered the room in the center. In the room there was a huge, soft bed. On the bed, the third prince was lying in the center. The strange demon and the others easily entered the room. The black and white strange demon's eyes fell on the third prince. Ao Yao raised his eyebrows and looked at the armor beside the bed. His eyes revealed a trace of mockery. He looked at the strange demon beside him. His figure moved and easily came to the third prince's side. He gently touched his arm. Death had arrived. There was no reaction at all. Even the third prince did not know how he died. Sleeping in eternal sleep was also a kind of painless death. Things had far exceeded Ao Yao and the others' expectations. It was too easy. After the corpse was put away, Ao Yao's eyes flickered as he looked at the two rooms on his left and right. There, two half-step void interpretation experts were standing on both sides. His body moved as darkness invaded and light flashed for judgment. "Let's go." A minute later, Ao Yao's voice was heard by every strange demon. The group of them moved and flew quickly toward the place where Wang Xian was staying. Dragon King. The mission has been completed. 3 minutes later, Ao Yao's figure appeared in Wang Xian's room and reported respectfully. So fast. Upon seeing Ao Yu and the rest return, Wang Xian was astonished. They are too confident and careless. Although their strength is not bad, their defense is too weak. As Ao Yao spoke, she threw the third prince's corpse on the ground. Is that so? A smile appeared on Wang Xian's face. Looking at the corpse on the ground, the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. It seems that the third prince and the rest are too arrogant. They think that they will be 100% safe in their own country. Wang Xian looked at the familiar corpse. During the day, he was extremely arrogant and wanted to kill others. However, he ended up lying here at night. Hang his corpse at the East Gate. I want to give everyone in Bright Moon City a surprise. Also, I want to give Star Moon Kingdom a warning. Wang Xian's eyes flashed with a cold glint. It's the Dragon King. Ao Yao nodded and kept the corpse. Stick this next to him. Wang Xian gave Ao Yao a piece of red paper that symbolized the dragon spike. Yes. Ao Yao took it and her figure disappeared quickly. She flew toward the East Gate. Bright Moon City will be in an uproar tomorrow. Let me show you the madness of the dragon spike. Wang Xian looked at the drizzle outside and said with a smile. Boom! Walala! It was 5 o'clock in the morning, but today's dawn was much later than usual. The light rain had turned into a heavy downpour. The heavy rain fell from the sky, causing the dawn to arrive later today. The streets that were originally crowded at 5 o'clock were now empty. The heavy rain was when the ocean beasts were active. Usually, in this kind of weather, few mercenary groups went out to do missions. The East Gate was much calmer than before. Brothers, it's raining heavily today, so we won't go out of the city. Have a good rest for a day. Okay, boss. Haha. Then let's go to the Carpe house today and have a good time. You brat, you're really young and impetuous. Don't use up all your strength to kill beasts. Don't worry, boss, my body is very powerful. In a mercenary group based not far away from the East Gate, a group of men's laughter was heard at 5 or 6 o'clock. An old man looked at the members of the mercenary group who were playing around and took out his communication stone plate, ready to look at the latest information. Huh? What's the situation? Suddenly, the old man's eyes focused. He looked at a message on the Bright Moon City forum in astonishment. The hottest topics these 2 days were undoubtedly Undercurrent and Dragon Spike. Both Undercurrent and Dragon Spike had published information on the forum. Therefore, the whole Bright Moon City knew the names of Undercurrent and Dragon Spike. The old man stared at the information released by the Dragon Spike assassin organization on the communication stone plate. He opened it and saw only one line of words. Go to the East Gate. There's a surprise. 7 words, very simple 7 words, made the old man's face full of surprise. Hey, little bear, let's go to the city gate and have a look. The old man thought for a moment, then shouted to a middle-aged man beside him. Uncle Zhang. What's the situation? The middle-aged man who was talking to a few young men looked at the old man with confusion. The Dragon Assassin organization has directly announced on the forum that they are going to the East Gate. There's a surprise. Let's go and take a look. The old man said with some curiosity. Going to the East Gate? There's a surprise? Sent by the Dragon Assassin organization. What is the Dragon Assassin organization doing now? The East Gate? When Dragon Spike first came to Bright Moon City, he hung the corpses of the Undercurrent Master's son and the Undercurrent Ace Assassin at the East Gate. Could it be? In an instant, a few members of the mercenary group guessed in surprise. Let's go and take a look, Uncle Zhang. The middle-aged man said to the old man with a puzzled face and walked outside. They were very close to the East Gate. When they walked out of the house, the sound of heavy rain came from outside. However, the heavy rain didn't affect them very much. The group of people walked out curiously. When they walked out, they found that there were still many people walking toward the east gate. Obviously, they had also seen the message that Dragon Spike had posted on the forum. Oh my god, this is crazy. The sky is falling. Dragon Spike and the others are crazy. What is Dragon Spike doing? Is this true? This is simply too crazy. Oh my god. Are they going against the heavens? The prince, the third prince of Star Moon Kingdom. I really can't believe it. How dare Dragon Spike? How dare he? When the group arrived at the east gate, they heard a shocked and unbelievable voice coming from the front. They looked forward in astonishment. What's that? There's a corpse on it. They looked up and widened their eyes. It was not out of their expectations that there was a corpse on the city wall. Besides a corpse, there was a big red piece of paper beside it. On the paper, there were a few lines of words. Corpse, the third prince of Star Moon Kingdom. The Dragon Spike had already arrived at Bright Moon City and darkness had already covered it. Anyone who tried to stop it would be the Dragon Spike's enemy. City Lord Manor, you have worked together with Undercurrent to use the City Protection Array to monitor and deal with us, the Dragon Spike. Since that's the case, I'll give you a great gift. Today, the corpse of the third prince of Star Moon Kingdom will be presented. If the City Lord Manor and Star Moon Kingdom obstruct the Dragon Spike's footsteps, we will kill. 6 lines of words were written on a red piece of paper. Under the heavy rain, the ink had already scattered. However, these words were like thick blood on the red paper under the rain, causing one's heart to palpitate. Seeing the 6 lines of words, the group was completely stunned. How is this possible? Third prince, that corpse is the third prince. This is impossible, this is impossible. How can the Dragon Spike be so crazy? A terrifying expression appeared on the faces of the group of people. The third prince was the son of the king of Star Moon Kingdom, the son of the strongest person in the kingdom. It was not an exaggeration to say that if the third prince wanted them to die, they would have to die. Moreover, they understood the third prince a little. He wasn't the most outstanding among the princes, but he was still quite powerful. He was one of the most advantageous competitors for the throne. Yet, he actually died in Bright Moon City and was actually assassinated by the Dragon's Thorn. His corpse was even hung on the city wall. There were also a few words that threatened the City Lord's estate and even Star Moon Kingdom. Threatening the City Lord's estate and Star Moon Kingdom? Wasn't this too fucking crazy? Is this Dragon Spike going to turn the sky upside down? He actually dares to do such a terrifying thing. Everyone who had arrived felt their heads go numb as they looked at the corpse and the words. The Dragon Spike's actions this time could no longer be described as arrogant. He was a complete lunatic, a naked lunatic. Otherwise, how could he dare to do such a thing? Was he trying to make Star Moon Kingdom an enemy? Was he trying to make Star Moon Kingdom angry? He still dared to be so unbridled in Star Moon Kingdom's territory. He was simply a madman. The master of Undercurrent was called a madman, but in the past few decades, the Undercurrent Assassin Organization had not dared to assassinate Star Moon Kingdom's officials. Although the master of Undercurrent was wild and unbridled, he would not offend Star Moon Kingdom. However, this Dragon Spike had directly killed the prince and threatened Star Moon Kingdom. This was going against the heavens. This was no longer something that a mad ant could describe, but madness. A portion of people did not dare to believe it. Boom, boom. Boom, boom. At this moment, 2 terrifying figures flew over. City Lord Liu and the general of the Bright Moon Army flew over. When they heard the news, they were a little stunned. They didn't dare to believe it at first. They dared to kill their prince? They were simply courting death. How could someone dare? But when they couldn't contact the prince, they immediately panicked. Your Highness, the third prince, City Lord Liu, who was flying over, had an extremely unsightly expression. He looked at the corpse on the city wall. When he saw that familiar figure, his eyes slowly reddened as he roared. Third Prince, Your Highness. The Bright Moon Army general at the side also had a face full of shock as he roared loudly. Wang! Everyone's minds jolted. It really was the prince. Rumble. The torrential rain poured down as City Lord Lu and the Bright Moon Army General floated in front of the city wall. Around them, the city guards widened their eyes in shock as they watched this scene. Below them, the tens of thousands of people who had rushed over after hearing the news were filled with fear. It was really the prince. It was really the third prince. The dragon spike actually dared to assassinate the prince. This caused the people who still had a trace of uncertainty in their hearts to stare blankly. The Dragon Spike Assassin Organization. You all deserve to die 10,000 deaths. City Lord Lu looked at the third prince's corpse in a daze. Looking at the words on the red paper beside him, his eyes turned red. No matter what, he would have thought that the Dragon Spike would actually dare to be so arrogant and crazy. Assassinating a prince of a country, this sort of thing was too crazy. He hadn't thought of it at all. Picking up the third prince's corpse, City Lord Lu's ghastly voice resounded throughout Bright Moon City. Assassinating a prince of a country was no longer a slap to the face of the City Lord's estate, but an enemy of Star Moon Kingdom. From today onwards, Bright Moon City will implement a curfew. After tonight, no one is allowed to leave the city, no one is allowed to come out. The Bright Moon Army General's expression was extremely ugly. The third prince had died in their Bright Moon City. As the two people in charge of Bright Moon City, they had to bear some responsibility. At the very least, they had to destroy this dragon spike to make up for their mistake. Go! City Lord Lu's face was gloomy as he carried the third prince's corpse. The red paper beside him was immediately taken back. His body moved and he flew towards the City Lord's mansion. The Bright Moon Army General nodded solemnly and followed closely behind. They wanted to report this matter to the king. Whoosh! My God, the dragon spike isn't just going to make an enemy out of Undercurrent, it's going to make an enemy out of the entire Star Moon Kingdom. What benefits does the dragon spike have in doing this? Don't tell me they want to go head-to-head with the royal family of our country. The red piece of paper from the dragon spike says that Undercurrent and the City Lord's mansion are working together to deal with them. That's why they're making such a crazy move. Undercurrent and the City Lord's mansion are working together? Is this possible? Since the dragon spike has said it, then it's very possible. After City Lord Lu and the Bright Moon Army General left, the East Gate instantly erupted into an uproar. Everyone stood in the heavy rain and sighed slightly. Some of them had contemplative expressions on their faces. What Dragon Spike said about the Undercurrent joining forces with the City Lord's residence might be true. Otherwise, Dragon Spike wouldn't have done such an extreme action. Assassinating the third prince, he would have to bear the revenge of the entire Star Moon Kingdom. No matter what, Dragon Spike is really too crazy. An old man slowly sighed. The master of Undercurrent was crazy, but the Dragon Spike was crazy. After today, no matter what happens to the Dragon Spike, it will definitely leave a mark in the history of Star Moon Kingdom. As some people spoke, they began to return. It was too shocking. The news of the Dragon Spike assassinating the third prince spread throughout the entire Bright Moon City in less than 10 minutes. Everyone's heart skipped a beat as they waited for the City Lord's mansion and Star Moon Kingdom's reaction. This matter had blown up so much that it was going to alarm the royal family of Star Moon Kingdom. Even the king had to come personally. After all, the third prince was the king's son. The atmosphere in the entire Bright Moon City had undergone a huge change. On the streets, the city guards weren't the only ones patrolling. There were also soldiers from the Bright Moon Army. The entire Bright Moon City was filled with a murderous aura. Wuxia watched this scene with a smile on his face. He followed the flow of people and walked towards the restaurant. The most dangerous time is also the safest time. The people from Ao Yao's sect have completed all the tasks they received yesterday. Wang Xian returned to the restaurant and said to Ao Yao with a smile on his face, "It's the Dragon King." Ao Yao nodded and disappeared immediately. Star Moon King City in the huge palace. "Your Majesty, you must avenge San Air. That assassin organization actually dared to kill San Air. You must avenge San Air. San Air is so miserable." In the Star Moon King Palace, a graceful and elegant woman was kneeling in front of a middle-aged man. Her eyes were red and swollen as she cried. The middle-aged man was dressed in a dragon robe as he sat on the dragon throne. At this moment, the Star Moon King's expression was extremely gloomy. Even though he had over 100 children under him, his third son was one of the more outstanding children. Now, he was actually assassinated by an assassin organization. This was simply a great humiliation to the Star Moon Kingdom. To a king like him, this was a blatant slap in the face. My beloved concubine, don't worry. I will repay third son's life to him. That assassin organization, I will make sure that not even a chicken or dog is left alive. Star Moon King's eyes revealed a cold glint and a faint chill gushed out from his surroundings. Xian Xing Guanghun, Gu Dongfeng, Ling Tiankai, and Xiao Wei, the four beloved ministers, present themselves. As he spoke, he held a writing brush and danced in the imperial edict. One by one, sharp words with a strong killing intent condensed on the imperial edict. The last word, killing intent, soared to the sky. Ordinary people holding the imperial edict were even directly killed by the killing intent on the imperial edict. It's the king. The eunuch at the side hurriedly responded and quickly walked out. In less than 10 minutes, four terrifying figures quickly rushed toward the palace. For generals, for insightful emptiness realm experts. There were only 7 insightful emptiness realm experts in the imperial city, and 4 of them had already been dispatched. Receive the sacred killing order. For ministers, immediately head to Bright Moon City and destroy the Dragon Assassin Organization to avenge my third son. Anyone related to the Dragon Assassin Organization, kill. I want this assassin organization to leave no one alive. In the Star Moon King Palace, the Star Moon King waved his arm. An imperial decree filled with killing intent fell into the hands of an old man. The sacred killing order was issued, the strongest killing order in the Star Moon Kingdom. Once such a killing order was issued, all 9 clans would be exterminated. Not even a chicken or dog would be spared. Since the establishment of the Star Moon Kingdom, the sacred killing order had only been issued a few times. This was because in the Star Moon Kingdom, unless it was treason, the king would not issue such a sacred killing order. However, today the third prince had been killed. This action was even more serious than treason. This was a provocation to the Star Moon royal family and a contempt for the royal authority. The 4 insightful Void Realm experts led the sacred killing order and quickly flew toward Bright Moon City. At the same time, in Bright Moon City, City Lord Liu and the general of the Bright Moon Army were slightly shocked when they received the news from the palace. Seal Bright Moon City. No one is allowed to leave the city. Anyone who dares to leave the city will be attacked. Anyone who disobeys will be killed. City Lord Liu shouted softly and gave another order. Bright Moon Army, stand by. Activate the formation of Bright Moon City. Activate Level 1 battle preparations. During this period, anyone who makes a mistake will be punished tenfold. The Bright Moon Army General also loudly ordered his subordinates beside him. For insightful emptiness realm experts arrived with the holy killing order. The dragon spike must be destroyed. Bright Moon City will be sealed. No one is allowed to leave the city. Anyone who dares to leave the city will be locked up. Anyone who disobeys will be killed. Bright Moon Army, stand by. Activate the formation of Bright Moon City. Activate Level 1 battle preparations. During this period, anyone who makes a mistake will be punished tenfold. The morning had not yet passed, and the entire Bright Moon City was in an uproar. Numerous guards and soldiers of the Bright Moon Army flew in the sky of Bright Moon City and announced to everyone. Below, everyone in Bright Moon City was stunned. What? They actually closed the city gates? What are the city lord and general trying to do? They want to completely seal Bright Moon City. To be so strict and directly seal the entire city, it seems that the Star Moon Kingdom has issued an order. Everyone below revealed shocked expressions. Sealing the city gates was a major matter that would only be done when Bright Moon City encountered a huge crisis. However, now that the city gates were sealed, no one was allowed to enter or leave. Everyone knew that Star Moon Kingdom was furious. They wanted to seal off the entire city, preparing to take action against the Dragon Assassin Organization in the city. From this series of actions, one could tell how furious Star Moon Kingdom was. It's best to keep a low profile for the next few days. Take advantage of the incident with the Dragon Assassin Organization and stay in the city. Do not offend the city guards and soldiers at this time. Otherwise, there is a high possibility of killing them on the spot. When the warning voices of the city guards and soldiers rang out in every corner, the entire Bright Moon City was clearly much quieter. Even the clamoring voices were gone, and the shouting voices were also much quieter. There was only the sound of torrential rain pouring down. Obviously, in the face of the Star Moon King's fury, everyone kept a much lower profile. This dragon spike is going to be in trouble, some people said slowly. With such a terrifying stance, the crisis of the dragon spike was about to arrive. Since the dragon spike has already taken action, there's no need for peace in this city. However, on the third floor of the restaurant, Wuxia stood in front of the window and watched the soldiers fly past. He smiled when he saw the citizens talking in low voices. He picked up the teacup in his hand gently. His eyes were sparkling. Ah! At this moment, a scream of horror was heard in a restaurant as though it was a bolt from the blue. Murder! Murder! The scream of horror was extremely conspicuous at this moment. On the second floor of the restaurant, more than a dozen customers looked at the middle-aged man who was lying on the ground in horror. That red note! It's the dragon spike! Oh my God! The dragon spike is actually carrying out an assassination at this time. How did he die? I didn't see anything just now. How did he die? Shocked voices rang out one after another. Everyone looked at the middle-aged man lying on the ground in disbelief, looking at the bright red paper. At this time, the city gates were closed and the formation was fully activated. Yet the dragon spike was still carrying out an assassination. Could he not be so fucking arrogant and crazy? He's killing people. The dragon spike is carrying out an assassination. However, at the same time, the entire Bright Moon City was filled with exclamations. At this moment, everyone was stunned. This was in broad daylight. You're carrying out an assassination mission in broad daylight? Not only were the citizens of Bright Moon City stunned, even the city guards and soldiers were dumbfounded. Was there a need to slap their faces like this? To assassinate them in broad daylight. Furthermore, the dragon spike had succeeded. This provocation. This is a blatant provocation. Assassins walk in the darkness, but today, the city has just been sealed, and the dragon spike immediately assassinated them. This is contempt for the Star Moon Kingdom. This is against the Star Moon Kingdom, this. A city guard captain stood beside the corpse of an extraordinary rank 9 expert, his body trembling as his pupils constricted. The surrounding soldiers and city guards were also slightly silent. They felt that Star Moon Kingdom had encountered a ruthless person this time. If they could not destroy this dragon spike, then the dragon spike would rule the entire underground of Star Moon Kingdom in the future. Immediately report this matter to the city lord and general. Without the slightest hesitation, the group immediately reported this matter to the higher-ups. This matter wasn't something they could handle. The strength of the dragon spike and their madness had already exceeded their expectations. Boom, boom, boom. Not long after, 2 figures floated in the sky, their cold gazes sweeping downwards, their faces incomparably gloomy. This dragon spike. City Lord Lu stood there, his expression so gloomy that it was almost dripping blood. The city protection surveillance array did not detect any traces of the dragon spike's assassination. A transcendent level 9 expert was directly assassinated during the day. In a short span of 10 minutes, a total of more than 150 people died. Such a terrifying speed and terrifying assassination made even them feel a little apprehensive. Let's wait for Lord Xingguang and the others to arrive. This dragon spike is not something we can deal with, the general of the Bright Moon Army said with a solemn expression. Who? City Lord Lu let out a breath and nodded slowly. City Lord Lu had learned of the Dragon Spike's actions in East Sea City back then. The Dragon Spike had left the City Lord helpless. In Bright Moon City, they didn't have any good ideas either. They could only wait for the people of the Imperial City to arrive. The figures of the two disappeared and weakly returned to the City Lord's manor. The entire Bright Moon City fell silent once more. Everyone was shocked as they discussed the Dragon Spike assassin organization. The assassination during the day had shocked everyone with the strength of the Dragon Spike. During the day, they killed people on the streets. The city guards and soldiers were helpless, and the city lord and general didn't make a move. Obviously, they had no way to deal with the dragon spike. The orders to seal the city and make mistakes in the morning were a joke to the dragon spike. Hee. Wang Xian sat in the restaurant. He had the mentality of watching the situation unfold with a smile. He looked at the changes in Bright Moon City and a smile appeared on his face. The current strange demons had evolved into the light spike. Their strongest time was not at night, but during the day. Only by assassinating them during the day could they truly display the full strength of the dragon spike.
I wonder when the royal family will be able to arrive. Wang Xian mumbled.
The strange demons that were sent out had already rushed towards the towns in Star Moon Kingdom. It was possible that when the royal family's experts arrived, the strange demons would have already arrived. When that time came, he wanted to see if the Star Moon Kingdom would lower their heads or swear to destroy the dragon spike. The torrential rain lasted for an entire day. Today's sky had darkened much earlier than usual. That's right. At dusk, for figures that were emitting terrifying energy like the bright moon were rapidly flying over from the west. Two of them were completely red, just like the sun. One of them was completely blue, as if carrying an ocean. The other was yellow like a flying mountain. The sacred killing order has arrived. A cold voice rushed toward Bright Moon City. The sacred killing token has arrived.
The voice covered the entire Bright Moon City and everyone could hear it clearly.
The cold voice revealed a murderous aura, causing everyone in Bright Moon City to hurriedly look over. Hiss, this is Star Moon Kingdom's void interpretation experts have arrived.
How terrifying.
4 void interpretation experts have actually arrived. The sacred killing token. This is the Star Moon Kingdom's sacred killing token. Once the sacred killing token is released, it represents the Star Moon Kingdom's sacred killing token. Everyone's gazes turned over. Those figures that carried boundless might surged with reverence in their hearts. Including City Lord Liu and the Bright Moon Army General, there are a total of 6 insightful Void Realm experts. 6. This is a rhythm that will not rest until the dragon spike is dead.
Everyone muttered to themselves. When they saw that majestic figure flying over, their knees were slightly bent. The aura was too strong.
Holy Killing Order.
The Dragon Assassin Organization receives the order. The Holy Killing Order arrives. The Dragon Assassin Organization kill. The old man in the middle held a yellow Imperial Edict. With a wave of his arm, he threw it directly into the sky above Bright Moon City.
The Imperial Edict suddenly became larger. On the golden background, there were large blood-red words that revealed endless killing intent. Hiss! What a terrifying killing intent! Is this the strength of the Star Moon King? Even if it's just a single word, it already possesses such a terrifying aura. All the citizens of Bright Moon City raised their heads and looked over. The words that were several hundred meters in size emitted a powerful pressure. The might of the Imperial Edict was so terrifying. Looking at the words, everyone couldn't help but lower their heads, not daring to look at it for a long time. Humph! The old man snorted coldly, his eyes revealing endless killing intent. Welcome, Lord Ling, Lord Xing, Lord Gu, Lord Xiao Wei. Within the City Lord's manor, City Lord Liu and the Bright Moon Army General hurriedly flew out. When they saw the sacred killing token, they were slightly shocked as they called out respectfully. "N." The 4 of them nodded and immediately flew towards the City Lord's manor. Voila!
The royal family of Star Moon Kingdom has sent someone over. Next, it will be the battle between the royal family and the dragon spike.
I wonder what the outcome will be. The strength of these 4 experts is so terrifying. The Holy Killing Order has been issued. 6 insightful Void Realm experts are dealing with the dragon spike. This time, the dragon spike can't continue to overturn the rivers and overturn the seas. Right?
There was an uproar within Bright Moon City.
This was the first time many people had seen so many terrifying experts.
Everyone waited quietly, waiting for what would happen next.
Are they here? Standing in the restaurant and watching the 4 insightful Void Realm experts enter the City Lord's mansion, Wang Xian's face revealed a hint of coldness.
The Holy Kill Order is for the Dragon Assassin Organization to receive the Imperial Edict.
What a joke. Wang Xian smiled coldly. He took out the communication stone plate and sent 2 words. Action. When Wang Xian sent out these 2 words, the eyes of the group of demons in the cities and towns of Star Moon Kingdom froze slightly. Murderous intent was condensed. Star Moon Kingdom had 80 towns and 10 cities. Each town was similar to Holy See Town. In comparison, Holy See Town was considered a relatively large town because it was close to the ocean. The former mayor, Jin Qianyuan, was an expert at level 9 of the supernatural realm. As for the rest of the towns, a large portion of the mayor's strength was only at level 8 supernatural realm. Of course, there were also quite a number of level 9 supernatural realm experts. At this moment, in 20 of the towns in Star Moon Kingdom, many strange demons had arrived. 1 level 7 supernatural realm strange demon led 4 level 6 supernatural realm strange demons. They were able to assassinate level 9 and level 8 supernatural realm experts. A total of 100 strange demons were separated into 20 towns. When they received Wang Xian's message, they immediately took action. The mayor of a town had the strength of a level 9 extraordinaire. When faced with a group of dragon spikes, he was like a bunch of lambs waiting to be slaughtered. They didn't have the ability to resist at all. 100 strange demons easily entered the mayor's residence one by one to carry out the assassination. It was clean and without any surprises. Following that, the group of strange demons directly threw the mayor's body into the entrance of the mayor's residence. Beside them, there was a red congratulatory death note and a line of words. Reporting to Dragon King, it has been resolved. Reporting to Dragon King, it has been resolved. When Wang Xian's message was sent less than 10 minutes later, one message after another was sent. A total of 20 messages came from the 20 towns of Star Moon Kingdom. Very good. Next, we'll have to see the reaction of Star Moon Kingdom. If you don't surrender, let's continue, Wang Xian mumbled. At this moment, the 20 towns were in a state of chaos. The mayor was killed and he was thrown directly at the entrance of the mayor's residence. Beside them, there was a red congratulatory death note. Beside the red note, there was a line of words. Tell your king that it was us, the dragon, who assassinated him. If you want to continue, then we will continue as well. This line of extremely arrogant words stunned everyone in the town. The other officials hurriedly reported back to the city with terrified expressions. The death of the mayor of a town was a very big matter for a town. Lord Ling, this dragon spike is incomparably arrogant. Before your arrival, it had assassinated over 100 people during the day. The third prince was also killed by this group of damnable fellows. Within the city lord's residence, City Lord Lu respectfully spoke to the old man seated in the middle. The old man, Ling Kai Tian, was the most powerful existence in Star Moon Kingdom apart from the king. One could imagine the fury of the Star Moon King by sending him here this time. Humph, this dragon spike won't be arrogant for many more days. Even if we have to search them one by one, we must capture this group of evildoers and execute them by cutting them into pieces. Ling Kai Tian snorted coldly, his expression incomparably cold. Lord Ling, it's us who have failed to protect the third prince's safety. We are guilty. City Lord Lu and the Bright Moon Army General stood up and apologized when they saw the old man's cold expression. After we destroy the dragon spike, go and personally apologize to the king. Ling Kai Tian glanced at the two of them and slightly narrowed his eyes. We'll start planning the operation to deal with the dragon spike now. I want to destroy them all within a day. With the 4 lords here, we'll definitely be able to destroy the dragon spike assassin organization. We'll let them know the consequences of daring to oppose us. City Lord Lu hurriedly said. There was also a huge gap between the insightful Emptiness Realm experts. As the second strongest expert in Star Moon Kingdom, Ling Kai Tian was able to instantly kill him. Even though he was a city lord and an insightful Emptiness Realm expert, he still had to lower his stance in front of this person, even to the point of being respectful. Buzz, buzz. Buzz, buzz. However, just as he finished speaking, the communication stone plate on the table started ringing. At first, he didn't care, but the communication stone plate kept ringing, which made him slightly surprised. Generally speaking, no one dared to send him messages continuously, unless it was an emergency. City Lord Lu moved his arm and the communication stone plate flew into his hand. However, when he saw the message on it, his pupils constricted slightly and his face stiffened. According to the information we received, this dragon assassin organization is a race of demonic beasts. They are good at hiding and possess the light attribute. Lord Ling. Ling Kaitian glanced at City Lord Lu, who was checking the communication stone plate. He then looked at the four people beside him and said slowly. However, just as he opened his mouth, City Lord Lu, whose forehead was covered in cold sweat, hurriedly interrupted him. Ling Kaitian looked at City Lord Lu with slight displeasure, his gaze fixed on him. Lord Ling, something has happened. Something big has happened. City Lord Lu swallowed a mouthful of saliva and looked at him with an extremely embarrassed expression. Something has happened in the 8 towns under Bright Moon City. Something has happened in the town? What happened? Ling Kaitian frowned and asked him. It was the Dragon Spike. The Dragon Spike actually assassinated the mayors of the 8 towns under Bright Moon City just now. All the mayors were thrown at the entrance of the mayor's residence. Furthermore, there was a note beside them that said, "Tell your king that it was us who assassinated him. If you want to continue, then we will continue as well." All 8 town mayors have been killed. All of the town mayors have died. 8 towns are currently in chaos. City Lord Lu swallowed a mouthful of saliva and reported with a grim expression. 8 town mayors had been killed at the same time. This was a huge blow to Bright Moon City. Even for Star Moon Kingdom, this was an extremely important matter. The head of a town guarded a town. With the death of the head of a town, the entire town would be left in an ungoverned state. A town might not be important to the kingdom, but 8 towns, even for Star Moon Kingdom, would be extremely important. What? Ling Kaitian's expression changed slightly, and he stood up abruptly, his face darkening. The heads of 8 towns were assassinated? Ling Kaitian asked in a low voice with a gloomy expression. Lord Ling, this is only an accident in the towns under Bright Moon City. I wonder if there are any other towns that have been assassinated. If there are, there might be more than 8. City Lord Lu lowered his head with an extremely ugly expression. This dragon spike actually sent people to assassinate all the town mayors under Bright Moon City. This was no different from assassinating a prince. When Ling Tiankai heard City Lord Lu's words, his expression changed slightly. Without the slightest hesitation, he immediately took out his communication stone plate and contacted the city lords of the various cities. As the second strongest person in Star Moon Kingdom and the only king with a different surname in Star Moon Kingdom, Ling Kaitian's authority was second only to that of the king. All the city lords did not dare to hide anything from him. One by one, messages were sent to his side, causing his expression to become gloomier and gloomier. King Ling, what's the situation? Xing Guanghuan looked at Ling Kaitian's expression and frowned as he asked with a grave expression. Pang! Ling Kaitian sat down on the chair, his expression constantly changing. Up till now, 20 town mayors have been killed. This matter needs to be reported to the king for handling. What? 20 town mayors? How? How is this possible? How can the Dragon Spike have so many terrifying experts? The group of 5 insightful Void Realm experts, Star Moon Kingdom's top existences, widened their eyes in disbelief when they heard Ling Kaitian's words. 20 town mayors. 20 towns. To assassinate a town mayor, one had to have at least the strength of a Transcendent Level 9. 20 towns represented 20 Rank 9 Transcendent Assassins. How could the Dragon Spike have so many terrifying experts? One had to know that within the Undercurrent Assassin organization there were only 5 Rank 9 Transcendent experts. Just these 5 experts, together with the Undercurrent Master, dominated the entire Star Moon Kingdom's underground. Yet, the Dragon Spike actually had at least 20. Perhaps this number was much higher because the Dragon Spike still had quite a number of assassins within Bright Moon City. The expressions of the 5 insightful Emptiness Realm experts kept changing. They knew what it meant to have so many top-notch assassins. It meant that they could kill all the mayors of 80 towns in Star Moon Kingdom, could cause a city to sink into a state of panic. Back when the undercurrent was famous in Star Moon Kingdom, the king had paid special attention to it. In the end, they had even cooperated with the undercurrent. A powerful assassin organization, even if it was a kingdom, would be extremely fearful. The birth of a transcendent level 9 assassin was not inferior to nurturing a half-step void interpretation expert. A half-step void interpretation expert was not inferior to a void interpretation expert. The strength of an assassin lay in their divine abilities. They were all used to kill. The inheritance of an assassin was extremely difficult. 20 level 9 extraordinary assassins could cause the Star Moon Kingdom to fall into a state of panic. Ling Kai-tian expressionlessly transmitted this information to the king. The entire city lord's manor fell silent. The situation had already far exceeded their imaginations. It was no longer something they could decide. Now, if they wanted to deal with the dragon spike, perhaps the towns below the kingdom would be completely massacred by the dragon spike. For a time, the 4 insightful void martial artists who had just arrived here and vowed to destroy the dragon spike, their bodies filled with murderous aura, all withered. The town mayors of 20 towns have been assassinated by the dragon spike. Within Star Moon Kingdom, the Star Moon King sat on the dragon throne with his eyes closed, muttering. He just sat there and did not open his eyes for a full 10 minutes. Finally, he sent a message to Ling Kai-tian. Return! Return! Within the mansion of the city lord of Bright Moon City, Ling Kai-tian's pupils constricted when he saw these 2 words. However, he was not too surprised. His opponent was too mysterious and too powerful. He was also an assassin organization. Facing such an enemy, it was completely unwise to make an enemy out of him. Even if the 3rd prince was killed. However, the life of the 3rd prince was insignificant compared to the lives of 80 towns and the entire Star Moon Kingdom's dynasty. The king could not possibly suffer heavy losses because of one son. The king might have to deal with the dragon spike next, but it was definitely not now. Because right now, the king and the dragon spike really could not afford to play with each other. Let's go back. Ling Kai-tian looked at Xingguang and the other 2 and said expressionlessly. Xingguang and the other 2 were slightly stunned and nodded silently. They also knew the king's concerns. If it were them, they would also make the same choice. There was no other way. Facing such a crazy and powerful assassin organization, if they could not directly destroy it, it would be a disaster for the kingdom. The king couldn't bear it, and neither could the kingdom. However, they had arrived at Bright Moon City in an awe-inspiring manner, as if they were the ruler of the world. However, they had left in less than an hour. This was a little too much of a slap to their faces. It wasn't just a slap to their faces. It was also a slap to the face of the entire Star Moon Kingdom. When City Lord Lu and the Bright Moon Army General heard this, bitterness appeared on their faces. Even Ling Sir, they all left. Then here is the world of the dragon spike. They have left. In the restaurant, Feng Wan looked at the position of the mayor's residence. She looked at the 4 figures that were disappearing quickly and said to Wang Xian calmly, It seems that the country is still more important than my son. Wang Xian stood beside her and said with a smile, The main reason is that the dragon thorns are too powerful. The deviant demons are too powerful. Feng Luan sighed. Feng Luan was very clear about the power of the dragon spike. What made her most envious was the strange demons. There were more than 170 strange demons. Among them, there were around 150 that could assassinate rank 8 transcendence and 20 that could assassinate rank 9 transcendence. One that could assassinate a half-step void interpretation expert. Such a terrifying assassin, if placed in a small country, would definitely cause the entire kingdom to be on tenterhooks. Even in the current Dragon Phoenix Empire, the dragon spike could cause the entire Dragon Phoenix Empire to be in darkness. It wouldn't be long before the citizens of the Dragon Phoenix Empire fled to other places. Wang Xian revealed a smile. Your subordinates are also very terrifying. He looked at the 4 figures that had disappeared with his bewitching eyes, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. If nothing goes wrong, Star Moon Kingdom will be under the control of the Dragon Thorns in the future. I'll try my best to cover the entire Star Moon Kingdom within a few months. As Wang Xian spoke, He took out his communication stone plate with a smile on his face and sent a message to the Draconids. Continue the mission. The mission continued. After the 9 Draconids received the message, they didn't hesitate at all. They immediately sent the message through the communication channel of the Dragon Thorn's assassin organization. Damn! The Dragon Spike has resumed the mission. What are they doing? No way, for insightful Void Realm experts just came to Bright Moon City with the Holy Killing Order, and they still dare to accept the mission. My God, what is the Dragon Spike doing? They don't even put the 4 insightful Void Realm experts in their eyes? This. When those clans and mercenary groups with the Dragon Spike's contact information received the message from the Dragon Assassin organization, their faces revealed a look of disbelief. What the hell was this? Was the Dragon Spike planning to commit a crime against the wind? Did they think that they could fight against 6 or even 7 insightful Emptiness Realm experts in the city? Does the Dragon Spike have a trump card to fight against insightful Emptiness Realm experts? Otherwise, why would he still dare to commit a crime against the wind at this time? The people of Bright Moon City revealed a look of shock and bewilderment. Should we give it a try? Within a mercenary group, an old man revealed a hesitant expression. Let's just wait. In the end, no one dared to hire the Dragon Assassin group at this juncture. Time passed very quickly. The night passed once again. The sky cleared up and the sun rose into the sky. The warm sunlight illuminated the entire Bright Moon City. The entire Bright Moon City was incomparably calm. The curfew has been lifted. The city seal has been lifted. In the early morning, the city guards' voices rang out within Bright Moon City. This caused all the citizens of Bright Moon City to reveal astonished expressions. What's going on? All the curfews have been lifted and the patrolling soldiers are clearly gone, and the city guards have also decreased by a lot. Didn't the 4 experts come yesterday with the Holy Killing Order? Logically speaking, they should be dealing with the Dragon Spike by today at the latest, so why isn't there any movement at all? Everyone was somewhat stupefied. Yesterday, the 4 insightful Emptiness Realm experts had arrived domineeringly. But after that, there wasn't the slightest reaction. It was as if they hadn't arrived. In fact, even the restrictions within the city had been removed, and the city protection array that had been opened with all its might had been directly shut down. This situation caused everyone to feel somewhat stupefied. Could it be that the Dragon Spike has really caused Starmoon Kingdom to bow its head? The Dragon Spike had assassinated the 3rd prince. When everyone thought of the Dragon Spike resuming its mission last night, they were all stunned and their eyes revealed a look of disbelief. Other than the Dragon Spike causing Starmoon Kingdom to bow its head, they could not think of any other answer. However, Starmoon Kingdom lowering its head and submitting was a little shocking to everyone. Killing the 3rd prince was nothing. What kind of power could cause the Starmoon Kingdom to not even take revenge on their own son? This Dragon Spike is too terrifying. Some people looked at each other, shock appearing in their eyes. What does Starmoon Kingdom mean? Within the City Lord's manor, the long-haired master of Undercurrent stared at City Lord Liu with bloodshot eyes as he roared in a low voice filled with anger. Undercurrent, the king didn't even take revenge on the 3rd prince. What do you mean? City Lord Liu saw the master of Undercurrent staring at him and angrily questioned him, and he said coldly with an unhappy face. Even the 3rd prince was killed and the king didn't take revenge. So what if you, the son of an Undercurrent assassin organization, was killed? What did it mean? The master of Undercurrent's expression changed slightly, and his body trembled slightly. His heart was filled with endless anger. All this while, even when he had just been slapped in the face by the Dragon Spike, he had never been so angry. At this moment, he could no longer hold it in. The City Lord's mansion prohibited him from providing any information about the master of Undercurrent. If he wanted to deal with the Dragon Spike, he had to rely on himself. Rely on himself? He was the leader of the Master of Undercurrent. He knew how difficult it was to deal with an assassin organization, especially this Dragon Assassin organization. If he didn't have the assistance of the City Lord's mansion, it would be impossible for him to deal with the Dragon Spike. Undercurrent Master's face was filled with frost. His body moved and he directly flew out. Everyone thought that he was a mad Ant, but a mad Ant was able to become a powerful, insightful void expert.
The leader of the assassin organization also possessed a powerful mind. If he really wanted to waste time with the dragon spike every day, it would obviously be a foolish act. However, what made him extremely unwilling was that in the future, the underground of Starmoon Kingdom would be under the control of the dragon spike. Dragon Spike! The master of Undercurrent shouted in a low voice. His eyes were filled with a crazed killing intent. Let's go. We have gained a lot this time. We can have a good rest when we return to the Dragon Palace. When will your auction be held? At the east gate of Bright Moon City, Wang Xian and Feng Luan were walking out with smiles on their faces. There was a kitten lying on Wang Xian's shoulder. For the auction, we have to wait until the Dragon and Phoenix Royal City is completely renovated. At the very least, we have to make the Dragon and Phoenix Royal City as big as Bright Moon City. Feng Luan looked at Wang Xian and said, "But it will take at most 2 months." Okay. Wang Xian nodded his head slowly. The Dragon Phoenix Empire had been established. Feng Luan wanted to let the Dragon Phoenix Empire enter the stage of the Luhai district and step onto the stage of the extraordinary mainland. Firstly, she wanted to attract the merchants and the mercenary groups to settle down in the Dragon Phoenix Royal City. The best way was to hold a large-scale auction. When the time came, she would take out enough treasures to attract the experts and mercenary groups from the surrounding countries. Wang Xian would also sell his pet eggs and the bloodlines of demonic beasts and ferocious beasts at this auction. When Bright Moon City was once again enveloped by the dragon thorns, Wang Xian had already arrived at the royal city of Dragon and Phoenix. Currently, hundreds of thousands of citizens were expanding the city in the royal city of Dragon and Phoenix. It could be seen that the citizens were building their homes with passion. In the past, due to the help of Wang Xian and the policies of Feng Luan, the citizens of the royal city were united as one. When the people were united, the speed of building a city would be doubled. In this world with powerful martial arts, even if the city walls were dozens of meters high and dozens of meters wide, the speed of construction was still terrifying. However, it took almost all of Feng Luan's savings to build this city. This was also because Feng Luan had higher requirements for the city walls. Otherwise, the resources she took out would be enough to build 7 to 8 cities like Bright Moon City. After all, this was the starting point of the Dragon Phoenix Empire, the future Dragon Phoenix Royal City. Aren't you going back to the Dragon Palace? Feng Luan saw Wang Xian following her into the Dragon Phoenix Royal City and asked him curiously. I have something to take care of. Wang Xian smiled and looked into the Dragon Phoenix Royal City. Feng Luan looked at the Icefire civet cat on his shoulder and rolled her eyes at him. She didn't say anything else. Wang Xian came to the side of the mayor's residence. He looked at the room and the items in the interspatial ring. Then he walked over with a smile on his face. Knock, knock. There was a knock on the door. In the courtyard, Zhang Fengying was sitting under a tree. Beside her, there were a few sculptures. These sculptures all looked like her family members. Looking at the sculptures, she was a little absent-minded. However, compared to before, the sadness in her eyes was much less. Time could heal all wounds. However, time made her feel lonely. In this city, she didn't know what she could do without her family. She didn't know what beliefs she had to support her to survive. When she heard the knocking on the door, she forced a smile on her face. Luan, come in, she said softly. The door was pushed open. When Wang Xian heard Zhang Fengying's words, he felt a little embarrassed. It seemed that she had mistaken him for Jin Luyan. Huh? Wang Xian. When Zhang Fengying saw Wang Xian, she was slightly stunned. She squeezed out a smile and shouted softly. She was filled with curiosity towards this young man in front of her at the beginning. She really wanted to get to know this young man. She even knew that she had a good impression of him. However, the disaster that followed caused her to have mixed feelings. If it wasn't for Wang Xian, their Zhang family wouldn't have been wiped out. Fengying. I went on a long trip a few days ago and brought some gifts for you. Wang Xian looked at her expression and felt a little helpless. He walked over with a smile. No, I don't need it. Zhang Fengying looked at Wang Xian and shook her head slowly. She didn't know how to face him. I'll leave it with you. You must use it as soon as possible. Don't let others see it. Also, I'll give you a cat so that you won't be so bored in the future. As Wang Xian spoke, he carried the ice-fire civet cat on his shoulder and gestured to the little guy. Meow. The ice-fire civet cat licked Wang Xian reluctantly. However, after Wang Xian glared at it, the little fella turned its head with a twinkle in its eyes and jumped to Zhang Fengying's side easily. Meow. The fire and ice civet cat looked at Zhang Fengying and stretched out its hand to lick her palm. Zhang Fengying looked at the two tails and the red and blue eyes. A hint of shock appeared in her eyes. This is the fire and ice civet cat demon beast. Can speak human language. You need to teach it well. Wang Xian spoke to Zhang Fengying. With a move of his arm, a bloodline that was emitting a strong vitality appeared in front of him. The bloodline contained a majestic energy. Instinctively, it made all the living beings around them restless. If there were ferocious beasts around, they would definitely go crazy over the bloodline. This is the bloodline of the tarsal bone demon beast. Can improve your bloodline. Absorb it as soon as possible. In addition, this is the inheritance of a beast tamer. If you are interested, you can cultivate it. If you are not interested, you can just burn it. As Wang Xian spoke, he placed the items beside Zhang Fengying one by one. When she looked at the legendary demonic beast cub in front of her, which she had read about in a certain document, and looked at the bloodline inheritance that contained such terrifying bloodline energy that was at least at the 5th and 6th level of the void interpretation realm, her heart pounded violently. As for the last inheritance, to be able to be placed together with the demonic beast cub and the void interpretation bloodline, it was definitely not simple. Zhang Fengying stared at Wang Xian with her eyes wide open. Her eyes were filled with disbelief. These things of yours, are these still? She said to Wang Xian in a panic. It was at least the inheritance of the 5th level void interpretation demonic beast bloodline, the legendary demonic beast ice fire civet cat, and the inheritance of a beast tamer. Regardless of which one it was a treasure that could make the entire kingdom and even the entire Luhai region go crazy. Yet now, Wang Xian actually gave all 3 treasures to her. Take it as compensation for you. You should quickly absorb the demon beast bloodline now. If you need anything in the future, contact me. Wang Xian smiled and said to her, these items are too precious. I can't take them from you. Zhang Fengying shook her head quickly. The things that Wang Xian gave her were beyond her imagination. Take it. All right, I'm leaving now. Contact me if you need anything. Also, you must use the demonic beast bloodline as soon as possible. As Wang Xian spoke, he walked out. When Zhang Fengying saw Wang Xian leaving, she opened her mouth and stood up immediately. She was wearing a long, loose robe that covered her knees. Even with the loose clothes, one could still tell that she had an extremely good figure. She opened her mouth but saw Wang Xian's figure move and disappear. Meow, beautiful Zhang Fengying, hello? At this moment, the ice-fire civet cat on her suddenly spoke to her. Zhang Fengying was slightly stunned. She looked at the ice-fire civet cat in astonishment and then smiled. One cannot always look at the past. Since I'm alive, I have to do it for the sake of some beliefs in my heart. I hope you can forgive my selfishness. Zhang Fengying mumbled. She looked at the demonic beast bloodline and the beastmaster's inheritance in front of her and picked it up before walking into the room. Phew, it's good that you accept it. The last thing I like is to owe someone a favor. Not far from the courtyard, Wang Xian looked at Zhang Fengying's residence with a bewitching gaze. When he saw her entering the room with the tarsal bone demonic beast bloodline, a smile appeared on his face. Phew! All of a sudden, Wang Xian sucked in a breath of cold air. There was an inexplicable look in his eyes. Don't look at me when I'm being rude. Don't look at me when I'm being rude. I'm not such a person. Wang Xian shook his head quickly. His eyes were burning as he flew towards the dragon palace in the distance. Wang Xian, these are all the elixirs that you bought with your spirit stones. Time passed very quickly. 2 months passed in a blink of an eye. During these 2 months, Wang Xian had been staying in the Dragon Palace. He accompanied a few girls to cultivate in the Dragon Palace. Feng Wan came to Wang Xian's side and handed him an interspatial ring. Wang Xian took it and revealed an excited expression. That's enough, that's enough. Where are Shu Qing and the rest? Feng Wan looked around the Dragon Palace and asked Wang Xian. They're cultivating. Wang Xian replied directly. I'm going to cultivate too.
I should be able to achieve a breakthrough in the next 2 days. There will be a grand auction in the Dragon and Phoenix Royal City. Be careful.
Feng Yuan reminded Wang Xian and flew directly to a cultivation site that she had specially built on the surrounding mountains.
I'm actually going to achieve a breakthrough. I was originally thinking of catching up to Feng Yuan. Now it seems that I have to work harder. Wang Xian raised his eyebrows and flew into the Dragon King Palace. In 2 months, the entire Dragon Palace was developing rapidly.
Ao Qitian, Ao Qi, and the other generals of the Dragon Palace led their subordinates to expand the territory around them. In the past 2 months, there were no more ferocious beasts or demonic beasts within a 100-kilometer radius.
Their strength was improving at a terrifying speed every day. The resources of the Dragon Palace were also being collected quickly. Compared to when the Dragon Palace descended, all the members of the Dragon Palace had leveled up by 1 level. The rate at which they had leveled up was already terrifying. The Dragon Assassin organization had completely covered Star Moon Kingdom in the past 2 months. Ever since that incident in Bright Moon City, Star Moon Kingdom hadn't stopped the Dragon Assassin organization at all. Perhaps Star Moon Kingdom really wanted to destroy the Dragon Assassin organization, but they absolutely didn't dare to act rashly before they found the Dragon Assassin organization's lair and destroyed it in one fell swoop. 10 cities, 80 towns.
The Dragon Spike had now become the underground emperor of Star Moon Kingdom.
However, the Dragon Spike that occupied the entire Star Moon Kingdom had brought Wang Xian more than 150 billion middle-grade spirit stones in 2 months. This was an extremely terrifying figure. More than 150 billion middle-grade spirit stones were enough to buy 3 half-step void interpretation demonic beast bloodlines. Wang Xian gave all these spirit stones to Feng Yuan and asked her to help him buy elixirs. Feng Yuan had her own alchemist. Although the Fire Cloud Sparrow clan could not provide her with martial arts, they could still provide her with other assistance. For example, buying spiritual herbs. These spirit stones were all refined by Feng Yuan through the Fire Cloud Sparrow clan's purchase of spiritual herbs. Wang Xian sat cross-legged in the Dragon King's hall and looked at the elixirs one by one before throwing them into his mouth. There were tens of thousands of pills in his interspatial ring. He stuffed all of them into his mouth as if he was eating candy. As the pills entered his stomach one by one, his dragon energy was increasing at a terrifying speed. Boom! Roar! Roar! The pills were being consumed at a terrifying speed. When he was about to consume them to the end, the sound of a dragon's roar came from within his body. Roar! Wang Xian transformed into his dragon form. His 40-meter-long body emitted a loud and crisp sound. His dragon head, body, and tail were growing rapidly. The aura emanating from his body was getting more and more terrifying. In the entire Dragon Palace, all the members felt the breakthrough of their Dragon King. They knelt on the ground and bowed respectfully towards the Dragon King's palace. Ding!
Congratulations to host for raising your level to extraordinary level 8.
Ding!
Congratulations to host for comprehending the water attribute divine ability, water spirit.
Ding! Congratulations to quality for comprehending the fire and earth dual attribute divine ability, fire territory. Ding!
Congratulations to quality for comprehending the water and wood dual attribute divine ability, water and wood healing.
The system's voice was heard and information was transmitted into Wang Xian's mind one by one.
Phew! I finally made a breakthrough after consuming nearly 150 billion middle-grade spirit stones.
Wang Xian heaved a sigh of relief. His eyes were sparkling with excitement.
This breakthrough had given him 3 divine abilities. Most importantly, there were 2 dual attribute divine abilities among them. The power of dual attribute divine abilities was far from as simple as 1 + 1 = 2.
Wang Xian had a thought. Name Wang Xian.
Race, 5 elemental divine dragon, able to transform into a human.
Level, extraordinary level 8. Dragon Crystal. 176400/100000000.
Supernatural ability, ruling the water tribe that is lower than one's own level.
Devouring creatures. Devouring creatures to extract dragon crystals.
Control of the 5 elements. Cultivation method, divine dragon transformation. Supernatural ability. Fire dragon's flame. Gold splits the void. Wood world descends. Water crisis city. Fury of the earth. Soul capture. Spirit possession. Light and dark fire dragon eyes. Light and dark void. Light and dark shadowless. Earth dragon shield. Light and dark. Divine dragon's fire tail. Water spirit. Fire territory. Water and wood healing. Dragon Palace. Level 2. Dragon Palace members, 3,355. The 3 newly added abilities, Water Spirit and Water and Wood Healing, are supportive healing abilities. The Fire Territory is a powerful ability with both Earth and Fire attributes. I wonder if my current strength is comparable to the first level of the See-Through Realm. Maybe the Fire Territory can fight against the spells of the See-Through Realm experts. Wang Xian mumbled to himself. As he felt his strength that was 10 times stronger, an excited expression appeared on his face. The current him, an expert of the first level of the See-Through Realm, might not be able to defeat him. As for whether he could defeat an expert of the See-Through Realm, it was very uncertain. After all, there was a qualitative difference between the Abhijna and Dharma spells. It would be a little difficult to cross this threshold. The next upgrade requires 100 million dragon crystals. If converted into spirit stones, it would be more than 1 trillion middle-grade spirit stones. More than 1 trillion. This number is too terrifying. Wang Xian frowned slightly. Every upgrade would consume a huge amount of resources. Especially after that, the amount of resources was so huge that even he couldn't bear it. What was the concept of more than 1 trillion middle-grade spirit stones? Even the royal family of Starmoon Kingdom might not be able to afford more than 1 trillion middle-grade spirit stones. The next upgrade will be a huge bottleneck. It will even require the accumulation of the Dragon Palace for a few years. However, if the Dragon Palace were to give all the accumulation to themselves, the development of the Dragon Palace would be much slower. Wang Xian frowned. The next upgrade of his strength would be a huge expenditure. The Dragon and Phoenix Royal City will be holding a grand auction. The items in my hands should be able to be sold for 600 to 700 billion middle-grade spirit stones. It might be a little more. However, there is still a long way to go before I can upgrade my level again. Wang Xian had a hesitant look on his face. Next, he had to think carefully about how to obtain resources. Otherwise, his own improvement would slow down the progress of the entire Dragon Palace. Phew! Wang Xian returned to his human form and sat on the dragon throne. He took out the information beside him. This was the information that Prime Minister Gui had compiled about the sea area around the Dragon Palace as well as the future development of the Dragon Palace. The development of the Dragon Palace is on the right track. I can't have too much of an impact just because of my improvement. Looks like I'll have to settle this on my own. Wang Xian mumbled. Boom. In the Dragon Palace, when Wang Xian was looking through some information about the Dragon Palace, a powerful aura came from a mountain peak in front of the Dragon King's palace. What a fast speed. It has only been half a day and he has already made a breakthrough. Wang Xian was slightly stunned. He looked over and saw that the blazing flames were emitting a terrifying temperature. It dyed half of the sky in the Dragon Palace red. The Indestructible Wood has the ability to double the cultivation speed of fire element cultivators. This is also the reason why Feng Wan is able to improve so quickly. Wang Xian thought to himself. He saw a noble figure walking out from a mountain peak. He moved his feet slightly and exuded an imposing aura. You broke through so quickly? Wang Xian looked at Feng Wan and asked with a smile. It's all thanks to my training in your Dragon Palace. Otherwise, I would need at least 2 years to break through to the second level of the See-Through Realm. Feng Wan smiled and said, The auction of the Dragon and Phoenix Empire will be held in 4 days. At that time, many experts from the Luhai region will be here. You should hide well in the Dragon Palace. Many experts from the Luhai region? Did you publicize the auction to so many countries? Wang Xian asked in slight surprise. There's no need to publicize it to every country. We just need to publicize it at the place of the tomb of the human demon. Feng Luan smiled and looked at him. In a good mood.
She walked to Wang Xian and placed a fruit into her mouth. The tomb of the human demon?
Wang Xian was slightly taken aback. What kind of place is the tomb of the human demon?
Don't you know? It seems like you still don't know much about the Transcendence continent. Feng Luan shook her head. The human demon graveyard is also a battlefield between humans and beasts. On the Transcendence continent, some demonic beasts coexist peacefully with humans, while some demonic beasts fight to the death with humans. Demonic beasts are extremely smart. Powerful demonic beast races have established groups of tribes and control billions of ferocious beasts. The human demon graveyard is a special place.
In the middle of the flowing sea region is called the Blood Flow Sea. It is an area covered by forests and oceans. There used to be an ancient sect called the Blood Flow sect in the Blood Flow Sea. Blood Flow sect? When Wang Xian heard Feng Luan mention these three words, he seemed to have some impression of it. He seemed to have seen it somewhere before.
Blood Flow sect is a very special ancient sect. It used to be the overlord of the flowing sea region. Blood Flow sect is an ancient sect that was founded by demonic beasts and humans. Their cultivation method is a little special.
They gather fresh blood and spiritual energy to increase their strength.
At that time, the Bloodstream sect had millions of disciples. Their strength was extremely terrifying. It was said that even the Dragon clan did not dare to provoke the Bloodstream sect. Later, a shocking war broke out between the Human clan and the Demon Beast clan within the Bloodstream sect. Since then, the Bloodstream sect was annihilated.
However, although the Bloodstream sect was annihilated, it still left behind the Bloodstream Holy Land. This Bloodstream Holy Land was a paradise for humans and demon beasts. It was even located at the core of the Bloodstream Holy Land. The level of spiritual energy here was not inferior to that of your Dragon Palace. Therefore, this place became a place where humans and demon beasts fought for. Countless demon beast experts, humans, and even ferocious beasts flocked to this place.
There used to be descendants of the demon beast race of the Bloodstream sect. Therefore, the demon beasts and humans there were in a hostile state. Whenever they met, they would kill each other. In that place, humans and demon beasts fought for 500 to 600 years. Hundreds of thousands of human experts died.
Later, some human experts withdrew from the fight for this place, and the rest of the human experts also withdrew.
But after 500 years, a group of terrifying demonic beasts entered the human kingdoms and directly massacred 4 to 5 kingdoms. Only then did all the humans in the Luhai region realize the danger. Those demonic beasts that occupied the Bloodstream sect had their strength increased by 5 to 6 times over the course of 500 years. Letting the demonic beasts occupy that place was undoubtedly a slow death for the humans.
Therefore, all the dynasties in the Luhai region gathered their strength and set up a large-scale mercenary group there. They issued many missions there.
From then on, humans once again fought with the demon beasts for the spiritual liquid and the blood essence. After thousands of years, the members of the mercenary group and the experts who died there numbered in the hundreds of millions. After that, they were known as the graveyard of the transvestites. Nowadays, the graveyard of the demihumans is known as the training ground for the weak, the glorious battlefield for the strong mercenary group, and the famous place for the strong and the heavens' favorites. I've publicized the auction house of the Dragon and Phoenix dynasty there. Naturally, it will be spread to all the dynasties in the Luhai region.
Feng Luan told Wang Xian about one in detail. This made him nod his head slightly.
He didn't expect there to be such a place in the flowing sea region. The training ground for the weak, the glorious battlefield for the powerful mercenary groups, and the famous place for the strong heavens' favorites?
Wang Xian was deep in thought.
All right, I have to head to the Dragon Phoenix Royal City to make some preparations. There might be a terrifying powerhouse at the 4th level of the Void Interpretation stage at the auction in 4 days. I have to be prepared. As Feng Luan spoke, she moved her body and prepared to fly out.
Feng Luan, wait for a moment. Send me the detailed information regarding the human demon graveyard. Wang Xian quickly said to Feng Luan.
All right, why? Do you want to go there and take a look? Feng Luan looked at him in surprise. Let me take a look first. Wang Xian didn't give a clear answer. Get someone to go to my place to get it, Feng Luan said to Wang Xian. All right.
Wang Xian nodded and immediately sent a golden swordfish over to get the information.
In less than half an hour, the golden swordfish sent the information over. Wang Xian then started to read through it. The graveyard of humans and demons was an area where the humans and demons fought to the death. It must be extraordinary. The resources there must be far beyond Wang Xian's imagination.
Now that he wanted to improve further, the resources he needed were too huge. Wang Xian had to think of a way to obtain more resources. After experiencing the 100 Beasts city, Wang Xian had great confidence in the light and dark fire dragon eyes.
He believed that as long as he entered a treasure ground, he would not return empty-handed. If the cemetery was suitable, Wang Xian could go there and take a look.
Flipping through the information of the cemetery, Wang Xian read through it bit by bit. Very soon, he had a clear understanding of the cemetery. A hesitant look appeared on his face as he considered whether he should head there. Just as he thought, the resources there were huge. Many top-notch experts in the Lehigh region had risen to prominence here.
But that place was also very dangerous. There was only one way to obtain resources, and that was to kill. Only by killing could one obtain resources.
Between humans and beasts, between humans and humans.
Here, the number of insightful Emptiness Realm experts was no less than 50. This was a holy land, and at the same time it was also a bloody land. 3 days passed in a flash. Wang Xian opened his eyes and looked at the 5 girls who were still cultivating beside him. A smile appeared on his face. Some time ago, after the few girls got bored of playing in the Dragon and Phoenix Royal City, they devoted themselves to cultivating. Lan Qingyue left the Dragon Palace in pursuit of strength. This gave the few girls a lot of pressure. This made them not want to be too far away from Qingyu.
Xiaoyu was cultivating on a mountain beside the Dragon King's palace while Feng Lingtian had entered the Dragon and Phoenix Empire and became a city guard. In his words, as a man, he couldn't just stay here all day. He had to make a name for himself.
Wang Xian naturally didn't stop his brother-in-law's ambition. The auction of the Dragon and Phoenix Empire starts today. Let's go and take a look. Wang Xian moved and flew towards the location outside the Dragon Palace. In the time of 2 people, the entire Dragon and Phoenix Royal City has undergone tremendous changes. Floating in the sky, Wang Xian looked at the huge city in front of him with a smile on his face. Compared to the previous Shanghai town, the current Dragon and Phoenix Royal City had expanded by 10 times.
The city walls that were dozens of meters tall were now close to 100 meters tall. From afar, it looked like a majestic lion lying on the prairie. Terrifying energy was gathered on the towers that were hundreds of meters tall.
Void interpretation level formations covered the entire city. The defensive formation of the Dragon Phoenix Royal City alone was not something that an ordinary kingdom could compete with.
Chirp, chirp. At this moment, the chirping of birds and beasts could be heard from the sky. Wang Xian raised his head and looked over. A hint of surprise could be seen on his face. A huge green bird that was about 10 meters in size with its wings spread out flew towards the Dragon Phoenix Royal City. Each of its wings was emitting a green glow. The entire huge bird seemed to be riding on the wind as it emitted a powerful aura.
A half-step void interpretation level ferocious beast. Wang Xian looked at the 5 to 6 people above him. His eyes were sparkling. There was a void interpretation expert.
Boom, boom,
boom.
At this moment, there were sounds of tremors coming from below. Wang Xian looked over. There were 4 ferocious beasts that were like lions. They were earthy yellow in color and had golden fur. They were about 5 meters in size.
Behind them was a luxurious palanquin. The palanquin was golden in color. It was rushing towards them from afar. The speed was extremely terrifying.
4 earth gold lion beasts of transcendent level 9.
Wang Xian looked over and his pupils constricted slightly. Whoosh! Whoosh! Whoosh!
At this moment, beams of auroras came from the sky.
He turned his head quickly and saw a middle-aged man dressed in white flying towards them on his flying sword. He looked extremely elegant. There are many strong practitioners here. Wang Xian looked over and his eyes were filled with surprise. Just the group of people he saw had 3 insightful void stage powerhouses. In that case, there would be at least 20 to 30 insightful void stage powerhouses in the auction of the Dragon and Phoenix Empire, or even more. After all, There would be a demonic beast bloodline of the insightful void stage in this auction. This item would definitely be a crazy treasure in the flowing sea region. The huge city gate was 50 to 60 meters tall, and the thickness of the city wall was more than 10 meters. Wang Xian came to the position at the city gate and saw rows of soldiers of the Dragon and Phoenix army standing in a row with cold eyes. 2 half-step insightful void tier powerhouses and 10 extraordinary level 9 powerhouses were standing at the side to prevent anyone from causing trouble. TSK. This Dragon and Phoenix empire that suddenly appeared is so powerful. I've never heard of it before, but there are quite a number of powerhouses. I heard that this Dragon Phoenix empire has just been established not too long ago. However, it should have some strength. Even Star Moon Kingdom can't do anything about it. A few armored members of the mercenary group looked at the soldiers beside them, and a hint of fear appeared in their eyes. The other experts, even those from the royal families of other countries and powerful sects, were also slightly surprised when they saw the soldiers around the Dragon Phoenix Empire and the array formation inside. I wonder if this Dragon Phoenix Empire will become a crucian carp crossing the river or a fish leaping over the Dragon Gate. Some of the experts with extraordinary statuses glanced around and commented indifferently. To some experts from other countries, the strength of the Dragon Phoenix Empire could only be considered not bad. However, it was still far from becoming a powerful empire that stood tall in the flowing sea region. However, to some ordinary mercenary group members, the Dragon Phoenix Empire wasn't simple at all. This was especially true for the Star Moon Kingdom's mercenary groups. To the nearby Windhowl Empire and the Darning Empire's mercenary group members and families, the Dragon Phoenix Imperial City had clearly shocked them a lot. Especially the city protection array, which made their hearts burn with passion. If they could live in this city, at the very least, their safety would be extremely good.
There's actually a recruitment here. The Dragon Phoenix dynasty is recruiting a large number of powerful mercenary group members to live in and recruit experts.
After passing through the city gate, there was an eye-catching sign at the entrance, recruitment.
The main purpose of the large-scale auction held by Feng Wan was to attract experts and attract people to live in the Dragon Phoenix Imperial City. The Dragon Phoenix Royal City, which had been expanded tenfold, could accommodate more than 10 million people. However, the population was only less than 2 million.
The Dragon Phoenix dynasty urgently needed a large number of people, experts, and mercenary groups to live in the city. Moreover, they were given very good treatment.
This was a very good opportunity for many outsiders.
The spiritual energy and safety of the Dragon Phoenix Imperial City was not something that other cities could compare to.
Furthermore, joining the Dragon Phoenix dynasty would bring great benefits. If one had the strength, one could even become an official.
This made many people extremely tempted. The members of the mercenary group from the surrounding countries excitedly asked for information one by one.
As for the experts and sect experts from other countries, they did not bother with them and continued to walk in.
Although the spiritual energy in the Dragon Phoenix Royal City was more abundant, and it was much safer compared to other royal cities, it wasn't very attractive to those who had powerful families. Their families and sects also had their own formations, so the spiritual energy was even more abundant than the spiritual energy in the Dragon Phoenix Royal City. However, Feng Luan didn't expect the families with a profound void martial artist to settle down in the Dragon Phoenix Royal City, so she didn't care about their thoughts.
So many people. When Wang Xian was walking on the brand new road, his gaze swept across the surroundings. His face was filled with astonishment.
When Wang Xian came a few days ago, the number of people in the entire royal city of Dragon and Phoenix was still very small. In just a few days, there were at least hundreds of thousands of people who came here. Looks like this auction is still very attractive.
Wang Xian revealed a faint smile and quickened his pace as he walked towards the location of the auction house.
The auction house was located at the newly built eastern district of the Dragon and Phoenix Royal City. The entire auction house occupied an area of 2,000 meters. The huge auction house could accommodate 50,000 to 60,000 people.
The scale of this auction house was already considered rare. Feng Wan had spent a lot of effort for this auction.
It was a huge auction house. As for the items that were being auctioned, they were rare treasures. Among them, the most precious one was Wang Xian's demon beast bloodline of the first level of the see-through void tier. followed by the half-step see-through void-tier demon beast bloodline. Other than these two bloodlines, there were also weapons and elixirs of the see-through void tier. In addition, in order to attract the top-notch experts of the Transcendence realm, Feng Wan took out over 100 sets of half-step see-through void tier and 9th-level Transcendence set weapons. All of them were top-notch sets. Apart from the set weapons, there were also various top-notch elixirs of the Transcendence realm that were sent over by the Firecloud Sparrow clan. A total of several thousand items had been auctioned off. It was also because of so many treasures that they were able to attract so many experts. HMPH, he dares to establish a dynasty on his own with just a small city. How arrogant! At the east entrance of the Dragon Phoenix Imperial City, 7 to 8 youths rode on the 4-meter-long Thunder Leopard and entered the Dragon Phoenix Imperial City. In the center, a fiery red-haired youth saw the recruitment at the entrance and revealed a cold expression. The city protection array in the Dragon Phoenix Royal City cannot be compared to many royal cities. Furthermore, the scale of this auction is so large that this dynasty is not simple. Beside the fiery red-haired youth, a skinny girl sized up the surroundings and commented with a smile. What's so special about a small place? The fiery red-haired youth revealed a cold expression, his face full of disdain. Xingtiani. This place seems to have once been the domain of your Star Moon Kingdom. A youth in front turned his head and said with a slight sneer, "A small town is nothing to our Star Moon Kingdom." Xing Tian's expression darkened, and he said nothing more with a cold expression. Roar, roar. Right at this moment, the low roars of fierce beasts suddenly sounded from behind them. Afu! The 7 to 8 young men sitting on the howler leopards let out a low roar. They were clearly a little frightened. It was as if they had met their natural enemy. Haha, everyone from the 6 Element sect, long time no see. At this moment, a provocative voice sounded from behind. It's that bunch of bastards from the Fong clan. The faces of the youths riding on the Thunder Leopard darkened as they looked behind them coldly. You bunch of fellows are really stubborn. Didn't you just cripple one of your clansmen? Why are you so persistent? The youth leading the group turned his head and saw the group of 5 behind him with a cold expression. Du Fei Chen, be careful with your words. Otherwise, it won't be good if I bump into you when you're alone. The 5 of them slowly walked over on their thunder-devouring beasts. They stared coldly at the young man at the front and said coldly, "You really think I'm afraid of you?" Du Fei, who was sitting at the front, stared at the 5 of them darkly. "Fong clan, you really think we're afraid of you? Pay attention here." Xing Tianyi looked at the 5 of them and coldly said, "Here? If I'm not wrong, this place is the Dragon Phoenix Empire. What does it have to do with you, Xing Tianyi? Haha, I heard that this place was once the territory of your Star Moon Kingdom, but it was directly taken down by someone. Haha." The youth at the back of the group of 5 suddenly spoke with ridicule, his eyes filled with ridicule. "You?" Xing Tian's expression changed slightly and he stared at him with an embarrassed expression. "What? Haha, I came to take a look at the domain of your Star Moon Kingdom." "Ah, it seems to be even better than your Star Moon Kingdom's Imperial City." As that youth spoke, he laughed loudly. Riding on the lightning-devouring beast, he directly charged forward, his laughter spreading far and wide. The other 4 youths also looked at him with a mocking expression, directly surpassing the 8 of them as they headed towards the location of the auction. "Damnable fellows!" Xing Tian's face revealed a trace of anger. His body moved slightly and the Hule leopard that he was sitting on also increased its speed. "These fellows from the Fong clan really think that we are afraid of them." The other youths also had ugly expressions and also increased their speed. The roads of the Dragon Phoenix Royal City were very wide. There were also sidewalks, carriage paths, and beast riding paths. The beast riding path was very wide. It was nearly 20 meters wide, enough for 4 to 5 meters or even larger beasts to run. However, under normal circumstances, it was forbidden to ride beasts quickly in the city. There are so many mounts. Each and every one of them is simply too powerful. Over the past 2 days, there have been too many terrifying experts coming to our Dragon Phoenix Royal City. There are even many mercenary groups inquiring about our living conditions here. It seems that they want to join our Dragon Phoenix royal city. This is all thanks to Her Majesty the Queen. I heard that soon, our Dragon Phoenix royal city will have many new citizens. Within the Dragon Phoenix royal city, the citizens looked at the mercenary groups of experts from various countries in the Luhai region on the streets and revealed smiles on their faces, especially those beast mounts. Even though they were exuding a powerful aura, they still caused many citizens to stare at them curiously. I wonder how many spirit stones my pet eggs and bloodline can sell for. These spirit stones can be used to upgrade the Dragon Palace. Wang Xian stood in front of the huge auction house and looked at the auction house that was 30 meters tall. A smile appeared on his face. He didn't plan to use the spirit stones for this auction. Instead, he wanted to use all of them to upgrade the power of the Dragon Palace. As for the improvement of his level, he would think of a way in the future. Lower your speed. Please lower the speed of your ferocious beasts. At this moment, Wang Xian suddenly heard a stern voice. The voice sounded familiar. Haha, you are trash from the Six Elements sect. You are still a little weak. At this moment, an arrogant voice was heard. Roar, roar. Following that, the roar of a ferocious beast was heard. Ah! However, along with the roar of the fierce beast, a miserable cry was heard. N. The fierce beast lost control and hit someone. That is? It's the young pride of the Six Elements sect and the Fang clan. It's them. I didn't expect that they would come as well. Void interpretation level bloodlines, half-step void interpretation level pet eggs, and that set of equipment are all extremely attractive to them. The voices of people conversing could be heard from the surroundings. Most of the people around the auction house were from other countries. Many of them came from the graveyard of the demi-humans. They immediately recognized the group of young men. Wang Xian looked over and immediately saw a group of young men riding on ferocious beasts. At the sidewalk, a middle-aged man was lying on the ground with blood all over his face. His entire body was black. It was obvious that the ferocious beasts that had lost control had accidentally rushed to the sidewalk and attacked the pedestrians at the side. The berserk beast has injured someone. Quickly ride your mount in our Dragon Phoenix Imperial City. Come down and follow us to the City Lord's mansion. In the middle of the road, Feng Lingtian and Lu Qing, who had obtained the bloodline of the demon beasts of the Wind Eye clan, led a group of city guards and shouted at Xing Tianyi and the rest with a solemn expression. Trash, you can't even control your own beast. Trash is trash. You can't even control your own mount. What a disgrace to the Six Elements sect. The sudden incident on the street in front of the auction attracted everyone's attention. When the 5 Fang clan youths saw the city guards staring at them coldly, they mocked Xing Tianyi with disdain. You guys! Xing Tianyi's face was filled with anger as he coldly swept his gaze across the 5 of them. Get down immediately! Feng Lingtian and Lu Qing stared at Xing Tianyi, who was riding on the thunder leopard, and warned him coldly. Their gazes swept across the other young men and similarly shouted, You guys get down too! City guards, we didn't bump into anyone. Only trash would be unable to control their mounts properly and bump into people. A few youths from the Fang clan sat on top with smiles on their faces as they spoke to Feng Lingtian and the others. When Xing Tian heard their words, his expression turned slightly malevolent. Old Hu, not good, his injuries are very serious. This thunder leopard is a rank 9 transcendent beast. Old Hu's cultivation is only at rank 8 transcendent. Even if he were to be touched by it, he would be severely injured. Damn it, city guards, you have to stand up for us brothers. We were walking fine here, but we were directly attacked by his beast. At the side, 3 young men had ugly expressions. They glared at Xing Tianyi with anger as they growled. On the ground, the middle-aged man's vitality was extremely weak. The middle-aged men gave him several pills consecutively, but they were only able to alleviate some of his injuries. All of you shut up. He didn't dare to say anything about the Fang clan's taunts. But these trash mercenary group members before him dared to shout at him. They were courting death. What? So arrogant. This fellow is so arrogant. His own vicious beast bumped into someone, and he still dares to be so arrogant. Shoo, all of you, keep your voices down. Their group is riding an extraordinary 9th grade vicious beast. And look at the clothes on their bodies.
Disciples of the Six Element sect don't look for trouble. Some of the surrounding people were a little angry when they saw Xing Tianyi's arrogant manner. However, most of them were watching from the side. This matter concerned the disciples of the Six Element sect. This was not something that they could interfere with. The Six Element sect was a sect that was even more powerful than many kingdoms. The one who will shut up is you. Immediately follow us to the city lord's mansion. Otherwise, don't blame our dragon and phoenix empire for being impolite. When Feng Lingtian saw how arrogant he was, his expression became a little awkward. Was he looking down on them? Didn't we just bump into a piece of trash? Here, get out of our sight immediately. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite. Xing Tian glanced at Feng Lingtian with a cold expression. With a move of his arm, drops of liquid that contained terrifying spiritual energy appeared in his hand. There was a total of 5 drops, and each drop of the spiritual liquid gave off a white luster that filled a radius of 1 meter. With a wave of his arm, he threw it directly at the middle-aged man who was lying on the ground. Spiritual liquid. It's spiritual liquid. The spiritual liquid from the Ladyboy graveyard. Hiss. 5 drops of spiritual liquid is equivalent to over 1 million middle-grade spiritual stones. The middle-aged men were stunned as they looked at the 5 drops of spiritual liquid. We don't lack the spirit liquid. Take it. Otherwise, if you don't have the spirit liquid, you'll lose your life. A middle-aged man looked at the spirit liquid and stared at Xing Tianyi with a dark expression. However, before he could finish his words, a young man from the Six Element sect glanced at him disdainfully and warned him indifferently. Take it and get lost. If you're not satisfied, come to the demi-human graveyard and look for our Six Element sect. A Six Element sect girl said with a smile. Six Element sect? The middle-aged men's pupils contracted slightly as they looked at each other. They picked up the 5 drops of spirit liquid with an embarrassed expression and helped the injured middle-aged man up. Feng Lingtian and Lu Qing frowned as they looked at the injured middle-aged man. Scram. We want to participate in the auction held by your country. Why? Do you still want to arrest us? Xing Tianyi saw that the city guards were still surrounding them and shouted at them angrily. Immediately call the soldiers of the Dragon and Phoenix army over. Feng Lingtian and Lu Qing looked at each other and said to a city guard at the side. After they finished speaking, they looked at Xing Tianyi and said, if you violate the rules of our Dragon and Phoenix Empire, you will have to pay the price. We have already settled this matter. What more do you troublesome fellows want? Xing Tianyi frowned and stared at the 2 of them coldly. Chase them out immediately. At this moment, Wang Xian, who was standing at the side, walked over. He looked at the injured middle-aged man and the 5 drops of spiritual liquid beside the middle-aged man. His eyes were burning with passion. He turned to Xing Tianyi and said coldly, Brother-in-law, Lord Wang. When Feng Lingtian, Lu Qing, and the rest saw Wang Xian, their eyes were filled with respect as they shouted hurriedly. Wang Xian nodded his head slowly. He looked at the 8 people from the Six Element sect and the 5 people from the Feng clan. Chase them all out and forbid them from entering the city. He said directly. What? Xing Tianyi and the rest were slightly stunned. Their expressions turned cold instantly. Even the 5 people from the Feng clan were slightly stunned. Their expressions turned grim slowly. Chase us out? Your Dragon and Phoenix Empire dares to chase us out. A young man from the Six Elements sect stared at Wang Xian coldly. Why wouldn't they dare? Wang Xian laughed mockingly. Haha, all right, we will stand here. I want to see how you will chase us out. Just as Wang Xian finished his words, Xing Tian, who was at the side, laughed out loud. His eyes were filled with mockery. They were disciples of the Six Elements sect. He was also the prince of the Star Moon Kingdom. He wanted to see how a small place like this would dare to chase them out. Wang Xian shook his head slowly. Whoosh! At this moment, Wang Xian's figure moved. With a terrifying speed, he appeared beside Xing Tianyi in an instant. A terrifying force landed on his body. Xing Tianyi didn't expect Wang Xian to attack him directly. His face was filled with shock. However, at this moment he had no time to dodge. Roar! Roar! The thunder leopard, who was sitting on his seat, saw Wuxian attacking his master. His eyes were filled with killing intent. Bang! However, when Wuxian's palm landed on Xing Tiany's body, his palm also landed directly on the ground. Roar! Roar! The terrifying physical strength landed on the thunder leopard. This extraordinary level 9 ferocious beast let out a blood-curdling scream. His head was smashed into pieces. The Dragon and Phoenix Empire welcomes any friend to come, but they do not welcome anyone who does not abide by the rules. According to the rules of the Dragon and Phoenix Royal City, ferocious beasts will lose control and attack people in the city. They will kill the ferocious beasts and expel their owners. Wuxian's indifferent voice rang out. Meanwhile, Xing Tiany's body landed heavily on the ground. The powerful force caused him to spit out a mouthful of blood. What? When Wuxian made his move, it took less than a second for him to finish it. The other 7 young men from the 6 Element sect had just reacted when they saw Xing Tian landing heavily on the ground not far away and spitting out blood. As for the thunder leopard under his crotch, it fell to the ground without any signs of life. All of them had shocked expressions on their faces. Everyone around them gasped when they saw this scene. What powerful strength! Hiss, he killed the Hule leopard, who was at level 9 of the extraordinaire, in an instant and severely injured the proud son of a level 9 extraordinaire. His strength is so strong. There were at least tens of thousands of people gathered around the auction house. They looked at Wuxian with fear in their eyes. He should be at the half-step void interpretation realm. He is so young and already has such great strength. He is considered a favored son of the heavens in the flowing sea region. I wonder if he can be ranked in the top 10. In a restaurant beside the street, an old man in white stroked his beard and said with admiration in his eyes, "Top 10? How can such an elite young man be in a small Dragon Phoenix empire? Master, is he a bloodline cultivator or an ordinary cultivator?" At the side, a man and a woman looked at Wuxian and asked the old man. Judging from his chi and blood, he should be a bloodline cultivator. I just don't know what bloodline he has. The old man said with a smile. Oh, so he's a bloodline cultivator. When the man and woman heard the middle-aged man's words, they shook their heads slowly and didn't take him seriously. Hee hee. The old man also smiled faintly and looked away. The orthodox cultivators instinctively looked down on bloodline cultivators. Bloodline cultivators had the limitations of their bloodlines. Once they reached the peak of their bloodlines, they would not be able to make any progress in the future. However, for the truly blessed and ambitious experts, bloodlines were only the path chosen by the weak. The truly powerful ones would choose an endless great Tao, and only this path would allow them to stand at the peak of the extraordinary continent. Furthermore, in the current flowing sea region, the highest level of bloodline was the 4th level of the profound void tier. As for those with higher bloodlines, there were none. Although the 4th level of the profound void tier was strong, it wasn't very high for those talented and ambitious experts. Therefore, they instinctively disdained bloodline cultivators. Bloodline heaven's favorites could not be called heaven's favorites. How dare you attack the disciples of our 6 Element sect? I think you are courting death. The other 7 young men from the 6 Element sect reacted and quickly walked to Xing Tiany's side. Their eyes were filled with killing intent as they stared at Wuxian. A place has its own rules. In the Dragon and Phoenix Empire, you have to abide by the rules of the Dragon and Phoenix Empire. You will not be able to trample on you just because you are the 6 Element sect. Wuxian stared coldly at the young men from the 6 Element sect. Young Master Wang. Young Master Wang. At this moment, soldiers flew over one by one. Among them were 2 generals who were at the half-step void interpretation level. They greeted Wuxian respectfully when they saw him. Although Wuxian didn't have any position in the Dragon and Phoenix Empire, everyone knew that he had a close relationship with their queen. Even Mang Hong, Yan Wuxian, and the rest had to address him as young master respectfully. Throw them out. Wuxian nodded and said to the soldiers, It's young Master Wang. More than 10 soldiers nodded and stared coldly at the 8 people from the 6 Elements sect. Are we going to throw you out? Or are you going to leave by yourselves? A general stared at them and said expressionlessly, Dragon Phoenix Dynasty. Good, very good.
The 8 youths from the 6-element sect had extremely ugly expressions. They had come all the way here to buy some weapons and medicinal pills. In the end, they were directly chased out, wasting half a month of their time. This caused their expressions to be extremely ugly. Especially since the other party didn't give the 6-element sect any face, it made them even angrier. Being stared at by the experts from the Dragon and Phoenix army, the 8 people from the 6-element sect looked extremely embarrassed. They helped Xing Tianyi up and sat on the spirit beast. Then they headed out with a gloomy face. If they want to be punished according to the rules of the city, if they don't accept the punishment, they can leave.
Wang Xian turned to look at the 5 people from the Fang clan and said with a calm face.
When the 5 young men from the Fang clan saw the 8 people from the 6-element sect being chased out, their expressions changed slightly.
They did not expect that a small Dragon Phoenix Empire would actually dare to chase out the disciples of the 6-element sect.
This was the powerful 6-element sect. Although they were not the core disciples, they still represented the 6-element sect. Haha! This brother is really amazing. We will accept the punishment. These 10 drops of spiritual liquid will be the price we have to pay for our recklessness in the Dragon Phoenix Empire.
A young man standing in the middle suddenly laughed out loud. With a wave of his arm, the 10 drops of spiritual liquid flew into Wang Xian's hands. As he spoke, he cupped his hands at the soldiers.
I hope everyone can abide by the rules of the Dragon and Phoenix Empire. Although the Dragon and Phoenix Empire is small, it is definitely not something that can be trampled on by just anyone. Wang Xian nodded his head faintly and gestured to the soldiers. Of course. The young man from the Fang clan nodded his head with a smile.
After the group of soldiers left, the 5 young men from the Fang clan also left with smiles on their faces. Although the Dragon and Phoenix Empire did not give face to the Fang clan, the 8 people from the 6-element sect were in an even worse state.
When they thought of the 8 of them, the 5 people from the Fang clan laughed instead. Brother-in-law is still the best. Sir. Feng Lingtian and Lu Qing walked over and said to him in a fawning manner.
All right, cultivate well. In the future, none of you need to be afraid. Wang Xian said to Feng Lingtian with a smile. Don't worry, brother-in-law.
I cultivate all night, every night. It won't be long before I can become a powerhouse that can shake the entire region. Feng Lingtian said confidently. All right. You guys can continue your patrol. Wang Xian nodded with a smile. He looked at the spiritual liquid in his hand and his eyes sparkled.
All right, brother-in-law.
Feng Lingtian left with a smile. Lord Wang is still so domineering. Hee. No matter what your identity is, you have to abide by the rules here when you come to our Dragon and Phoenix Empire. Lord Wang rarely appears in the city during this period of time. I don't know what he is doing. It would be great if Lord Wang could become a high-ranking official in our Dragon and Phoenix Empire. In the surroundings, some citizens of the Dragon and Phoenix Empire looked at Wang Xian's figure and spoke respectfully.
Some people from other countries sized up Wang Xian in astonishment.
To possess such strength at such a young age was extremely rare even in their country. At this moment, Wang Xian looked at the spiritual liquid in his hand and made a decision in his heart. Spiritual liquid. 700 dragon crystals can be extracted from dragon energy. This drop of spiritual liquid was equivalent to swallowing an extraordinary level 7 aquatic creature. It was equivalent to the dragon spike accepting a mission to assassinate an extraordinary level 5 powerhouse.
Now that he needed more than 100 million dragon crystals to level up, the spiritual liquid was a good choice.
Currently, the resources required for Wang Xian to level up were too huge. If he were to devour the ferocious beasts and demonic beasts in the ocean, he would need more than 200,000 level 7 extraordinary ferocious beasts and demonic beasts. What kind of concept was this? This was simply impossible. Before he could devour so many level 7 extraordinary ferocious beasts, he might encounter an even more terrifying existence that would devour him. A few days ago, when Wang Xian found out about the human demon graveyard, he was a little tempted.
However, Wang Xian did not confirm it at that time because the human demon graveyard was at least 10 days away from the Dragon Phoenix Royal City. He had to travel through many places along the way and it was very dangerous.
Moreover, once he went out, he would need at least half a year or even a year to return. This caused him to hesitate slightly. However, when he saw the spiritual liquid, Wang Xian made up his mind. He had to go out and explore. Furthermore, he had to go out and explore by himself. His current strength was close to the first level of the see-through void tier. In the Dragon Palace, even Ao Yao was far inferior to him. Bringing Ao Yao and the rest along wouldn't be of much use. Now, it would be better for the Dragon Spur and the Dragon Palace to develop independently. Let's set off immediately. It's decided then. Wang Xian made a prompt decision. He looked at the auction house that had already opened its doors and didn't enter. Let's go and bid them farewell. Wang Xian thought to himself and immediately walked towards Feng Luan's location. He didn't need to bid farewell to Zhang Fengying anymore. A month ago, Zhang Fengying sent him a message saying that she was going out to explore. Then she disappeared. Have you really decided to go to the tomb of the demi-human? It's extremely dangerous there. In the mayor's residence, Feng Luan frowned as she looked at Wang Xian and spoke to him. I've decided. Currently, I need too many resources to increase my cultivation level. I have to go out and explore. Wang Xian nodded his head heavily at Feng Luan. The development of the dragon spike was reaching a bottleneck. Even if it could occupy the assassin market of 1 or 2 countries, it was still not enough for him to increase his level. Therefore, he had to solve the problem of resources on his own. All right. Feng Luan looked at him and nodded with a frown. Shu Qing and the Dragon Palace would like you to take care of them during this period of time. The spiritual stones for the auction will be handed over to Prime Minister Gue. Wang Xian continued speaking to her. Why are you in such a hurry to leave? I have been in the Dragon Palace for more than 2 months. There's nothing much to do here. You should leave as soon as possible. Wang Xian smiled and said to her. All right, you must return safely. Feng Luan looked at him and said seriously. Don't worry. Wang Xian smiled and nodded. He waved at her and flew into the Dragon Palace. Prime Minister Gue, I will be going on a long trip for the next period of time. I will be back in half a year or more. I will leave the matters of the Dragon Palace to you. Wang Xian returned to the Dragon Palace and instructed Prime Minister Gue. It's the Dragon King. Don't worry. With the presence of leader Mu Zisen of the Eye of the Wind tribe, our Dragon Palace's strength is not weak. Prime Minister Gue replied respectfully immediately. Yes, you can discuss with the civil officials about all the developments. Also, if you have any questions, you can look for Feng Luan. Wang Xian nodded and continued to talk to him. He then instructed a few more questions. Prime Minister Gue listened by the side and memorized them one by one. After Wang Xian had given his instructions, he went to the Dragon Palace and interrupted the cultivation of a few girls. Then he told them about it. Although the few girls were reluctant to leave, they did not try to persuade them to stay. They were also prepared to enter deep cultivation after Wang Xian left. The talents of the girls were all stronger than the members of the Dragon Palace. Their abilities were improving very quickly. Wang Xian walked in the sky above the Dragon Palace and looked down at the huge palace. It's a pity that the level of the 9 dragons is too low. They can't pull themselves to fly in the sky. Wang Xian thought to himself as he scanned the entire Dragon Palace. The Dragon Palace was relatively spacious. There were only about 3,000 members in the Dragon Palace, which covered an area of 80 kilometers. It was indeed relatively small. It was only a little livelier at the north gate of the Dragon Palace. There was a strange race here. It was also a race that Wang Xian had neglected the last time. The Killer Crab Race. Ever since they subdued the leader of the Killer Crab Race, the Killer Crab Race had been staying in the Dragon Palace. Now, there were more than 20,000 killer crabs in total. They could enter the body of the leader of the killer crabs, Ao Crab. When they were migrating to the Dragon Palace, Ao Crab was laying eggs in the Dragon Palace. Hence, he did not increase his strength. At present, Ao Crab was only at level 3 of the Extraordinary Realm. However, he had more than 20,000 subordinates. The killer crabs were similar to the Zerg race. Wang Xian placed them in the Dragon Palace and allowed them to cultivate freely. He swept his gaze across the Dragon Palace and flew into the distance. After dashing out of the ocean, Wang Xian flew a few thousand meters into the air with a map in his hand. This was a map of the flowing sea region that Feng Luan had given him. The map was not very clear. There was only a rough location of the kingdom. However, this was enough.
I'll go out and explore on my own. Haha, it's been a long time since I've had such an exciting feeling.
Wang Xian's eyes were filled with excitement. This made him feel the same kind of excitement as when he had just obtained the divine dragon system to explore the ocean. Flying at a height of a few thousand meters, the Dragon Phoenix royal city below was getting smaller and smaller. Wang Xian's figure moved and his speed suddenly increased. The vast and extraordinary continent appeared in front of his eyes. It was just like when Wang Xian first came to the vast ocean. Everywhere he went was filled with novelty. He kept flying forward. With Wang Xian's current strength that surpassed that of an extraordinary, his flying speed had increased by a lot. In an hour, he could fly for about 1,000 kilometers. However, the area of the extraordinary continent was more than 100 times that of Earth. Just the area of the flowing ocean was many times larger than Earth.
After flying for 5 hours, Wang Xian had already left the territory of Star Moon Kingdom and arrived at another dynasty.
Below him, a city was rapidly passing by. Compared to the cities inhabited by humans, the area of the wilderness was hundreds or thousands of times larger than the cities inhabited by humans.
Ferocious beasts were rampant and demonic beasts were wreaking havoc. The entire supernatural continent looked extremely desolate.
The number of humans was probably less than 1/10 of 1/10 of 1/10 of 1/10 of the number of ferocious beasts. Chirp, chirp. At this moment, the chirping of birds and beasts suddenly came from the front. The sound was extremely loud and resonated throughout the entire sky. At the bottom, the ferocious beasts hurriedly hid. Wang Xian narrowed his eyes slightly and looked ahead. It was a group of birds and beasts that were completely red in color and emitting flames.
There were more than 200 flaming birds. Each of them was about 7 to 8 meters in size. The average strength of these birds was around level 8 of the supernatural realm.
The flaming bird in the middle had the strength of level 9 of the supernatural realm. It's extremely dangerous to cross a few cities in the wild without the strength of a level 9 extraordinary. Without the strength of a void interpretation realm expert, it's simply courting death to fly in the sky. Wang Xian recalled what Feng Luan had said to him back then. Now, it seemed that it was true. Those outstanding young men who came from the graveyard of demi-humans and demons were all riding on mounts that were good at running on land. There were no flying mounts at all. This was because it was very easy to encounter groups of birds and beasts while flying in the sky. Once they encountered them, it would be difficult to deal with them without a powerhouse at the profound void tier. Wang Xian did not dodge when he saw the flaming birds and beasts flying towards him. His body shook and numerous ice swords appeared around him. Each ice sword emitted a cold glow under the sunlight.
Go! Wang Xian saw a huge heat wave charging towards him. With a wave of his arm, the numerous water swords charged towards the group of flaming birds.
Chirp, 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 chirp.
When the flying birds saw the terrifying ice swords, they let out rapid sounds.
However, the difference between this group of flaming bird beasts and Wang Xian was too great. The ice sword was so cold that it pierced through the bodies of the flaming bird beasts easily. It's a pity that I can only increase my dragon energy by devouring aquatic creatures. Other creatures can't. Wang Xian flew over quickly and stored all the corpses of the flaming bird beasts into his interspatial ring. Without any hesitation, he flew towards the direction of the human demon graveyard once again. Wang Xian did not stop for even a second. With his current strength and the body of the divine dragon, flying at a high speed in the sky did not consume too much energy. If he continued flying like this, he would be able to last for at least a month.
As he continued to fly, Wang Xian flew for another 4 to 5 hours. Halfway through, he encountered 2 waves of bird attacks and was easily killed by him.
Boom! 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 Eh! Suddenly, Wang Xian was attracted by the rumbling sound coming from the front. When he looked over, he was stunned. At the lake below, 3 species of ferocious beasts were fighting. A type of water-type ferocious beast that was similar to a hippo was fighting 2 wind-type and fire-type ferocious beasts. The number of hippo-like ferocious beasts was about double that of the other 2 ferocious beasts.
In terms of strength, they were also much stronger than the other 2 ferocious beasts.
However, what surprised Wang Xian was that the hippo-like ferocious beast was in a disadvantageous position at this moment. This is wind-aided fire. When Wang Xian saw that the wind elemental and fire elemental ferocious beasts were actually working together, he revealed a look of surprise. Wind aided the fire. The wind-type beasts use special techniques to increase the attack power of the fire-type beasts by about 50 to 60%. Looking at the battle below, Wang Xian gave it some thought. During the rest of the flight, Wang Xian slowed down and began to practice his control of the 5 elements energy. Practicing the individual control and combined attack of the 5 elements was the inspiration he got from the 2 groups of beasts. Of the 2 groups of fierce beasts, one was of the fire element and the other was of the wind element. The wind aided the fire and could make the fire attack even more terrifying. It could make the wind carry fire and greatly increase the attack power. This made him fall into deep thought, thinking of the ancient books he had read in the Demon Hunters Academy. The learning ability of humans was the strongest among all living creatures. In the Transcendence stage, apart from everyone's trump cards and divine abilities, some forces that had a great foundation also had all kinds of combat skills. Combat techniques, combined combat techniques. Supernatural powers were evolved from combat techniques that had reached the acme of perfection. If one was able to cultivate one combat technique after another and combine them together, they would be able to unleash a power that was not inferior to supernatural powers. In fact, Wang Xian had also used the combination of 2 attributes. For example, the combination of the fire dragon's flame and the descent of the wood world could unleash an even more terrifying attack. He had even used the 5 attributes to amplify the attack in turn. This kind of amplification method was very crude. It could only amplify the attack by about 80 to 90%. After Wang Xian came to the extraordinary mainland, his strength had increased too quickly. Furthermore, he rarely made a move. This caused him to seldom study this kind of technique. His attack method was still at the level of Earth. Now that his level had almost reached a bottleneck, it was difficult for him to increase his strength. He could only think of ways to increase his attack power. Seeing the ferocious beasts of the 2 races, Wang Xian was enlightened. With this thought, he realized how lousy and crude his techniques were. Wang Xian was prepared to use the time when he was in the wild to practice properly. With the control of the 5 elements energy, he was able to comprehend many offensive techniques that were not inferior to supernatural powers through the interaction of the 5 elements. For example, extreme ice and fire explosion, extreme hot water sea, metalwood explosion, and so on. These offensive techniques were not inferior to the power of a single attribute divine ability. Furthermore, the consumption was very small. Bang! Wang Xian waved his arm gently. A ball of flame appeared at the tip of his finger. It was a golden needle. The 2 attributes gathered together. Under the burning of the flame, the golden needle slowly turned red. Finally, the golden needle easily penetrated through a 1-meter-sized earth alligator snapping turtle that was covered in armor. An extraordinary level 9 earth alligator snapping turtle died instantly under Wang Xian's light finger. Phew, the combined attack of the attributes is too strong. If I can combine 3, 4, or even 5 attributes together, it would be even more terrifying than my strongest dual attribute supernatural ability. Wang Xian looked at the ferocious beast that was said to have the most terrifying defense on land that died instantly. Astonishment appeared on his face. A human genius. He has the ability to fight above his level when he cultivates dual attributes. On the other hand, he has been relying on the body of the divine dragon to fight above his level with numerous supernatural powers. He has completely neglected the use of the combination of attributes. Wang Xian's eyes sparkled. According to the records of the Divine Dragon Clan, the top human experts had the terrifying ability to slaughter the Divine Dragon. One of the reasons was their control over their attributes. If a top human expert who controlled the 5 elements were to combine the 5 attributes into a terrifying attack, he would be able to unleash an attack that was more than 10 times his original strength. It was not impossible for him to slay the dragon. If he possessed the terrifying body of the divine dragon and his control over his attributes, coupled with the human's control over his attributes, he would be able to unleash an attack that was more than 10 times his original strength. As Wang Xian thought of this, he fell into deep thought and sat on the ground with his legs crossed.
It was very easy for him to combine two attributes. It was very easy for him to combine the two attributes. However, it was a little difficult for him to combine the three attributes. He needed to control each attribute to the extreme. Buzz! After more than 10 hours, Wang Xian suddenly stood up and extended his palm. A mini mountain that was as big as a mountain appeared above his palm. The mountain peak suddenly emitted a terrifying flame. Wang Xian waved his hand gently and threw it toward a 5-meter-thick tree. Bang! When the flaming mountain peak landed on the tree, it suddenly emitted a golden glow and easily passed through the mountain peak. A huge hole appeared. Following that, the tree started to burn with a loud bang. This won't do. I still can't control it well. The fire attack is overflowing. Wang Xian frowned slightly. A contemplative look appeared on his face. Following that, he shook his head slowly. I should continue on my journey. I'll think about it as I walk. Wang Xian thought to himself. Following that, a smile appeared on his face. This little bit of inspiration and nearly 2 days of consideration and contemplation had increased his skills by more than 10 times. The increase in his skills brought about an increase in his attacks. The current Wang Xian was more than twice as strong as the him 2 days ago. Now, his casual attack was several times stronger than before. I feel that even if I don't turn into a divine dragon, I still have the qualifications to fight against an insightful void martial artist. Wang Xian raised his eyebrows and a satisfied look appeared in his eyes. He was in a great mood. He took out the map and flew forward again. The human demon graveyard was located at the center of the Luhai district. Wang Xian was only traveling about 1/5 of the distance. This was also because he had been flying for 24 hours without any rest or sleep. He continued to fly forward. This time, he didn't fly at full speed. Instead, he was constantly thinking about the combination of attributes. This was especially so for one of the offensive methods he was researching, Starburst. Starburst, Fire, Metal, and Earth Combination Attack AoE attack. It was an attack that he came up with based on the explosion of meteorites and planets. If he could come up with the Starburst, Wang Xian felt that its offensive power should not be weaker than the dual attribute divine ability of the fire territory. As he continued to fly forward, Wang Xian continued to rehearse the combination of the three attributes in his mind. Pagoda, pagoda, pagoda. Just as Wang Xian was thinking and flying forward, the sound of a pagoda pagoda suddenly came from the void in front of him. It was as if there was a terrifying existence stepping on the void. The sound was dull and loud. The dull sound woke Wang Xian up. He quickly looked towards the source of the sound. What's that? When Wang Xian looked to his right, his pupils contracted slightly. A look of shock appeared in his eyes. It was a ferocious beast. Its entire body was emitting purple lightning. Countless lightning bolts were densely packed within a 20-meter radius around it. With every step it took, the purple lightning bolts around it would emit a special sound. Spirit Purple Qilin. Wang Xian's eyes flickered as he looked at the void interpretation level ferocious beast that was flying towards him at a rapid speed. Hesitation appeared on his face. The Spirit Purple Qilin was a ferocious beast at the first level of the void interpretation level. It wasn't big and was only 4 meters in size. Its head was like a mythical Qilin with 2 purple wings. Its body was like a lion with purple fur. If it didn't have 2 1-meter-long tusks, the Spirit Purple Qilin wouldn't look so imposing. However, the 2 huge tusks had destroyed its imposing manner, making it look ferocious and ferocious. It had a pair of purple eyes and was charging forward proudly. As a ferocious beast at the insightful void tier, very few people dared to provoke such an existence. While Wang Xian was hesitating, the Spirit Purple Qilin, which was thousands of meters away, was already walking towards him. When it saw Wang Xian in front of it, it didn't hesitate at all. It raised its head slightly and aimed its 2 huge tusks at him. Crack, crack. 2 purple tusks, which were 1 meter long, emitted purple thunderbolts that seemed to have substance as they attacked Wang Xian directly. Since I'm attacking, let's test my current strength. Wang Xian looked at the purple lightning bolts that were attacking him. His eyes were filled with a strong fighting spirit. He waved his arm and ice and fire shot out with his fingers. Ice, which caused white fog to appear in the void, collided with the extremely hot flames. When the two energies which were condensed to the extreme collided, a terrifying explosion was produced. Boom! The two bolts of lightning, which were as sharp as purple fangs, dissipated instantly under the extreme explosion of ice and fire. The explosion of fire and water caused a huge white fog to rise in the air. The white fog covered an area of 1,000 meters. Wang Xian narrowed his eyes, which were flashing with light. He waved his arm, and an ocean appeared out of thin air in front of him that covered an area of 2,000 meters. The depth of the ocean was about 5 meters, and the seawater was emitting a terrifyingly high temperature. This was boiling water. Following that, Wang Xian waved his other hand again. Streams of flames entered the boiling water directly. Combination skill, extremely hot sea of water. Roar. The Ling Zilin, which was charging towards Wang Xian, let out a painful scream the moment it came into contact with the extremely hot sea of water. Its body was instantly covered by thick purple lightning bolts. Terrifying bolts of lightning struck towards the extremely hot water sea. With each attack, a large area of the extremely hot water sea dissipated. Explode! Boom boom boom! Wang Xian instantly converted the water energy, turning it from extremely hot to extremely cold. The flames collided with the extremely cold and let out a terrifying explosion sound again. This time, the explosion covered an area of about 2 kilometers. The terrifying explosion caused Ling Zilin's body to fly backward. The terrifying energy left a long scar on his head. Good. The attack power of the combination skill can completely threaten a ferocious beast at the first level of the see-through realm. If I transform into a divine dragon, this fellow might not be my match. Wang Xian looked at Ling Zilin, who was sent flying backward, and revealed an excited expression. Roar! However, at this moment, Ling Zilin revealed a ferocious expression. A human who looked like an ant to him was actually able to injure him lightly. Ling Zilin was extremely furious. His entire body condensed into a terrifying lightning bolt which covered the surroundings like a 10-meter-long terrifying lightning beast. Its body moved and turned into rays of purple light. In an instant, it attacked Wang Xian. This should be the supernatural ability of the spirit purple Qilin. Wang Xian focused his mind slightly. With a move of his arm, the lightning struck wood appeared in his hand. Golden wood explosion. He pointed with his arm, and a wooden spear that was emitting golden rays of light went straight for it. It exploded in front of the spirit purple Qilin, and rays of light attacked it. Crack, crack, roar, roar. However, when his attack landed on the purple lightning around Ling Zilin, the golden light couldn't penetrate it at all. Wang Xian's expression changed slightly. He looked at Ling Zilin, who was charging at him with a loud roar. He quickly raised his arm. Earth Dragon Shield! Bang! The divine dragon Earth Dragon Shield was released. However, it collapsed instantly under Ling Zilin's attack. His body moved and he hurriedly dodged to the side. The wood realm descends. Bind! Fire Dragon Flame, burn! His expression didn't change, and he instantly cast 2 divine abilities. The wood realm appeared above Ling Zilin's head, and the flames instantly burned. This wasn't a perfect combination of divine abilities, but it could still increase the power of the divine ability by 20 to 30%. Roar! However, when the wood realm descended and surrounded the spirit purple Qilin, it opened its mouth and raised its head to roar. The surrounding purple lightning started to spin, and all the trees instantly disappeared. Only the flame of the fire dragon landed on the spirit purple Qilin's body, causing the surrounding purple lightning to immediately disappear. Roar! The purple lightning on the spirit purple unicorn's body disappeared, but it did not stop its monstrous flames. Layers of lightning swirled around it, making it look extremely mystical. Boom! At this moment, the void exploded. Its speed was increased by more than twice, and it attacked Wang Xian like a bolt of lightning. Earth Burial Entanglement. Wang Xian took a deep breath and shook his arms. The earthy yellow energy and the green wood attribute energy were directed forward. The earthy yellow mist that covered 100 meters was directly in front of him. When the spirit purple Qilin rushed over, thorns grew rapidly in the earthy yellow space. Earth and wood countered each other and attacked each other. Under this kind of attack, the thorns connected to every single grain of soil in an instant. Under the counteraction of these chaotic attributes, they formed a dense cage made of thorns. This cage covered the spirit Zeline directly. The earth burial entwining force was doubled under the burst of energy from the counteraction of the two attributes. The tough thorns completely wrapped around the spirit Zeline. Roar! The spirit Zeline flapped its wings violently and the thorns were cut off by its sharp wings. However, during this period of time, Wuxia had already restrained Ling Zeline for a few seconds. Gold crack void. Without any hesitation, Wuxia released his metal-type divine ability once again. The terrifying golden glow seemed to pierce through the void. In an instant, it landed on Ling Zeline's body. Ow! Ling Zeline let out a painful cry once again and immediately broke free from the encirclement of the earth burial. A half-meter deep wound appeared on his abdomen, and bright red blood flowed out slowly. Wuxia retreated hurriedly and exhaled slightly. The continuous attacks were either combined elemental attacks or supernatural powers. Each attack could easily kill a half-step void interpretation level powerhouse. When I'm in my human form, I have to use a combination attack or supernatural powers to deal with a first-stage void interpretation level powerhouse. Otherwise, I can't hurt a void interpretation level powerhouse at all. Furthermore, I can't let a void interpretation expert get close to me. Otherwise, my defense won't be able to withstand it. Wuxia analyzed the battle just now and looked at Ling Zeline, who was attacking him again. He took a deep breath. Water tomb. He waved his arms again and an ocean appeared in front of Ling Zeline. Earlier, he had used earth and wood to create a strong binding domain. At this moment, Wuxia had used water and wood to create a strong binding domain once again. The moment Ling Zeline was covered by the ocean water, countless thorns grew out from the surroundings and covered it once again. Water hazard explosion. Once again, Wuxia unleashed his supernatural ability. Ling Zeline, who was trapped in the water tomb, was directly covered by his supernatural ability. Roar, roar, roar. After continuously attacking, the spirit purple Qilin that had been suppressed all this while let out an angry roar. Its purple fur directly exploded, and purple lightning flowed on its fur that was dozens of centimeters long. The surrounding water energy was directly evaporated. Roar! The spirit purple Qilin let out a roar, and densely packed lightning bolts that were like golden needles covered the surrounding area. The terrifying purple lightning bolts covered an area of 2 to 3 kilometers. It was a completely indiscriminate attack. Wuxia's expression changed drastically. Dragon scales appeared all over his body. The earthy yellow soil rapidly covered his entire body. Bang! 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 The terrifying sound of the collision caused Wuxia's body to tremble. Roar! At this moment, the furious Ling Zeline let out a roar. All the lightning and golden needles condensed into a terrifying lightning bolt that pierced through Wuxia. Let's give it a try. Wuxia took a deep breath. His eyes narrowed slightly as 3 types of energy, gold, fire, and earth, appeared in front of him instantly. The 3 types of energy rapidly condensed into a small mountain about 1 meter in size and attacked straight ahead. Fire creates earth creates gold. Earth creates gold, and fire suppresses gold. The soil wrapped the gold in the middle, and the terrifying flames burned the earth attribute outside. Under such circumstances, the 3 unstable attributes were like an unstable planet. Star explosion was a very feasible attack method that Wuxia felt was a fusion of the 3 attributes. Once it was unleashed, it could definitely be comparable to the attack of the divine dragon queen. Buzz. However, the moment Wuxia unleashed his attack, the condensed attack became restless. Oh no, I failed. His expression changed drastically as he moved his body. Roar! A dragon's roar came from his mouth. His terrifying 50-meter-long body retreated rapidly. Boom! Before the star explosion's attack could meet the spirit purple Qilin's lightning, a terrifying explosion occurred. The terrifying explosion sent out a wave of smoke. Fuck! This is bad. His expression changed slightly. He didn't have time to defend himself and was directly hit by the aftershock of the explosion. Streams of blood appeared around the dragon's scales at the position of the dragon's body, causing Wuxia to feel a little numb. The lightning from the Ling Zeline dissipated directly in the explosion. So powerful.
If this move can be executed perfectly, even if I don't transform into a divine dragon, I can still severely injure a powerhouse at the first level of the see-through realm. Wang Xian swayed his body, which was in pain. His body moved and excitement could be seen in his eyes. Next, it's time to see the combat strength of my dragon transformation. Roar! Wang Xian let out a dragon's roar and swayed his gigantic body, which was 50 meters long. 2 gigantic dragon claws attacked the spirit Zilin directly. The sudden transformation of Wang Xian into a divine dragon shocked the spirit Zilin beast slightly. A hint of fear could be seen in its eyes. Clearly, the 50-meter-long divine dragon body had filled the spirit Zilin beast with fear. Roar! However, when the bloodthirsty beast sensed that Wang Xian was not able to suppress it completely, it let out a wild roar and charged forward. Its purple eyes slowly turned blood-red. Clearly, the spirit Zilin beast had slowly entered a berserk state. Let me show you my strength. Extreme ice and fire explosion. His 2 dragon claws, which were 7 to 8 meters in size, one was emitting a fiery red light while the other was emitting a blue light. With a wave of his dragon claws, he directly attacked Ling Zilin. Roar! Ling Zilin directly raised his front hooves and stepped forward without the slightest bit of fear. 2 thick lightning figures that were like hooves directly charged towards the extreme ice and fire explosion. Boom! A terrifying collision resounded within a radius of tens of kilometers. The ferocious beasts below fled in fear. The collision of the void interpretation level had truly begun. Wang Xian's attack just now had only slightly injured the spirit purple Qilin. Alright, let's see how many times you can withstand my attacks. Haha! Wang Xian's face was filled with confidence. His huge dragon tail swept across. The entire flame was like a mixture of lava. It was extremely red. Drops of red liquid even dripped downwards. Divine ability. Divine Dragon Fire Tail. Divine Dragon's Fiery Tail. With Wang Xian's 50-meter-long figure, he used the Divine Dragon's Fiery Tail. The dragon's tail, which was dozens of meters long, was like a terrifying volcano as it charged straight at Ling Zilin. Roar! 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 Ling Zilin's face turned blood-red when he saw Wang Xian's terrifying dragon tail. He raised his 2 1-meter-long tusks and met Wang Xian's dragon tail head-on. The 2 tusks were imbued with the power of thunder and lightning. Boom! The 2 terrifying powers collided with each other and created a shockwave. Ling Zilin's 4-meter-long body was sent flying backward. A purple trail of thunder and lightning streaked across the sky. Roar! 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 Ling Zilin, who had been suppressed all this while, shook its body. Streams of blood flowed out from the wound on its abdomen after the collision. It lifted its hooves and stepped gently into the air. Ta-ta-ta-ta? A voice that sounded like the galloping of tens of thousands of horses sounded again. It stared at Wang Xian coldly and opened its mouth. Its 2 1-meter-long fangs made it look extremely ferocious. Wang Xian swayed his body. His proud dragon head stared at Ling Zilin coldly. His eyes were filled with fighting spirit. Ta-ta-ta-ta. Ling Zilin's front hooves stomped on the air once again. The concentrated sound spread to the surroundings. Crackle, crackle. Following the stomp of its front hooves, streaks of terrifying purple lightning quickly gathered under the 2 front hooves. 2 balls of lightning gathered under the left and right front hooves. Is he going to use his virtual image to attack? Wang Xian was slightly stunned. The transformation of his supernatural ability into a virtual image was the symbol of an insightful emptiness realm expert. It was also the strongest attack technique of an insightful emptiness realm expert. Looking at the dark purple lightning gathering under its front hooves, a solemn expression appeared on his face. Roar! Wang Xian let out a soft roar and a strong light shot out from his eyes. Then I will use you to test the power of a dual-attribute supernatural ability. He opened his mouth and a terrifying dragon flame shot out directly. Following that, the earthen yellow energy converged. Roar! The flames and the earthen yellow energy converged and slowly rose into the sky. Boom! A gigantic flaming mountain peak that was as big as a mountain appeared above his head. The flaming mountain peak was emitting white smoke. Slowly, the entire flaming mountain peak erupted.
Thick lava was rolling. Fire territory. It was more appropriate to describe it as fire lava soil. The entire fire territory was about 1,000 meters in size and about 200 meters in height. The fire territory stood on top of Wang Xian's head. Wang Xian stared at Ling Zilin coldly. Roar! Ling Zilin stared at the fire territory in the sky, and an irritable look appeared on his face. Dong! 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 At this moment, Ling Zilin started to move. His front hooves stepped on the void and attacked Wang Xian directly. It stepped out quickly and produced a dong-dong sound. Lightning was densely packed under its feet. It was as if the void would shatter every time it stepped on it. Ling Zilin was like purple lightning as it stomped heavily on the world. Wang Xian looked at Ling Zilin, who was charging forward relentlessly. The fire territory above his head trembled. Boom! The mountain-like fire territory smashed directly at Ling Zilin. The moment both parties came into contact, a terrifying energy collision shook the surrounding dozens of kilometers. Boom! 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 At this moment, Ling Zilin stepped into the void. His front hooves landed heavily on the fire territory. The fire territory was like an erupting mountain of flames. Countless lava chunks that were dozens of meters in size shot down. Bang, bang, bang. The lava chunks shot onto Ling Zilin's body and were blocked by his two tusks. A portion of the lava chunks shattered when they landed on his body. Ling Zilin was like a ferocious beast that trampled on the world. His front hooves kept on stomping towards the fire territory. Roar! He roared angrily. The purple lightning on his front hooves doubled in size. His terrifying strength stomped on the fire territory and stomped towards Wang Xian rapidly. The lava on the fire territory fell towards the ground, creating a deep pit that was 100 meters wide. What a powerful Dharma idol! Under the stomp of its front hooves, even the two elemental spells were destroyed. Wang Xian stared at Ling Zilin, who was attacking him. His two huge dragon claws met it head-on. Roar! Ling Zilin did not show any signs of weakness. Its front hooves stepped on the fire territory and headed towards Wang Xian again. Boom! Two attacks of disproportionate size. Wang Xian's golden dragon claws collided heavily with Ling Zilin's front hooves. Crack! Crack! In an instant, Wang Xian could hear the sound of bones breaking. Roar! Ling Zilin did not feel good either. He destroyed Wang Xian's dual-attribute supernatural ability and collided with him with all his strength. Streams of blood flowed out from his front hooves. Wang Xian's huge body flew backward and flew 50 meters away. His two dragon claws had become deformed. Hiss, as expected of a ferocious beast at the insightful void level. Its strength is terrifying. However, this is only the beginning. Wang Xian revealed a faint smile as his body shimmered with a blue light. Divine ability, Water Spirit. Under the repair of the Water Spirit, Wang Xian's dragon claws recovered rapidly. Continue. Wang Xian moved his body and swung his 50-meter-long body towards the Spirit Zilin. His abdomen was injured and his front hooves were injured. The Spirit Zilin, who had just cast his Dharma idol, was furious when he saw Wang Xian coming at him. He pounced towards Wang Xian and his two fangs emitted bolts of lightning. Every hair on his body stood up like lightning needles. Boom! 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 Wang Xian clawed out with his dragon claws. His dragon tail swept across and his dragon head bit down. After a combination of supernatural powers and dual-attribute combat techniques, it entered the most primitive competition. Wang Xian was not afraid of the battle between Ling Zilin and Wang Xian. In the sky, the battle between two terrifying giant beasts caused the entire sky to tremble. Wang Xian was not afraid of the battle between his physical body. With his huge figure and powerful defense and strength, he was able to completely suppress Ling Zilin. Roar! Roar! After more than 10 minutes of intense battle, the Ling Zilin, who was completely at the bottom, let out a low roar. It was injured all over and its eyes were filled with fear. Roar! His body moved and it fled into the distance. You want to escape? Wang Xian's eyes were cold. His body shook and the area within 2 kilometers was covered by seawater. Water tomb! He let out a soft shout and the combination skill appeared around him. The combination skill unleashed with the body of the divine dragon is obviously much stronger.
Wang Xian looked at Ling Ziling, who was instantly entangled, and revealed an excited expression. I'll use you to practice my skills. He moved his body and released another combination skill. He also tried to combine new skills one after another. Roar!
Roar! Ling Ziling let out an unyielding roar. His speed was restrained and he could only turn around to meet Wang Xian. Golden Stream. In the sky of the wilderness, Wang Xian waved his arm and a ray of scarlet golden light shot towards Ling Ziling.
The ray of light was extremely beautiful and didn't seem to have any lethality. A woo!
However, Ling Ziling let out a miserable cry from the side.
At this moment, Ling Ziling's entire body was in an extremely miserable state. There wasn't a single part of him that was fine. He could neither escape nor defeat him. Ling Ziling had completely become a tempering stone for Wang Xian. A series of combination skills were launched at Ling Ziling.
It's about time. Wang Xian's eyes flickered as a hint of killing intent appeared in his eyes.
Roar!
Ling Ziling was floating in the sky in front of him. He stared coldly at Wang Xian as he breathed heavily. Even though it was heavily injured, the spirit Ziling still looked extremely ferocious.
Oh, that's right. Looking at the spirit Ziling's mighty appearance, Wang Xian suddenly had a thought. He was a little tempted when he thought of the heritage of the 100 Beast City's old man by Sun as a beast tamer. He stared at the spirit Ziling. A 50-meter-tall figure was circling around it. A powerful dragon's might was pressing down on it.
Roar!
Roar! The spirit purple Qilin, who was lying in the air, kept roaring. Some of the beast-taming techniques flashed across Wang Xian's mind. A beast tamer wanted to plant a seed in the mind of a ferocious beast. This seed was not like Wang Xian's blood essence, which allowed him to have 100% control over it. He wanted to plant the seed of, I am your king. When the seed entered the mind of the ferocious beast, it would be like a group of people. This beast would instinctively think that you are my king, and I have to obey your orders.
This needed to be suppressed using the method of bloodline.
The 100 Patrol Elders Beast Tamer had learned from the beasts controlling the beast group.
If you wanted to subdue a beast, you had to have a powerful bloodline and use it to suppress the other party's bloodline. If the other party's bloodline was stronger than his, it was basically impossible to subdue him.
Beast tamers were different from those warriors who had mounts and pets.
Those warriors who had mounts and pets were the ones who had cultivated their feelings from the time when their mounts and pets were young so that they could subdue them. Beast tamers were completely suppressing them.
Wang Xian circled around the spirit purple Qilin and looked down at him with his head held high. The aura that was originally filled with killing intent slowly became amiable.
A kind of gentle and lofty aura rushed into its mind.
Wang Xian waved his dragon claw and a wisp of blood flew toward the spirit Ziling beast. It slowly floated above its head. Roar! The spirit Ziling sensed the aura coming from Wang Xian. It let out a low roar and stared at him vigilantly.
Wang Xian didn't make a move. According to the techniques inherited by the beast tamer, he subjugated the spirit Ziling beast bit by bit.
As a divine dragon, it was easier for Wang Xian to tame ferocious beasts and demonic beasts than it was for the 100 Patrol Elders. As a member of the Divine Dragon Clan, he possessed a top-notch bloodline. Any ferocious beast could feel the aura of a king from his bloodline.
Awoo!
Wang Xian stared coldly at Ling Ziling. The terrifying aura kept attacking it. Ling Ziling let out 2 low growls and slowly lay down in the air.
After more than 10 minutes, it raised its head and looked at Wang Xian in awe. Finally, its gaze landed on the drop of blood.
Awoo!
In the end, Ling Ziling lowered its head towards Wang Xian to show its submission.
I've succeeded. It's much easier than I thought. Wang Xian revealed a delighted expression.
It must be because I gave it a good beating and almost killed it.
Wang Xian thought to himself. If he wanted to tame a wild beast, he had to first subdue it with his strength and then suppress it with his soul.
Subjugating a void interpretation level beast made Wang Xian feel great. Ling Ziling's strength was still very strong. Even among the first level of the void interpretation level, it was still very strong.
After subjugating it, it would be a very powerful combat strength. Don't move. I'll test the power of that dual attribute healing ability. Wang Xian stared at Ling Zilin. His body moved and a blue-green light appeared in front of him. The light slowly condensed into a liquid state and covered an area of about 2,000 meters. Wang Xian had a thought. The blue-green liquid slowly shrank and finally fell towards Ling Zilin. Awoo! The blue-green liquid fell into Ling Zilin's body, causing his injuries to heal at a terrifying speed. In less than 10 seconds, almost all the injuries on Ling Zilin's body were healed. Let's take a break.
Wang Xian moved his body and returned to his human form. He came to Ling Zilin's side.
Awoo! Ling Zilin lowered his head towards Wang Xian and was extremely respectful.
Wang Xian revealed a faint smile on his face. In the future, Ling Zilin would be his loyal subordinate. As long as it didn't encounter any special circumstances, it wouldn't dare to disobey Wang Xian's orders.
Get down!
Wang Xian moved his body and rode directly on Ling Zilin's body. A 4-meter-long mount was just right for him to ride on. After patting Ling Zilin's body, it landed on the ground and started to recover.
Wang Xian was also sitting cross-legged at the side to recover the energy he had consumed and to sort out the combat techniques with various combinations of attributes. The combination of the two attributes is indeed very powerful. However, the downside is that it is too obvious. Others will be able to tell how many attributes you have used. It will cause a huge sensation and even bring danger. Wang Xian thought to himself. It would be fine if he had 2 attributes. If others saw it, they would only think that he was a peerless heaven's favorite. However, if he displayed 5 attributes, it would arouse other suspicions. I remember there is an item in the system's Dragon Palace's treasure trove. It can hide some of my attributes and even deceive me. Wang Xian thought to himself. With a thought, he checked the system store.
Found it. Heaven-deceiving pearl. It can change the aura fluctuation of the attacks I release. Wang Xian revealed a faint smile. With this heaven-deceiving pearl, he could use all kinds of combinations of combat skills without restraint. 10,000 dragon crystals. The price is really not cheap.
Wang Xian looked at the exchange price and directly exchanged it.
A colorful pearl appeared in his hand. The pearl was the size of a fist.
Wang Xian opened his mouth and swallowed it. Phew!
He casually released a flame. Under the heaven-deceiving bead, he saw a water sword.
This heaven-deceiving bead also has a surprise attack effect. It's pretty good.
Wang Xian thought to himself as he sat cross-legged to recover his energy.
2 hours later, Wang Xian stood up. Ling Zilin, who was lying on the ground, also stood up. Standing next to the first-level void interpretation beast, Wang Xian exuded a strong aura.
Let's go to the front.
Wang Xian sat on Ling Zilin and patted its head before flying forward. Roar! Ling Zilin let out a roar and flew straight into the sky. Its mighty body exuded a strong aura.
Riding on the spirit purple unicorn, which was at the first level of the insightful void tier, those beasts and birds which had yet to reach the insightful void tier could feel the aura of the spirit purple unicorn and immediately left far away.
Even beasts at the insightful void tier would usually avoid the spirit purple unicorn as soon as they felt the presence of beings of the same level. The speed of the spirit purple unicorn was not slower than Wang Xian's at all. However, after flying for about half a day, it needed to rest for a while. Sitting on the spirit purple unicorn, Wang Xian only needed to inform it of one direction. He basically did not need to care about the rest.
Therefore, Wang Xian spent most of his time sitting on the spirit purple unicorn. His mind was constantly thinking about the combination of attributes,
especially the combination of 3 attributes. Once Wang Xian understood the attack of the star explosion, even in his human form, he would still be able to fight against an expert at the insightful void tier. Another day or so, I should be there soon. However, I only have a vague map. I still need to look for the human demon graveyard on my own.
After flying for 6 days, Wang Xian opened his eyes and looked down.
The map that Feng Luan gave him was not very detailed. Moreover, this was Wang Xian's first time here. In this wildlike world, the usefulness of the map was greatly reduced.
All he could do was to find the location of the tomb of the demi-human. The tomb of the demi-human is located in the ocean and the forest. He muttered as he looked at the map. He patted the spirit purple Qilin and said, "Go in this direction. See if I can find a city and ask for directions."
He thought to himself as he looked at the location below. In this wild and desolate world like the Transcendence continent, one might not even be able to meet a human city even after traveling for tens of thousands of kilometers. Compared to the number of humans, the number of ferocious beasts was at least 10,000 times that of humans. Ha! After traveling for over 10,000 kilometers along the coast, Wang Xian suddenly saw a city in front of him. The city was not very big. It looked like a town. However, this town was a little troublesome at the moment. At the entrance of the town, there were at least hundreds of thousands of ferocious beasts attacking the town. The formation of the town had been broken, and even the city gate was on the verge of collapse. If there weren't a few experts at the city gate, these ferocious beasts would have already charged in. And behind the ferocious beasts, a demonic beast was fighting with a middle-aged man. The terrifying battle had affected an area of 4,000 to 5,000 meters. This demonic beast? Wang Xian looked over and narrowed his eyes slightly. This was a very familiar demonic beast. It was a blood barbarian demonic beast. It was a type of demonic beast that thirsted for blood like its life. I can't hold on any longer. Wang Xian looked over and thought to himself. Damn it, damn it. I can't believe I encountered such a thing at the last moment. Brother, let's leave this place. On the city wall, a 15 to 16-year-old girl looked at the group of ferocious beasts in front of her with a face full of anger. Her small face was flushed red as she pouted at a young man beside her. If we give up, the second prince's test will fail and he will be one step behind the other princes. I'm afraid. An old man beside her said with a bad expression. He looked at the battlefield in front of him and sighed. Blood savage beast. I didn't expect that a group of beasts like the blood savage beast would suddenly appear. Prince, there's nothing we can do. Let's retreat. In the middle of the young girl and the old man, a young man stood there with his hands tightly gripping the treasured sword. His eyes flickered. He looked at the few guards and generals beside him and looked at him with hope. Behind him, the citizens of the entire town crossed their arms and prayed. I can leave safely, but the people behind me, can they leave safely? The young man exhaled and asked with a resolute gaze. They? The old man looked at the ferocious beast army in front of him, then at the people behind him before looking at the young man. His eyes flickered. Although it's a pity to abandon this place, there's nothing we can do about it. In order to recover our losses, the prince rescued some experts from Windsalt City. They will be grateful for the prince's life-saving grace, and they will have a group of loyal followers. Perhaps in the end this won't be a bad thing. The young man turned his head and stared at him coldly. There was not a hint of emotion in his eyes. The old man pretended not to see it and lowered his head directly. He said respectfully, Second Prince, those who achieve great things do not care about small things. If you want to walk on the path of the king, you must know how to make choices. Even if you fail the test this time, the king will not blame your highness when he finds out. At this time, following this old minister's method is the most advantageous. The young man's eyes were filled with helplessness. Lord Mayor, we can't hold on any longer. You should retreat. Mayor, let all the citizens escape. The rest will depend on fate. At this moment, the anxious voices of the city guards came from the surroundings. He looked over and clenched his fists tightly. The young man looked forward and pursed his lips. He slowly pulled out the long sword in his hand and raised it up. He roared loudly. The situation is critical. A large group of ferocious beasts is not something we can defend against. All the citizens in the town escape from the west gate immediately. The rest will depend on your luck. In the end, is there anyone who is willing to fight with me to defend against the ferocious beasts below? Give our families more time. Is there anyone who is willing to fight with me? The young man roared loudly. He turned his head and looked at everyone in the town. We are willing to fight with the mayor. I am also willing to let the rest of the citizens escape first. We will defend and buy them more time. Lord Mayor of the small town Wu Wu. The young man stood on the city wall. His actions and words shocked everyone around him. Yes, Mayor. Immediately after, dozens of guards responded loudly as they looked at their young mayor with tears in their eyes. When the people below heard the young man's words, their hearts moved slightly, and the eyes of some elderly women turned slightly red. Don't waste your breath. All the people of Wind Salt Town immediately flee this place. Those who are willing to fight with me charge. The young man's gaze was resolute as he roared loudly. His body moved and he directly flew out. He waved the long sword in his hand, and a bright sword chi directly swept forward. Over 1,000 vicious beasts were instantly killed. The strength of a half-step void interpretation expert was revealed. Charge!
Follow the mayor and charge. The rest of you escape from the west gate.
Kill! The mayor has already charged down. What are we still standing here for?
We have to buy more time for our family.
Furious roars sounded one after another, and a group of martial artists followed closely behind.
The young girl on the city wall was stunned as she looked at her elder brother with some admiration and anxiety.
Sigh! The old man beside shook his head helplessly and lightly shouted towards the front. You must protect the young master well.
Below, the several thousand people who were fighting with the fierce beasts saw the mayor come down and their eyes revealed a trace of surprise.
Fight! They roared loudly as they stared coldly at the fierce beasts in front of them. They raised their tired arms and welcomed him.
A line of 3,000 or 4,000 people formed a human wall defense.
There is no lack of heroes in any place.
Wuxia rode on the spirit purple Qilin and rushed over. When he saw the thousands of people below the city wall forming a human defense, he was slightly touched.
In this world where humans fought with ferocious beasts and demonic beasts, many heroes were born. Their strength might not be very strong, but their actions were the most worthy of respect. This is much better than those guys from Star Moon Kingdom, Wuxia thought to himself. He patted the head of the spirit purple Qilin and rushed towards the battlefield. Prince, we won't be able to hold on for long. Please evacuate quickly. You must not get into any trouble.
Below the city wall, 3 to 4 extraordinary 9th level or even half-step void interpretation experts were following the young man. They were afraid that he would be in danger, so they spoke anxiously. Don't worry, I'll be fine. You guys go there and defend. Leave this place to me. The young man's face was ice cold as he said coldly to the 3 people beside him. The longsword in his hand waved nonstop.
The expressions of the people beside him were especially ugly, but they did not dare to be distracted. There were at least 200,000 ferocious beasts in front of them. Among them, there were quite a number of transcendent level 9 and half-step void interpretation experts. Hiss, hiss, hiss.
Suddenly, the sound of beasts came from the back, and everyone froze.
Boom, boom, boom. A rain of blood suddenly attacked them. The dense rain of blood instantly covered the front of the city gate like a storm falling from the sky. The rain of blood not only covered them, but also the beasts in front of them. Not good. It's the attack from the blood-savage beasts behind us. Defend! On the city wall, the old man looked embarrassed when he saw the blood rain that filled the sky. He waved the scepter in his hand and covered the girl beside him. Roar! 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 Below them, the beasts were the first to be attacked by the blood rain. They let out miserable screams and fell to the ground.
The thousands of people below the city wall had a drastic change in expression. Their eyes were filled with embarrassment and some of them were even filled with despair.
They hurriedly released their strongest defense to block the blood rain's attack.
Ahoy!
However, the blood rain was the combined attack of 20 to 30 rank 9 transcendence and half-step void interpretation level blood savage beasts behind them. The power of the attack was something that those below rank 7 transcendence could not withstand. The blood rain penetrated through their defenses and landed on their bodies. Like corrosive sulfuric acid, it entered their bodies and corroded their flesh and blood. Oh no! The young man standing in the middle had a drastic change in expression. His eyes revealed an extremely embarrassed expression. His arms trembled and he felt weak. Prince, we can't resist anymore. The 4 experts came to their side and roared with determination in their eyes.
The young man looked at his surroundings. More than half of the guards had been struck by the blood rain. They cried out in pain and his lips trembled.
Buzz!
However, at this moment, they felt as though the sky had trembled slightly. A cool and life force was transmitted from the sky.
The young man was slightly startled. The surrounding people were also slightly startled. Their faces were filled with shock as they looked towards the sky. This is...
Everyone looked over and saw a blue-green fog suddenly appearing above them. The fog slowly condensed into a liquid that dripped towards them. What is this? How did the injuries on my body recover directly? Moreover, even my spiritual chi has recovered a lot. A middle-aged man whose head had been hit by the blood rain shouted in shock as a trace of disbelief appeared in his eyes. The young man looked at the liquid that dripped onto his body and his eyes revealed a look of surprise. He quickly looked towards the left side of the sky. A ferocious beast and a young man appeared in his line of sight. It's still in time. Wuxia looked down and revealed a faint smile on his face. The water-wood healing ability was a very powerful recovery-type ability. Even if Ling Zilin was severely injured, it could be healed instantly. The group of martial artists below who had yet to reach the insightful void tier could be healed easily. Humans who are courting death, die. At this moment, among the group of ferocious beasts, more than 20 blood barbarian demonic beasts saw Wuxia in the sky. Their eyes revealed a cold killing intent. Two half-step, insightful void-tier blood barbarian demonic beasts turned into a blood shadow and charged directly at Wuxia. Courting death, Wuxia saw the demonic beasts charging towards him. He waved his arm and a golden stream of light shot towards the two demonic beasts. A woo! The golden light landed on the bodies of the two demonic beasts, causing them to scream in pain. Their corpses fell towards the ground. Zilin, I'll leave it to you. He patted Ling Zilin's head and jumped down to hover in the sky. Roar! Ling Zilin received Wuxia's order and let out a roar. The aura of an insightful emptiness realm expert was emitted directly. Crackle! The terrifying aura and Ling Zilin, who had formed a purple lightning domain, stepped on the air with all four limbs. They let out sounds that sounded like the galloping of tens of thousands of horses. Boom! An insightful emptiness realm ferocious beast. That is an insightful emptiness realm ferocious beast. Below the city wall, everyone below the city wall was slightly shocked, their faces revealing a shocked expression. Why did a profound void-tier dire beast suddenly appear? The appearance of the spirit purple Qilin caused the bodies of all the dire beasts below to tremble, and they looked anxiously at the spirit purple Qilin in the sky. Some of the weaker dire beasts were even directly lying on the ground. Crackle, crackle. Roar. The spirit purple Qilin raised its head and roared towards the sky, causing a purple cloud to condense in the sky. Following its roar, a purple lightning bolt that was 7 to 8 meters thick and over 1,000 meters long struck downwards. Roar, roar, roar. Roar, roar, roar. In an instant, the hundreds of thousands of beasts below revealed terrified expressions under the spirit purple Qilin's attack. Roar. Ling Zilin let out another roar and another terrifying bolt of lightning struck downwards. The terrifying lightning struck down and easily killed a large number of them. With just 2 lightning strikes, at least tens of thousands of ferocious beasts had died under the attack of Ling Zilin. Meddlesome humans, retreat! A shrill voice came from the rear. On the battlefield, all the blood barbarian demonic beasts heard the order and quickly fled to the rear. All the beasts also fled in a panic. Wuxia saw the retreating blood savage beasts and the scattered beasts floating in the sky with a smile on his face. It was obvious that Ling Zilin was not satisfied with killing them. He moved his body and directly dashed towards the group of beasts below. The dense lightning bolts took the lives of the beasts. They opened their huge mouths and directly swallowed a level 9 extraordinary beast. Everyone in Wind Salt Town was stunned by the sudden change. They raised their heads to look at the void interpretation level ferocious beast that was slaughtering all over the place, and then looked at the young man floating in the sky. Everyone's eyes were filled with respect. Is that an expert at the void interpretation level? He actually has a mount at the void interpretation level. Furthermore, he should be the one who released the healing ability just now. What a powerful strength! He killed 2 half-step void interpretation level blood barbaric demonic beasts instantly when he attacked just now. He should be an existence at the void interpretation level. That's great. A top-notch expert actually passed by. Haha! Our home is saved. At the position of the city wall of Wind Salt Town, everyone's eyes were filled with excitement when they saw Wuxia who had suddenly appeared. No matter what, they had never expected that such a terrifying expert would suddenly appear when they were in despair and save all of them. Their eyes were filled with respect as they looked at Wuxia who was floating in the sky.
My luck is really good. The young man looked at Wang Xian with a hint of excitement in his eyes. Looking at Wang Xian's figure, he was a little hesitant.
Thank you, brother, for your help.
At this moment, the white-robed middle-aged man who was fighting against the void interpretation level blood barbarian demonic beast swept his gaze across the battlefield.
When he saw the spirit purple Qilin who was crazily devouring the demonic beast, his pupils contracted slightly as he flew towards Wang Xian. He cupped his hands respectfully.
You're welcome.
Wang Xian shook his head and said plainly it was a coincidence. I saw everyone fighting with their lives on the line and decided to lend a helping hand.
Thank you for your help, senior.
At this moment, the young man below flew towards the sky and looked at Wang Xian curiously. He bowed and thanked him.
At the city wall, the old man and the young girl were also flying over with excited faces.
The two of them looked at Wang Xian and thanked him as well. I'm not a senior.
Wang Xian smiled and shook his head.
This brother, you haven't reached the insightful void stage yet.
The middle-aged man in white was slightly taken aback. He looked at Wang Xian with a surprised expression and sized him up from head to toe. Wang Xian smiled and nodded his head.
The middle-aged man in white was slightly taken aback. His eyes were filled with astonishment. Even the young man at the side had a look of shock on his face.
To have a void interpretation level mount before breaking through to the void interpretation stage. To be able to instantly kill 2 half-step void interpretation bloody savage beasts before reaching the void interpretation stage. This, even the top 10 heavens favorites in the Luhai region might not be able to do it.
Especially the healing divine ability that Wang Xian displayed just now. It was simply heaven-defying. The young man and the white-robed middle-aged man looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes.
I am Long Xiaotian, the second prince of the Radiant Dragon Dynasty. Thank you for saving my life, brother. May I know how I should address you? Long Xiaotian looked at Wang Xian and cupped his hands enthusiastically once again.
Wang Xian. Wang Xian looked at the young man and was slightly surprised. He had never heard of the Radiant Dragon Dynasty. However, there were records of the Radiant Dragon Dynasty on the map.
The Radiant Dragon Dynasty occupied a rather large area. It was a very powerful dynasty. I wonder where Brother Wang Xian is going. If you are not in a hurry, you can rest in my Windsalt town. We would like to thank Brother Wang Xian for saving our lives.
Long Xiaotian asked Wang Xian.
I am preparing to head to the cemetery of the human and demon. This is my first time here. I don't know the exact location of the cemetery of the human and demon. I wonder if Brother Long Xiaotian knows the direction of the cemetery of the human and demon.
Wang Xian asked with a smile.
Cemetery of humans and demons? Long Xiaotian was slightly stunned before a look of pleasant surprise appeared in his eyes. Brother Wang Xian, you're going to the cemetery of humans and demons? The cemetery of humans and demons isn't too far away from here. I'm also going to the cemetery of humans and demons for training in a few days. Brother Wang Xian, why don't you wait for 2 days and we'll head there together?
When Wang Xian heard his words, a hint of hesitation appeared on his face.
Brother Wang Xian, you are not familiar with the place in the tomb of the demi-human.
I know it very well. Furthermore, there are people from the royal family there. It will be more convenient for you if we go together.
Long Xiaotian saw that Wang Xian was moved and said hurriedly, That's good. Wang Xian pondered for a moment and nodded slowly. Sorry to disturb you then.
No. I, Long Xiaotian, would like to thank Brother Wang Xian for your help this time.
Long Xiaotian said happily.
Wang Xian nodded his head with a smile.
Roar.
At this moment, the low roar of the spirit purple unicorn could be heard. It grinned and flew towards Wang Xian with a smile.
Clean up the blood in your mouth. Wang Xian looked at the blood in its mouth and said to it, Roar.
Ling Zilin responded. With a jolt of the lightning in its mouth, the blood and minced meat disappeared.
Long Xiaotian and the rest were shocked when they saw Ling Zilin being so obedient.
Brother Wang Xian, your pet is so strong and obedient.
Long Xiaotian looked at Ling Zilin's ferocious beast with envy.
He, a prince of the Radiant Dragon Dynasty, was not qualified to have a pet of the insightful void tier.
I'm a beast tamer. Wang Xian smiled faintly.
Beast tamer?
Wang Xian's words shocked Long Xiaotian and the rest once again. An inexplicable look appeared in their eyes.
Brother Wuxian, let's talk in the town. Long Xiaotian did not ask further. He suppressed the curiosity in his heart and invited Wang Xian.
All right. Wang Xian nodded. He dared to fly into the town beside Long Xiaotian and the rest. Brother Wang Xian, please. Below. Everyone in Wind Salt Town looked at Wang Xian with gratitude. Then, they looked at the spiritual purple Qilin who was flying in the air behind him. Their eyes were filled with respect.
Long Xiaotian instructed the elder beside him about some matters in the town and led Wang Xian into the mayor's residence. Brother Wang Xian, please take a seat.
When they arrived at the mayor's residence, Long Xiaotian gestured to Wang Xian. Following that, he took out a jade bottle from his interspatial ring and said, Brother Wang Xian, you have saved the entire Windy Salt City. I, Long Xiaotian, am truly unable to repay you. Please accept this small gift, brother.
Wang Xian saw the jade bottle that he handed over. There were 3 pills in the jade bottle. Each of the pills that were half-step void interpretation could extract more than 200,000 dragon crystals. After hesitating for a moment, he took it over with a smile.
Then we are even. Wang Xian smiled faintly. Haha, Wang Xian saved our entire Wind Salt Town. How can a few pills be enough to make us even? Long Xiaotian smiled happily. It's already late. Wang Xian didn't have a good meal even after traveling for such a long time, right?
I'll get someone to prepare some of the special delicacies of Wind Salt Town. Let's have a good drink. That would be troublesome.
Wang Xian nodded with a smile. It was already late at night. Long Xiaotian had prepared a table full of dishes for them. Apart from them, there was also a white-robed middle-aged man who was a powerhouse at the first level of the insightful emptiness realm and a young girl.
From their conversation, Wang Xian learned that he was the second prince of the Guanglong dynasty. Being the mayor of Wind and Salt Town was purely a test for the princes.
The most outstanding prince would become the crown prince and have the right to inherit the throne. The next test would be at the tomb of the transvestite. Long Xiaotian did not hide anything from Wang Xian. His identity, the strength of the Guanglong dynasty, and the young lady beside him were his younger sister, the princess of the Guanglong dynasty. Wang Xian could tell that Long Xiaotian was trying to befriend him.
He had a good impression of this prince. No matter what, as a prince, he did not give up on fleeing when he was attacked by terrifying ferocious beasts. This was evident he was a person who valued friendship and loyalty.
Wang Xian responded to Long Xiaotian's kindness by having a pleasant dinner. However, the lowly princess looked at Wang Xian curiously. In the end, she even asked if he could ride the spirit purple unicorn and was dragged away by Long Xiaotian.
Wang Xian smiled. He spent 7 to 8 days outdoors. Although the food was not bad, it was not as pleasant as this place.
In the evening, Wang Xian went to a room that Long Xiaotian had prepared for him and rested. Lying on the soft bed, he felt very comfortable. The next morning, Wang Xian woke up early and opened the door. He looked at Ling Zilin who was sprawled on the door and patted his head. Young Master Wang Xian, you are awake. I will bring you to the place where you will have breakfast. The prince asked me to tell you that we will be heading to the tomb of the humans and demons this afternoon. I hope you are not in a hurry. These are the news regarding the major forces in the tomb of the humans and demons. Some detailed information regarding the tomb of the humans and demons. At this moment, a beautiful maid walked over. She held a document in her hand and handed it to Wang Xian respectfully. All right, bring me there. Wang Xian nodded. He took the document from the maid and looked at it. This Long Xiaotian sure knows how to do things. Wang Xian followed the maid to an elegant room. There was already a sumptuous breakfast prepared on it. Sitting at the side, he ate while reading some information about the tomb of the human demon.
The tomb of the human demon was located at the center of the Lehigh region. It was also the place with the most experts in the Lehigh region. Around the tomb of the human demon, there were 5 kingdoms and 1 dynasty. The dynasty was higher than the dynasty. It was said that the Bloodflow dynasty was founded by the descendants of the human experts from the ancient sect, the Bloodflow sect. The Bloodflow dynasty was the only dynasty in the Lehigh region and was also the most powerful force. Other than the Bloodstream Empire, the more powerful factions were the Guanglong Empire, the Heavenly Sword sect, the Bloodstream sect, and so on. The Guanglong Empire is quite powerful. Wang Xian was slightly surprised as he read the introductions of the powerful factions one by one. However, when he thought about how a prince had an insightful void martial artist protecting him, the power of this empire was obviously extraordinary. After breakfast, Wang Xian sat there and sipped on his tea while looking at the information on the tomb of the demi-human. He was preparing for the search for resources. Peng. I failed again. When Wang Xian was flipping through the information, a sound suddenly came from the side, followed by a soft and tender voice. I failed again, I failed again. This transcendent tier 4 medicinal pill is so difficult to refine. The grumbling continued. Wang Xian saw a young girl walking out from a house opposite him. She was 1.6 meters tall and had a ponytail. Her face was dark and she pouted, looking unhappy. There was an elixir furnace in her room. The young girl's name was Long Luo, Long Xiaoyan's younger sister. Haha, Long Luo, what's wrong? Did you fail again? At this moment, Long Xiaoyan's figure appeared. When he saw the black marks on his younger sister's face, he laughed out loud. HMPH, this is too difficult. You're really a scoundrel. You're still mocking me. When Long Luo saw her brother mocking her, she said unhappily. Long Luo, your brother took out the spiritual herbs that I painstakingly planted for you to waste. You! Long Xiaotian walked over with a smile on his face. Brother Wang Xian, you're here too? Sorry to keep you waiting. We'll set off once all the spiritual herbs in the herb garden of Wind and Salt Town are harvested. Long Xiaotian walked over immediately when he saw Wang Xian at the side. It's all right. I'm not in a hurry. Wang Xian shook his head. Brother, do you want to bring all the spiritual herbs to the tomb of the transvestite to find someone to refine them? Why don't you leave it to me? I won't charge you. Long Luo walked over and pulled Long Xiaoyan's arm as she said with a smile. Just you? If I let you refine them, I'll cry myself to death. Long Xiaotian rubbed her head and said, Don't look down on me. I'll definitely become an alchemy grandmaster in the future. When that time comes, even if you beg me, I won't help you refine them. Humph. Long Luo raised her head proudly and snorted coldly. Refine pills. Wang Xian heard the conversation between the brother and sister and recalled the 3 half-step void interpretation pills that Long Xiaotian had given him yesterday. The grade of the half-step void interpretation pills was already very high. It required nearly 100 spiritual herbs of the half-step void interpretation level. One pill could increase Wang Xian's dragon crystal by more than 200,000 dragon crystals. For Wang Xian, pills had always been able to increase his dragon chi by a large amount. However, elixirs were too expensive. Last time, Wang Xian only bought more than 10,000 elixirs for more than 150 billion middle-grade spirit stones. Among these elixirs, none of them were at the half-step void interpretation level. One half-step void interpretation elixir was worth 2 to 3 billion middle-grade spirit stones. Yesterday, Long Xiaotian was indeed very generous. Brother Long Xiaotian, you have some spiritual herbs over there. Do you need someone to refine elixirs for you? Wang Xian looked at him curiously and asked. Yes, the tomb of the transvestite is our final assessment. The results of the assessment are all the forces under the control of the princes. There is a special land in Wind Salt Town that is suitable for planting spiritual herbs. In the past, Wind Salt Town was under the control of my mother's family. When I came to Wind Salt Town, my mother gave all the spiritual herbs here to me so that I could cultivate my forces. There are indeed a lot of spiritual herbs. Why do you need some spiritual herbs, Brother Wang Xian? Let me know. If you have it, give it to me directly. Long Xiaotian said with a smile. There's no need. If you look for someone to refine pills, how much will you need? Wang Xian shook his head and asked him. There aren't many experts in the Guanglong dynasty who are good at refining pills. We can only look for an alchemist from the Life and Death Elixir Workshop. 2 sets of ingredients will guarantee 4 pills. In addition, we will need to pay 1/10 of the commission for each pill. Long Xiaotian said directly. Is that so? How many spiritual herbs do you have? I will refine them for you. I will give you 5 pills. Don't take the commission. Wang Xian looked at him and said directly. Long Xiaotian was slightly stunned when he heard Wang Xian's words. He looked at him with a stunned expression.
Let him refine pills?
This? Brother Wuxia is an alchemist?
You? Big brother, it is very difficult to refine pills. Moreover, the spiritual herbs that my brother has are of a very high grade. Don't joke around.
Long Luo looked at Wuxia in disbelief.
It was as if she was telling him not to brag.
That's right, Brother Wuxia. It's not that easy to refine pills. Our Guanglong dynasty has been nurturing for a long time, but we have yet to produce a master.
Long Xiaotian smiled and said in disbelief. The alchemy clan was the one with the greatest expenditure among all professions, and it was also the most difficult one. If one wanted to nurture an alchemy master, they needed a large amount of spirit herbs for him to practice. Alchemy wasn't refining weapons. Materials that failed in refining weapons could still be used a second time, but if one failed in refining pills, all the spirit herbs would be wasted.
To nurture an alchemy master, one needed a large amount of spirit herbs for him to practice. Take Long Luo as an example. In order to successfully refine an extraordinary level 4 medicinal pill, she had wasted a lot of spiritual herbs. It was fortunate that she was the princess of the Radiant Empire and didn't care about these spiritual herbs. If it were any other ordinary person, their face would have turned black if they had wasted so much spiritual herbs. This was also the reason why medicinal pills were more precious and alchemists were rarer and more expensive.
Why don't you give it a try? Wuxia looked at the two of them who didn't believe him. He smiled faintly and looked into the room in front of him.
Long Luo's room was open. The alchemy furnace and the spiritual herbs beside her were placed aside. He moved his arm and a stream of water swept the spiritual herbs inside. Grade for spiritual herb?
Long Luo, show me the formula of the elixir that you need to refine.
Wuxia said directly to Long Luo.
You really want to refine it?
Long Luo looked at him in surprise. Big brother, don't joke around. Do you really know how to refine pills? Give me the formula? Wuxia stretched out his hand towards her.
You don't even know the formula for an extraordinary grade 4 pill. How can you say that you know how to refine pills? Long Luo pouted. Her face was filled with disbelief, but she still handed him a pill formula. Wuxia smiled faintly. He looked at the formula on the pill formula and moved his arm. Buzz. He pulled gently with both of his hands and pulled a water curtain in front of him. With a wave of his arm, he threw the spiritual herbs beside him onto the water curtain.
The pills were placed on the water curtain and melted at a terrifying speed.
Wuxia focused his mind. With a thought, he started to melt the pills according to the formula. Buzz. When the ratio was completed, Wuxia grabbed with his arm and a pill was formed.
He did not stop and continued to condense the remaining pills.
Soon, 8 pills appeared in Wuxia's hand. He looked at the perfect pills in his hand and a satisfied expression appeared on his face. Not bad. He had not refined pills for a long time, but his skills had not fallen behind. Under the water of origin, the water refinement technique was very perfect. This? At the side, Long Luo was completely stunned.
What did she see?
She waved her arms and pulled with both hands.
5 seconds later, an elixir was formed? Let me see.
Long Luo was in disbelief. She quickly took the elixir from Wuxia's hands.
She widened her eyes and sized it up. Her small mouth opened slightly.
How is this possible?
How is it possible for you to refine pills so quickly?
This. You really know how to refine pills? Long Luo could not believe it. She had been carefully refining pills for half an hour but still could not complete it. In the end, it was completed by him in a few seconds. Even her master, an alchemist who could refine transcendent grade 8 pills, did not have such a fast speed.
Even if her master was at full speed, he would still need 5 to 6 minutes.
Moreover, her master did not dare to guarantee that he would be 100% successful in refining an extraordinary grade 4 elixir. This was simply too fast, and there were no flaws at all. Could it be that he was even more powerful than her master? Long Luo widened her eyes and stared at Wuxia. This, Brother Wuxia, do you really know how to refine elixirs? Are you a master alchemist? Long Xiaotian, who was standing at the side, was also looking at Wuxia in shock. He had seen his younger sister refine pills. She was very careful and was afraid of exploding pills. Even if she were to refine pills of extraordinary first level, it would take her more than 10 minutes. Unlike Wang Xian, who was so relaxed, he completed 2 sets of pills in just a few seconds. While Long Xiaotian was talking, the white-robed middle-aged man, Bai Qingshan, walked over. When he heard his words, he was also slightly stunned. Master Alchemist? I should have no problem refining a half-step void interpretation elixir now. I can give it a try for those at the first level of void interpretation. Wang Xian thought for a moment and said, Hiss, you can refine a half-step void interpretation elixir?
Long Xiaoyan's eyes flickered as he stared at Wang Xian and asked hurriedly.
Wang Xian nodded. I haven't refined elixirs for a long time. However, there shouldn't be too much of a problem.
Long Xiaotian took a deep breath and a look of joy appeared on his face. I didn't expect Brother Wang Xian to be an alchemy master. I can hand over my spiritual herbs to you to refine them.
All right, let's charge the fees as I said. How about it?
Wang Xian nodded his head.
Of course. If I were to look for other alchemy masters to refine pills, the fees would be much higher than Brother Wang Xian's. Haha, Brother Wang Xian is really my lucky star. I didn't expect you to even know how to refine pills. You're really a peerless genius. Long Xiaotian sighed.
Wang Xian smiled and shook his head. Prince, there are some matters in Wind Salt Town that I need to settle.
Bai Qingshan looked at Wang Xian in surprise and whispered to Long Xiaotian. All right, let's go over first. Brother Wang Xian, wait here for a moment. Long Xiaotian said politely to Wang Xian and followed Bai Qingshan out. Prince, is that young Master Wang Xian really an alchemy master? As soon as he walked out of the room, Bai Qingshan asked Long Xiaotian solemnly. It shouldn't be wrong. Just now, he used 2 sets of ingredients for 2 extraordinary Tier 4 pills and refined 8 extraordinary Tier 4 pills in just a few seconds. The speed was so fast that it was terrifying. Long Xiaotian nodded his head seriously. He is both a beast tamer and a powerful alchemy master. Even if this Wang Xian doesn't come from a powerful family, he is still an exceptional genius. Prince, you must befriend him well. Bai Qingshan reminded him seriously. I naturally know about this. To have such strength and talent at such a young age, there are not many people in the entire Luhai region who can match up to him.
Long Xiaotian nodded his head. When he thought of Wang Xian's talent, even he felt inferior to him.
He knew that his strength was already very outstanding in the Luhai region. However, compared to Wang Xian, he was still lacking by a lot. Brother Wang, is the water refining technique better than the fire refining technique?
How can you refine pills so quickly?
If you can refine pills that are half a step into the void interpretation realm, doesn't that mean that you are a master-level alchemist?
In the room, Long Luo raised her head and looked at Wang Xian with admiration in her eyes.
Refining pills is very simple. The art of fire refining is the same as the art of water refining. Wang Xian looked at him and said plainly, Simple? It's not simple at all. I've been learning alchemy for 5 to 6 years. My brother said that I'm a prodigal. Not only did I not earn any money, but I also lost a lot of money. Long Luo pouted and said unhappily when she heard his words. Then it's probably because your talent is too poor. Wang Xian smiled and said, You? Long Luo glared at him. Poor talent? Her master had praised her as a rare alchemy genius who had the chance to become an alchemy master.
You are even more powerful than my master. Can you teach me alchemy?
I am the art of water refinement while you are the art of fire refinement. I can't teach you. But my master said that water refinement and fire refinement are inseparable. There is no difference in the aspect of condensing pills.
The speed and success rate of condensing pills depend on one's mastery. I can't teach you anything either. Everything depends on one's talent. Naturally, one will be able to grasp it quickly if one is talented.
You just don't want to teach me, HMPH. In the room, after Wang Xian revealed his alchemy skills, Long Luo pestered him with admiration, wanting him to teach her alchemy skills. However, Wang Xian didn't have the leisure time to do so. Furthermore, no one taught him his alchemy skills. It all depended on the fire of origin and his strong control.
Alchemy indeed depended on one's talent. Therefore, he dealt with it directly. Long Luo looked at Wang Xian as he read through the information. She pouted her lips and stared at him unhappily. She was the princess of the Radiant Empire. Who wouldn't pamper her and fawn on her? Furthermore, she was so pretty. This fellow didn't even look at her. He was staring at the information without blinking, causing her to gnash her teeth. In the end, she snorted softly and returned to her room unhappily. She began to pack up her belongings. Brother Wuxia, we have already packed up. If there's nothing else, let's set off now. Just after noon, Long Xiaotian came over personally and greeted Wang Xian. All right, let's go then. Wang Xian nodded his head and walked to the side of Ling Zilin. He rode on it directly. Long Xiaotian looked at him with some envy. Brother Wang Xian, there are a total of 50 to 60 people who came with me this time. Therefore, our speed might be a little slower. However, we are not too far from the tomb of the demi-human. We can arrive there in a day and a half. All right, there's no rush. Wang Xian nodded and followed Long Xiaotian to the entrance of the mayor's residence. At this moment, there were more than 50 people gathered at the entrance of the mayor's residence. Apart from the two handmaidens, the rest of them were all at least at level 7 of the extraordinary realm. This level of strength was not considered weak. A group of people was pulling 5 carriages. All of them were filled with spiritual herbs. Wang Xian took a glance and was surprised to find that there were more than 1,000 spiritual herbs of transcendent level 9. There were also 200 to 300 spiritual herbs of half-step void interpretation level. It seems that the background of the second prince's mother is not simple. To be able to give him so many elixirs to nurture his subordinates. Wang Xian thought to himself, this Long Xiaotian was the most talented young man he had seen so far. Furthermore, he had a strong background. He might really have a chance to become the king of the Radiant Dragon Empire. The more than 50 people in front of the mayor's residence had seen Wang Xian before. When they saw him riding on the insightful void beast, their faces were filled with respect and awe. Let's go, let's go. Long Xiaotian said loudly in a good mood. The group of people immediately headed outside. Sir, come back to Windsalt City often if you have time. Lord Mayor, have a safe journey. On both sides of the street, the people of Windsalt Town waved at Long Xiaotian respectfully to send him off. The matter of the fierce beasts attacking the city had completely won the hearts of all the people of Windsalt Town. Long Xiaotian waved his hand, his face full of smiles. Looking at the people around him, he couldn't help but feel lucky for what he did yesterday. Not only did he gain the people's support, but after the fierce beasts attacked the city, some people also learned of his identity as the second prince. This made the largest aristocratic family in Windsalt Town and a few mercenary groups come to follow him. Following him was not only his identity as a prince, but more importantly, his performance yesterday had made everyone admire him. This time, he had gained more than a dozen powerful experts to follow him, which made his power a lot stronger. Let's go! The old man at the front shouted. Everyone sped up and rushed out. They drove out of the city gate and headed towards the north. The one pulling the carriage was an iron-green horse of extraordinary 7th level. Its speed was very fast and it could control the goods to fly in the air. However, compared to the speed of the spirit purple Qilin, it was many times slower. However, Wang Xian was not in a hurry. He estimated that he had at least 1 million dragon crystals in his account for the medicinal pills that Long Xiaotian needed to refine. 1 million dragon crystals was equivalent to more than 10 billion middle-grade spirit stones. This made Wang Xian glad that he had made the right choice by coming to the tomb of the demi-human. Hey, Brother Wang, can you let me sit on this spirit purple unicorn as well? After driving for more than an hour, Long Luo, who was riding an extraordinary level 8 iron-green horse, came to Wang Xian's side with some envy and said to her, "Sit at the back. Be careful." Wang Xian looked at her and nodded his head lightly. Yay, that's great. Long Luo's face revealed a hint of excitement. She leaped onto the back of the Ling Zilin and touched its shiny face. Her eyes were filled with excitement. Brother Wang's pet is still the best. Even my father's pet won't let me ride it. I hate it so much. Long Luo was lying on top of it happily. Her legs were shaking non-stop. Wang Xian took a look and smiled faintly. He didn't say anything. If only I had such a powerful pet. No, there's no need for it to be so powerful. It's fine even if it's a half-step void interpretation or transcendent level 9.
Long Luo was lying on Ling Zilin's body as she kept talking. Wang Xian didn't pay attention to her. Ling Zilin was big enough. It wouldn't be a problem for him to carry another person. The young girl felt bored when she saw Wang Xian ignoring her. She fell asleep while lying on her stomach. Long Xiaotian and the others who were beside her took a look and smiled. They continued to drive forward. Their speed was not considered slow. They flew straight past the mountains. By nightfall, they had traveled 3,000 to 4,000 kilometers. Wang Xian sat on Ling Zilin and read the information. He closed his eyes and thought about the combination of dual attribute attacks. Stop. Everyone, let's take a break. At night, the old man in front shouted. Everyone stopped. Wang Xian also asked Ling Zilin to stop. Long Luo jumped down from the back and ran happily towards Long Xiaotian. Brother Wang Xian, come and eat something. Long Xiaotian smiled at Wang Xian and said, All right. Wang Xian looked around. They were in a forest surrounded by dense black trees. The entire area seemed to be filled with danger at night. However, with their strength, they were not afraid even in such an environment. Ling Zilin laid on the ground and closed his eyes to rest. Wang Xian walked towards Long Xiaotian and the rest. This shadow forest is very dangerous at night. If it were us, we wouldn't dare to stay here at night. Hee hee. Now that we have the prince, Lord Bai and that mysterious lord, we are not afraid even if the void interpretation beasts come. A few members of the mercenary group who followed Long Xiaotian from Wind Salt Town laughed and chatted. Wang Xian walked over and sat down to have a meal with them. Oh? There are a bunch of animals that are looking for death. Suddenly, when they had just rested for more than 10 minutes, Bai Qingshan stopped the chopsticks in his hand and looked around. The Black Shadow Forest could be considered to be the outer part of the Bloody Forest in the Ladyboy Graveyard. The area of this forest was about 500 kilometers in radius. It was not very big, but because there were often demonic beasts from the Ladyboy Graveyard coming here, it made the entire forest extremely dangerous. Even those mercenary groups with extraordinary Type 8 powerhouses did not dare to stay here at night. The word shadow perfectly illustrated the dangers of this forest. Bai Qingshan scanned his surroundings with a cold expression. The few people beside him looked around and frowned slightly. Wang Xian turned his head around as well. He looked around with his bewitching eyes and raised his eyebrows slightly. There are quite a number of people here, and they are not weak either. There was a hint of surprise in his eyes as he looked around. What? Long Luo looked around. She was only at Transcendent Level 5 and did not see anything. Ling Zilin, who was lying on the ground, looked around in surprise. He then looked at Wang Xian and continued to lie on the ground, ignoring him. There's a black shadow leopard. Everyone, be careful. Bai Qingshan stood up slowly and reminded everyone. What? A black shadow leopard. Black shadow leopard. We didn't realize that the black shadow leopard is the king of the black shadow forest. It has the strength of an ordinary level 8 or 9. The subordinates of Long Xiaotian quickly picked up their weapons and stood up. They scanned their surroundings vigilantly. They did not sense the arrival of any fierce beasts around them, and their faces revealed a vigilant expression. Roar! At this moment, a muffled low roar sounded, and numerous blood-red eyes densely appeared around them in the middle of the night. Hiss! So many! Long Xiaotian's subordinates sucked in a breath of cold air, and a shocked expression appeared on their faces. There were at least 50 to 60 of them in the surroundings, completely surrounding them. Even on the trees above, there were black shadow leopards staring at them coldly, preventing them from escaping. You're courting death. Long Xiaotian stood up, his eyes flickering with a cold light. The group of black shadow leopards in the surroundings might not have realized what kind of opponents they were surrounding. Their gazes were ice-cold as they opened their mouths and slowly surrounded them. Roar! At this moment, a 3-meter-long black shadow leopard with bright eyes opened its mouth and revealed its teeth. It jumped to the front. It had a strong body and a strong figure. It looked extremely ferocious. It stared at Wang Xian and the rest and roared in a low voice. It was ready to launch a fatal attack at any time. Wow, this big cat is so cool. Long Luo looked at the black shadow leopard with a look of surprise on her face. She sized it up from top to bottom. Long Xiaotian shook his head speechlessly. This is a black shadow leopard. The one in front of us is only at the half-step void interpretation level. It's very ferocious. Of course I know it's a black shadow leopard, Long Luo said without turning her head. Then why did you say it's a big cat? Long Xiaotian was speechless. I was just saying that, Long Luo said without changing her expression, causing Long Xiaotian to shut his mouth obediently. He knew that he was just looking for trouble. Roar! A cold howl came from the leader of the black shadow leopards. The sound echoed throughout the night sky. Walala! One by one, the black shadow leopards appeared in the surroundings and surrounded them. There were 50 to 60 black shadow leopards. The weakest among them was at the 7th level of the Transcendence Realm. Most of them were at the 8th level of the Transcendence Realm, and there were quite a few at the 9th level of the Transcendence Realm. Bastards looking for death. The two middle-aged men swept their gaze across the group of black shadow leopards. With a move of their arms, they drew out their long swords and sabers. The surrounding people also took out their weapons. Bai Qingshan did not make a move. As an expert at the profound void realm, it was impossible for him to make a move just because he encountered a ferocious beast. If that was the case, it would be useless for the others. He would only make a move when he encountered a problem that could not be solved. If we kill them, we will be able to obtain quite a good harvest. The black shadow panther's skin is quite valuable. A middle-aged man at the half-step insightful emptiness realm glanced at the surrounding black shadow panthers and said with a cold smile, "Yes." Everyone immediately clenched the weapons in their hands. Kill! A middle-aged man at the half-step insightful emptiness realm moved and directly swept toward the fierce beasts in front of him. Another half-step void interpretation realm expert directly attacked the black shadow leopard leader. In an instant, Long Xiaotian and his subordinates erupted with terrifying strength. This caused the black shadow leopard leader to be slightly stunned. Roar! It roared loudly, and all the black shadow leopards turned into black shadows and directly charged over. Roar, roar! In a breath's time, the half-step void interpretation realm expert who attacked first easily pierced the head of a black shadow leopard with the long sword in his hand and easily killed it. The black shadow panther let out a miserable cry and fell to the ground. Such a handsome black shadow panther was killed directly. What a pity! In the center, Long Luo looked at the black shadow panther who was killed and said regretfully, "Roar, roar!" Seeing their companions killed, the group of black shadow panthers took advantage of the situation and became bloodthirsty. Each of them threw their heads back and let out a long roar. They roared angrily and charged toward the group of people. Another one died. In the middle, Long Luo looked at another black shadow leopard being killed. Her face revealed a look of heartache. Oh right. Suddenly, she raised her head and stared at Wang Xian. Her eyes flickered as she asked, "Brother Wang, aren't you a beast tamer? Can you tame that big black cat for me? If it's really not possible, I can buy it with money. I have a lot of spiritual liquid. Can you tame it and use it as my mount?" As she spoke, she pulled Wang Xian's arm and looked at him expectantly. Long Luo, stop fooling around. It's not that easy for a beast tamer to tame a ferocious beast. It requires a long period of training. Even if you tame it, you won't be able to control it. Long Xiaotian saw her pestering Wang Xian. He patted her head and glared at her. Oh! Long Luo pouted. You want this mount? When Wang Xian heard her words, his heart skipped a beat as he looked at her. Brother Wang, can you subdue it? Long Luo's eyes lit up as she asked hurriedly. There shouldn't be a problem. Wang Xian looked at the black shadow leopards around him. His heart skipped a beat as he looked at Ling Zilin. Injure all the black shadow leopards. Don't let them escape. Wang Xian ordered Ling Zilin. Roar! Ling Zilin, who was lying on the ground, let out a muffled sound as he stood up. Roar! Following that, a roar filled with a powerful pressure was heard. The voice was filled with the aura of a king of the see-through realm. All the black shadow leopards paused for a moment at this moment. A hint of fear could be seen in their eyes. Brother Wang Xian, what are you trying to do? At the side, Long Xiaotian stared at Wang Xian in astonishment when he saw Wang Xian ordering his mount to take action. What was he trying to do?
Was he really going to tame that half-step void interpretation level ferocious beast?
Was he joking? It would take at least 1 to 2 months or even longer after he had tamed it. Furthermore, he could only command it himself after he had tamed it. Why would he listen to the orders of others?
With a cave-level mount also need this Black Shadow Panther?
Roar! Within the Black Shadow forest, a beast roar sounded out, and a terrifying pressure covered the area in front. In the surroundings, all the Black Shadow leopards' bodies stiffened. They looked at the spirit-purple Qilin, and a trace of fear appeared in their eyes. The gap between the profound void martial stage and the transcendent martial stage was very, very big. If the profound void martial stage didn't want to let the transcendent martial artists know of their strength, it would be very difficult for the transcendent martial artists to sense it. It was the same for the fierce beasts. When the spirit Zilin lay there motionless, the fierce beasts would not be able to sense the terrifying strength contained within its body.
However, once the profound void martial stage experts erupted with terrifying strength, it was not something that the extraordinary experts could resist. That lord has made a move.
If that lord's pet makes a move, then there is no need for us to make a move.
When the group of Long Xiaotian's subordinates saw that Ling Zilin had made a move, they all stopped. When a void interpretation level ferocious beast made a move, there was no need for them at all. Roar, roar. After Ling Zilin's roar rang out, the leader of the Black Shadow Leopards revealed a panicked look in his eyes. He hurriedly roared loudly and quickly fled into the dark forest.
The rest of the Black Shadow Leopards also immediately fled in all directions in panic. Roar, roar.
Ling Zilin let out a low roar and a disdainful look appeared in its eyes. It looked at the fierce beasts that were fleeing in all directions and gently swung its tail. Crackle, crackle.
Bolts of lightning were emitted from its tail and directly attacked the escaping Black Shadow Panther. The Black Shadow Panther leader, which had instantly fled 1,000 meters away, felt the lightning coming from behind. Its soft black fur stood up, and it desperately tried to dodge.
Crack,
crack. However, the difference in level was too great. The powerful lightning landed directly on the body of the leader of the Black Shadow Leopards. The power of the lightning paralyzed his entire body as he fell to the ground. The group of Black Shadow Leopards around him fell to the ground in an instant.
Brother Wuxia, this mount of yours is already at the peak of the first level of the see-through realm.
Bai Qingshan, who was standing beside Wuxia, sized up Ling Zilin and said to him with a smile. Wuxia nodded his head lightly and watched as Ling Zilin flew over. One by one, he brought over the Black Shadow Leopards that were paralyzed all over. Ling Zilin's control over his strength was very precise. Each of the Black Shadow Leopards convulsed under the lightning, and their lives were not in danger. Soon, more than 50 Black Shadow Leopards were thrown in front of the bonfire. Brother Wang, I want this. I want the largest one. Can you tame it for me? I'll give you the spiritual liquid, and I'll buy it from you.
Long Luo saw more than 50 Black Shadow Leopards being captured. She pointed at the leader of the Black Shadow Leopards excitedly.
Don't get involved. Long Xiaotian directly dragged Long Luo over. He looked at Wang Xian curiously and said, Brother Wang Xian, don't you already have a mount at the insightful void tier? Why do you still want to tame some ferocious beasts? It will take a long time to tame so many ferocious beasts, right? As he spoke, he looked at the Black Shadow Leopards one by one. His gaze landed on the leader at the front, and his eyes were burning with passion. He did not have a mount. The best way to control a ferocious beast was to raise it since it was a cub. In this way, the ferocious beast would be more obedient. Another option was to purchase a well-tamed ferocious beast. However, the strength of a well-tamed ferocious beast would decrease slightly. In the end, even if it was a well-tamed ferocious beast, you would have to spend a lot of time to make it listen to you. Moreover, the best thing was that one's strength was stronger than that of a ferocious beast. Otherwise, even some well-tamed ferocious beasts would sometimes lose control. It was not that easy to obtain a good mount and a good pet.
He did not have so much time to nurture a pet mount. I don't want it. Didn't Long Luo want a mount? I can sell it to her after taming it.
Wang Xian looked at him and said with a smile. His words caused Long Xiaoyan's expression to stiffen. Bai Qingshan and the elder also looked at Wang Xian in astonishment.
Brother Wang Xian, with my sister's strength, even if I tame her, I won't be able to control her. Furthermore, it should take you quite some time to tame them, right?
Long Xiaotian smiled at Wang Xian in astonishment and said, "It won't take long." Wang Xian shook his head and didn't give them too much explanation. He walked straight to the leader of the Black Shadow Leopard.
Awoo!
Seeing Wang Xian walking over, the spirit Purple Kylan followed respectfully by his side. The leader of the Black Shadow Leopard looked at him in fear and let out a painful moan.
Wang Xian walked to its side and looked at the leader of the Black Shadow Leopard, who was nearly 4 meters in size. He reached out and touched its head.
Boom! A wave of pressure from the divine dragon charged directly at the Black Shadow Leopard.
Roar!
Roar! Roar!
That kind of noble aura came from the pressure of the bloodline. It caused the Black Shadow Leopard's body to tremble violently. It closed its eyes and trembled nonstop.
Buzz! Wang Xian's aura changed. The high and mighty aura became gentle. A warm feeling entered the mind of the leader of the Black Shadow Leopard.
The trembling body of the leader of the Black Panther stopped. It opened its eyes and stared at Wang Xian in awe. I am your king, your leader.
Wang Xian squeezed out a drop of fresh blood and floated above the head of the leader of the Black Panther. The blood contained his spirit and will.
Roar! Roar!
The leader of the Black Panther let out a low roar. Without any resistance, the blood entered its mind directly. Water spirit. Wang Xian touched its body. The powerful water attribute healing ability entered the body of the leader of the Black Shadow Panther.
The injured body recovered quickly.
Roar! Roar!
The leader of the Black Shadow Panther stood up slowly and rubbed its head against Wang Xian's arm. Long Xiaotian, Bai Qingshan, Long Luo, and everyone around were completely stunned. What? What was going on? In just a few minutes, he had tamed a half-step void interpretation level ferocious beast? If they had not seen it with their own eyes, they would never have believed it. Beast Tamer, wouldn't it take a few months or even longer to tame a ferocious beast?
How could it be so fast now?
Long Xiaotian widened his eyes and stared at Wang Xian in disbelief. He felt that he was shrouded in a mysterious veil.
Powerful alchemy skills and terrifying beast taming skills. How could there be such a freakish person? Come here. I should be able to familiarize the leader of the Black Shadow Leopard with you within a day or two. In that case, you can also command it. Wang Xian waved his hand at Long Luo and said to her, Me?
Brother Wang, that's great. I want the big black cat to be my mount. It's too handsome. When Long Luo heard Wang Xian's words, her face revealed an excited expression. She was so excited that her small face was flushed red. She quickly walked towards Wang Xian. Little sister, this half-step void interpretation level ferocious beast is not suitable for you. You will get injured if you touch it. You can't keep such a pet.
However, Long Luo had just taken 2 steps when an arm pulled her back and spoke to her gently. After that, Long Xiaotian looked at Wang Xian with a glint in his eyes. Give this Black Shadow Leopard leader to me, Brother Wang Xian. I will buy it for twice the price of a half-step void interpretation pet egg. Long Xiaotian, what did you say? You're a bad guy. Don't snatch my pet. That's my mount. Brother Wang gave it to me. Long Luo was stunned for a full 2 seconds when she heard Long Xiaotian's words. Then, she grabbed his arm and shouted loudly with a flushed face.
Long Luo, don't be disobedient. What's the use of a little girl like you taking this mount?
If you really can't do it, there are still some Black Shadow Leopards at Transcendent Level 9. How about I give you some spirit stones and let Brother Wang Xian tame them for you? Long Xiaotian looked at his sister, who was frantically grabbing onto him, and said awkwardly,
No, this big black cat is mine. I asked for it first. You can't bully me. Otherwise, I will tell Mother.
Long Luo grabbed his arm and shouted loudly, Little girl, do you know how much a half-step void interpretation beast is worth? Do you have that many spirit stones? Furthermore, you usually stay in the palace. What use is there for you to have this mount? Long Xiaotian's face turned black as he tried to coax her. Wang Xian was stunned when he saw this scene. He didn't expect Long Xiaotian to be so shameless.
The Prince of the Radiant Dragon Empire, a half-step void interpretation expert, and his sister's mount. This was really...
Phew! Bai Qingshan and the elder exchanged a look. Their eyes were filled with shock. Brother Wang Xian, I didn't expect your beast taming skills to be so strong. I would like to ask if you can tame all the other black shadow leopards and listen to the commands of others. Bai Qingshan asked him with a face full of anticipation.
With my help, there won't be any problems.
Wang Xian nodded his head. After taming the Ling Zilin last time, Wang Xian realized that his beast taming skills were a little abnormal. With the beast taming skills of the Bai Sun Elder and the top-notch bloodline of the dragon god in his universe, it was extremely fast to tame ferocious beasts that were weaker than him. Even if the Bai Sun Elder was reborn, he wouldn't be able to reach his level.
Really?
Bai Qingshan's eyes flashed with excitement and passion. That's great. We will buy all the black shadow leopards that you have tamed. What do you think, Brother Wang Xian? No problem.
Wang Xian nodded his head with a smile. There were more than 50 black shadow leopards that were at transcendent level 7, 8, and 9. If they were sold according to the value of the pet eggs, it would definitely be a huge income.
Haha. That's great. Brother Wang Xian, I want all of these black shadow leopards. You are really my lucky star. Now, help me get this leader of the black shadow leopards to obey my orders. When Long Xiaotian heard Wang Xian's words, excitement flashed across his eyes as he laughed out loud in excitement.
Wang Xian looked over and saw Long Luo pouting and glaring at his brother with a displeased expression. A smile appeared on his face.
Sure. Following that, Wang Xian ordered the leader of the black shadow leopards to obey Wang Xian's orders and tame it. After subduing the leader of the black shadow leopards and the rest of the black shadow leopards, it was even easier. In less than half an hour, all the black shadow leopards were subdued. Prince Wang Xian, you must hold on tight to this thigh of yours.
An hour later, the group set off again. It was different from before. Now, everyone was riding on a black shadow panther.
Long Xiaotian was riding on the half-step void interpretation black shadow panther. Bai Qingshan and the old man followed beside him. The old man looked at Wang Xian, who was in the middle, and whispered to him.
That's right. Bai Qingshan, who was at the side, nodded his head in agreement. This brother Wang Xian is too mysterious. He definitely doesn't come from an ordinary faction. Let's not talk about this. Just his powerful beast-taming techniques. Prince, you must cling on to this thigh of his. I know.
Long Xiaotian nodded his head. There was some excitement in his eyes as well.
Currently, it was the assessment period for him to compete with his brothers for the title of Crown Prince. The final assessment was mostly about the faction.
Influence represented one's own strength and the strength of one's subordinates.
As long as he befriended Wang Xian and asked him to help tame all kinds of ferocious beasts in the future, his influence would be doubled or even more.
For example, his brother had 100 subordinates who were at least at Transcendent Level 6. However, as long as he had 60 subordinates who were at Transcendent Level 6 and above, together with his 60 subordinates who rode on 60 ferocious beasts above Transcendent Level 6, he would be able to win.
The current Wang Xian was like a huge lucky star that fell from the sky to him. He had to hug this thigh tightly. Furthermore, Wang Xian had already done him a favor. Facing such a lucky star and such a thigh, he knew what to do in the future. The group of them moved forward quickly. Along the way, Wang Xian helped Long Xiaotian and his underlings tame the black shadow leopard.
Soon, more than 20 hours later, a gush of bloody smell came from the air.
Wang Xian, who lowered his head and continued to simulate the combination of combat techniques, was slightly shocked. He quickly looked ahead.
This is... At a glance, Wang Xian's pupils contracted slightly. His eyes revealed a look of shock. He stared ahead and breathed in the bloody air. He was extremely shocked. In front of him, there was an endless sea on the left and a forest on the right. The color of the sea was not sky blue, but red. The sea breeze did not smell of salt, but of blood. The Red Sea water was like a terrifying pool of blood. The forest on the right was 200 to 300 meters tall and thick, with a diameter of about 10 meters. The ground of the forest was light red. Like the ocean, it was filled with the smell of blood.
Brother Wang Xian, are you not used to the air here?
The cemetery of the demi-humans, the so-called cemetery, is where the bones are buried. Even if you die here, there isn't even a corpse.
Long Xiaotian rode on the black shadow leopard and came to his side. He said to him, "This is the biggest battlefield between the demonic beasts, vicious beasts, and humans. The blood-red ocean and the blood-red ground are not formed in a year or two. Instead, they have been accumulated over thousands of years. The thousands of years of battles are caused by the humans and ferocious beasts that have died here. There are at least tens of billions or even hundreds of billions of them. The sea is dyed red and the ground is soaked red. Let's go. The camp of the cemetery of the human demon race is ahead. Long Xiaotian pointed to the front and said, "Everyone, speed up." Everyone sped up. Wang Xian scanned his surroundings. They continued to travel for about 100 kilometers along the edge of the sea and the forest. A place that could not be called a city appeared in their line of sight. Long Xiaotian said that this is a camp just now. Now, it seems that this is really the case. Wang Xian looked ahead and mumbled. There was no city wall, and no formation. It was a camp by the sea. There were all kinds of buildings erected in the camp, and it looked a little messy. In the sky, people flew at will. There were no less than hundreds of thousands of people flying in the sky. The area in front of them was extremely huge. It was densely packed with all kinds of buildings. Although the place looked extremely messy, the area was huge. It was at least several times bigger than Bright Moon City, which was the largest city that Wang Xian had ever seen. As for the number of humans, Wang Xian estimated that there were at least 40 to 50 million people. "Let's go, brother Wang Xian. Let's fly. On the small island by the sea in front of us. It's an island built by our Guanglong dynasty. It's specially inhabited by the royal family." Long Xiaotian pointed at the location by the sea and said to him. Wang Xian rode on the spirit purple Qilin and flew into the sky to take a look. By the sea there were many man-made islands. Each island was not small, and the larger ones were about 10 kilometers in circumference. These islands looked extremely prosperous. Powerful formations covered the islands. "Eh? Where is that?" Wang Xian suddenly looked ahead. In the distance, he could vaguely see dilapidated palaces and dilapidated buildings. Some of these buildings extended into the sea while others extended into the forest. They stretched as far as the eye could see. Wang Xian recalled the records that Long Xiaotian had given him over the past 2 days. This place was originally the territory of a powerful sect, the Bloodstream sect, a few thousand years ago. At that time, the Bloodstream sect was the undisputed overlord of the flowing sea region. It was said that there were more than a dozen experts at level 6 or 7 of the see-through realm. There were more than 1,000 experts above the see-through realm. It was said that this was the most glorious period in the flowing sea region. In the Blood Flow sect, experts at the profound void realm would have their own mansions and blessed lands. Moreover, they had their own disciples. The entire Blood Flow sect was only weaker than those empires, but its strength was definitely much higher than those empires. At that time, the Blood Flow sect had more than 100,000 disciples. It was undoubtedly a huge force. However, the Bloodstream sect was a force established by humans and demonic beasts. In the internal conflicts, 80 to 90% of the thousands of insightful Emptiness Realm experts were lost. Since then, the human experts of the Bloodstream sect and the demonic beasts were at loggerheads, fighting to the death. After thousands of years of struggle, there was still no victor. The dilapidated buildings were the mansions and paradises of the insightful Emptiness Realm experts in the past. The Blood Flow sect used to be a large sect built on a spirit stone lode. It was a true paradise. The residences of many insightful Emptiness Realm experts were also treasured lands. After the war broke out, the insightful Emptiness Realm experts died, but their residences remained. Every expert's residence was protected by a formation. There might be treasures or inheritances hidden inside. Even after thousands of years, a large portion of these experts' residences had yet to be explored. If one was lucky, they might be able to obtain the inheritances of rank 7 or even rank 8 profound void martial experts. Apart from these residences, there were 4 other treasure grounds in the Demoness Graveyard. The Bloodstream sect's training grounds. The Bloodstream sect's training grounds. The Bloodstream sect's main hall. The Heaven's Pride stage of the Bloodstream sect. These 4 places were the treasure grounds that made many people go crazy. The training grounds for the weak, the glorious battlefield for the powerful mercenary groups, and the famous grounds for the strong Heaven's Pride. These words were the best explanation for the graveyard of the demihumans.
That island is the island of the royal family of the Radiant Empire. Long Xiaoyan's voice sounded from the side. The island below said to Wang Xian. Wang Xian looked over. It was an island with a circumference of 10 kilometers. The environment above was very beautiful. The group flew over and arrived at the entrance. Greetings, Your Highness, Second Prince. Your Highness, the Princess. The island was protected by a formation. Once someone barged in, they would be discovered immediately. Therefore, they had to enter through the entrance.
Long Xiaotian and Long Luo walked to the front. The guards at the entrance immediately bowed respectfully. Yes. Long Xiaotian nodded his head faintly and led his men into the island.
Wang Xian followed by the side. Riding on the spirit purple unicorn, he was exceptionally eye-catching among the group of black shadow leopards. The 4 guards looked at the second prince's group in astonishment. Their eyes were filled with astonishment.
Brother Wang Xian, you can stay beside us. Also, we will send someone to deliver the spiritual herbs and pill formulas to you later.
Also, this spiritual liquid is the reward for Brother Wang Xian for taming the ferocious beasts. Long Xiaotian brought Wang Xian to a courtyard on the island. He pointed to a separate courtyard and said to him, usually, only the distinguished guests of the royal family were qualified to stay in such a solitary courtyard. All right, I will start refining pills later. If there's nothing important, I won't come out.
Wang Xian nodded and said to him,
all right, Brother Wang Xian, there are a few handmaidens in the courtyard. You can instruct them on anything.
Long Xiaotian sent Wang Xian to the front of the house before leaving.
Wang Xian looked at the spiritual liquid bottle in his hand with a satisfied expression on his face.
There was a total of 10,000 drops of spiritual liquid. According to the second prince, this was all his belongings. 10,000 drops of spiritual liquid was equivalent to 7 million dragon crystals of dragon energy. Even if Wang Xian needed 100 million dragon crystals to level up, this 7 million was not a small amount.
The conversion of spiritual liquid to dragon crystals is obviously much more cost-effective than spiritual stones.
Wang Xian thought to himself. He swallowed all the spiritual liquid directly. Then he looked at the spiritual herbs at the side and the smile on his face grew wider.
After these spiritual herbs were refined into elixirs, Wang Xian would be able to obtain over 1 million dragon crystals for his revenge. This Long Xiaotian is also a lucky star for me. As he thought to himself, Wang Xian immediately started to refine the elixirs one by one.
Prince, the king has sent a message. He is full of praise for your performance in Wind Salt City. You are the most outstanding person in this assessment.
In the neighboring courtyard, the old man who had been following Long Xiaotian reported with a smile on his face. Yes. Feng Xiaotian nodded with a smile on his face. He was also very happy. Prince, the first prince, the 8th prince, and the others have already rushed here 2 days ago. They have invited many people to hold a banquet. They want to find some followers. Should we also hold a banquet? The old man looked at Feng Xiaotian and suggested.
Sure. Elder Liang will send invitations to some disciples of the Divine Wind Academy, some powerful mercenary groups that are close to our Light Dragon dynasty, and some other suitable people. Invite them over. The time is set for the day after tomorrow. Long Xiaotian thought for a moment and said,
Yes, Prince. Leave it to this old subject. Elder Liang bowed and nodded, and immediately walked out.
This time let everyone witness the strength of Long Xiaotian. Long Xiaotian looked in the direction of the neighboring room with a strong look of confidence on his face.
In the past, he had some experts from Wind Salt City following him. Coupled with his previous strength, he could be ranked in the top 3 among the princes.
However, now that he had met Wang Xian, he had obtained more than 50 powerful ferocious beasts. His strength, he dared to guarantee, was definitely the strongest among the many princes.
The Light Dragon dynasty's island gradually became lively. The arrival of the princes had invited many young elites from various factions, as well as powerful members of the mercenary group. The Light Dragon dynasty's influence in the Flowing Sea region was second only to the Bloodflow Empire. There were no more than 5 factions that could rival the Light Dragon dynasty.
As the prince of the Light Dragon dynasty, it was very likely that he would be the future king of the Light Dragon dynasty. Now that he had invited everyone to attend the banquet, there were naturally many people who came to give him face. Moreover, they also knew that it was the time for the princes to take the test. If they could follow the right master and become the favorite of the future king of the Light Dragon dynasty, they would definitely have the chance to establish a great clan that would last for 1,000 years. For many people, this was also an opportunity and a gamble. Even if they lost the gamble, the price they had to pay wasn't very heavy. In the competition for the throne of the Light Dragon dynasty, it was forbidden for princes to fight with each other. As the king of the Light Dragon dynasty, if he saw princes scheming and fighting in secret, he would definitely cripple them. Therefore, they would follow the prince and would definitely be able to soar in the future. After the first prince and eighth prince held a banquet, the second prince's banquet also began. The entire Guanglong Empire's island was bustling with activity. Wang Xian ignored the clamor from the outside and stayed in his room to refine pills. Young Master Wang Xian. Young Master Wang Xian. The maid's soft voice came from outside. Wang Xian stared at her palm and waved it rapidly. The spiritual herbs formed a pill. Phew, what's the matter? Wang Xian asked directly. Young Master Wang Xian, the second prince, asked me to ask you. The second prince will be holding a banquet this evening. Will you come by then, young master? The maid asked Wang Xian. We'll see when the time comes. Wang Xian looked at the spiritual herbs beside him but didn't give a definite answer. Yes, young master. The maid outside was slightly stunned and nodded immediately. The prince had personally asked her to come and ask. She didn't expect that the other party wouldn't give a clear answer. What was the identity of the young man inside? She thought in puzzlement and walked out. I should be able to finish the refinement in the evening. Should I go over and take a look? Wang Xian looked at the spiritual herbs beside him and thought to himself. I should go and take a look. Wang Xian thought to himself. The main reason why he came to the tomb of the demi-human was for the dragon energy. He could obtain over 1 million dragon energy just by refining some medicinal pills for the second prince. If he could get to know more people, he might have some unexpected gains. After these few days, Wang Xian had a vague idea of the strength of the Light Dragon Empire. The strongest person in the Light Dragon Empire was at level 5 of the See-Through Void tier, which was 1 level higher than the Star Moon King. The strongest person in the Flowing Sea region was the King of the Blood Flow Empire, at level 6 of the See-Through Void tier. The Light Dragon Empire did not only have one expert at level 5 of the See-Through Void tier. On the surface, there were at least 3 of them. There were around 100 See-Through Void tier experts. With his strength, he could easily wipe out 5 to 6-star moon kingdoms. The people that Long Xiaodian and the rest knew had a faction behind them that was stronger than the Star Moon Kingdom. Being able to get to know some people with status would be very beneficial to his collection of resources. Wang Xian quickly refined pills one by one. There was a 100% success rate. By refining 2 sets of pills, Wang Xian would be able to obtain 3 pills. With 8 pills, Wang Xian would be able to obtain 3 pills. He didn't need to pay for any spiritual herbs. To him, it was simply picking up money. It's done. At around 6 o'clock in the evening, Wang Xian saw the last of the spiritual herbs turning into pills. A smile appeared on his face. He stood up and put away all the pills. I'm going to take a look at this man-demon graveyard. Wang Xian's eyes were sparkling. He pushed open the door and walked out. Young master. The maidservant who had been waiting for instructions at the door saw him walking out and shouted hurriedly. Where is the second prince holding the banquet? Bring me there. Wang Xian said to the maidservant directly. Young master, the second prince's banquet is not held on this island. It's held by the sea outside. The maidservant said to him immediately. Not here. Wang Xian raised his eyebrows. Young master, let me bring you there. The maid looked at him. Wang Xian nodded and followed behind the maid as they walked out. When they walked out from the exit, the bloody smell outside made Wang Xian feel a little uncomfortable. It's in the building by the beach. There's a manor there. The second prince is hosting the banquet here today. As the maid spoke, she flew into the air and brought Wang Xian to the luxurious-looking manor by the sea. Although the buildings in the cemetery of the demi-human were messy, every building was extremely luxurious. Those who were able to establish a foothold here were no ordinary forces. Young master, you can just go in directly. I will be going back first. After sending Wang Xian to the entrance of the manor by the sea, the maid bowed to Wang Xian and left immediately. Wang Xian looked at the manor and walked straight in. He merely mentioned that he was invited by the second prince of the Guanglong dynasty, and the guards at the entrance let him in. It wasn't that the management wasn't strict, but that no one dared to impersonate the guest of the prince of the Guanglong dynasty. After entering the manor, he walked in under the guidance of the staff. "This young master, you are in front." The waiter pointed to the front and retreated. Wang Xian looked over and revealed a look of surprise. In front of him, there were a total of 500 to 600 people sitting at a round table. A huge empty space was left in the middle. There was a 10-meter-tall bonfire in the middle. Young and middle-aged men were sitting around and chatting. Wang Xian swept his gaze over and realized that Long Xiaotian was nowhere to be seen. He looked at the empty seats and walked over directly. "I saw the second prince walking in confidently to call his subordinates. I think the second prince's influence is definitely not weak. He should be very strong. The second prince is already a strong contender for the throne of the kingdom of Light Dragon. Only the first prince, the 8th prince, and the 17th prince can compete with him. The rest of them are much weaker. I heard that in the first round of the assessment, the king of the kingdom of Light Dragon is most satisfied with the second prince. If the second prince's influence is stronger, we can consider joining the second prince and take a gamble." Wang Xian walked closer and heard the voices of the people in front of him talking. He swept his gaze around and found that most of them were above Transcendent Level 6. There were also more than 10 half-step void interpretation experts. Many of the young men were very strong. They must be young talents from various factions or even heaven's favorites. Wang Xian walked to the 2 empty seats and sat down. However, when Wang Xian landed, a gaze looked over and his gaze gradually turned cold. He stared at Wang Xian with hints of killing intent in his eyes. "It's you." Xing Tianyi stared at Wang Xian and said coldly. Wang Xian was slightly stunned when he saw him. Then he looked at the few people beside him. He was slightly surprised. It was true that enemies don't meet in the same place. There were a group of 8 people, no more or less. They were dressed exactly the same as when they were in the Dragon and Phoenix Royal City. The words 6 Elements Sect were written on their chests. There are more than 8 people. Wang Xian looked at the seat in front of him and saw 2 young men. One of them had a head of silver-white long hair. He looked elegant and exuded an otherworldly aura. The other one had a head of short hair. He sat there emotionlessly. Wang Xian saw that Xing Tianyi was staring at him coldly. He ignored him and sat on the seat in front of him. When Xing Tianyi saw that Wang Xian ignored him, a cold glint flashed in his eyes. He smiled slowly. His smile was filled with ferocious excitement. "Kid, I didn't expect to meet you here." As Xing Tianyi spoke, he stood up slowly. He held a wine glass in his hand and stared at Wang Xian coldly. "Ha!" A few of Xing Tianyi's fellow disciples were slightly stunned when they saw him standing up. When they saw Wang Xian, their pupils constricted slightly before their faces turned cold. Bang! Enemies have a narrow road. A young man placed the wine cup in his hand on the table with a loud and clear sound. The other 7 people stared at Wang Xian coldly. Even the silver-haired young man and the short-haired young man in the innermost corner turned their heads to look at him. "Tianyi, what's going on with the few of you? Don't cause trouble at the second prince's banquet. If there's a problem, we can settle it after the event." The silver-haired young man saw that some people were looking in his direction and said to Xing Tianyi indifferently, "Senior brother, this guy is from the Dragon Phoenix dynasty. A few days ago, we went to the Dragon Phoenix dynasty with great difficulty, but we were chased out by him in the end. He also said that in their territory, no matter what identity we have to get lost." The moment the silver-haired young man finished his words, the only girl among the 8 of them immediately pouted and looked at him with an aggrieved expression. "Is that so?" The silver-haired young man narrowed his eyes slightly and swept his gaze across Wang Xian. He didn't say anything. Seeing that their senior brother didn't say anything, the corners of Xing Tianyi and the other's lips curled up slightly. How did a little brat from the Dragon and Phoenix Empire get into this place? Is this a place where you can come? The young man sitting in the middle stood up from his seat and walked slowly to Wang Xian's side.
He looked down at him and asked coldly. Wang Xian saw the two of them standing in front of him. Their eyes were filled with killing intent as they stared at him. He frowned slightly. What does it have to do with you guys that I can come here? He looked at the people from the Six Elements sect and said faintly, What does it have to do with us?
But I want to tell you that this manor is the property of our Six Elements sect. Hee kid, this is our territory. This is not your dragon and phoenix dynasty. Xing Tianyi stared at him with a cold face and said slowly,
Your territory? But I was invited here. Could it be that you can chase me away?
Wang Xian smiled faintly.
The Six Elements sect was a powerful sect in the Luhai region. However, their strength was still one level away from the Light Dragon Empire. He didn't believe that a Six Elements sect would dare to chase him away when the second prince invited him over. He sat there calmly without a hint of panic in his eyes. When Xing Tianyi and the rest heard Wang Xian's words, they frowned slightly. Clearly, they had some misgivings in their hearts. A disciple of our Six Elements sect went to a small country and was chased out by someone. This is a joke. Suddenly, the silver-haired young man who was sitting inside looked at Wang Xian and smiled. However, if someone really dared to do this, our Six Elements sect will naturally not let this go. Our Six Elements sect is extremely hospitable. We will not chase them away. Instead, we will leave them here. This is a place with good feng shui. The silver-haired young man said while looking at Wang Xian with a smile on his face. He then looked at the few disciples beside him and said, Leave the second prince to me. Oh, thank you, senior brother. Thank you, senior brother. A hint of excitement flashed across the faces of the few young men. Their senior brother was ranked 20th in the Luhai region. The second prince had invited them here mainly for their senior brother.
Not only the second prince, but the other princes of the Light Dragon dynasty had also invited their senior brother to join them a few days ago.
As the Six Elements sect, which did not belong to any dynasty, they were the targets of many dynasties.
If their senior brother spoke to the second prince would definitely not say anything.
When they heard their senior brother's words, all of them stared at Wang Xian with ferocious expressions. Kid, do you know what the price is for coming to our territory?
When you were in the Dragon and Phoenix Royal City, you dared to injure junior brother Xing Tianyi. Have you thought about the consequences? The young man standing beside Wang Xian had a mocking expression on his face as he stared at Wang Xian and said slowly.
When Wang Xian saw the expressions on everyone's faces, his expression turned cold as well. I really haven't thought about the consequences of dealing with a few good-for-nothings. You're courting death. Xing Tianyi shouted softly as he stared at Wang Xian with a ferocious expression. You're about to die, yet you still dare to be so arrogant. This isn't your tiny country. If you dare to offend us, you shall stay here today. Hee.
After Xing Tianyi finished his sentence, the other young men stood up slowly as well. Their auras locked onto him.
Huh?
What's going on? It's someone from the Six Elements sect.
Who is the young man they are targeting? Why haven't I seen him before? I haven't seen him before. However, he must have been invited by the second prince. If the people from the Six Elements sect are targeting him like this, wouldn't that be a slap to the second prince's face?
That won't happen. Xian Feng of the Six Elements sect is currently being courted by several princes. The second prince should give the Six Elements sect some face.
Xing Tianyi's shout caused the surrounding people to reveal curious expressions as they discussed in a low voice. It's him. At this moment, two men and women in green robes were sitting across from him. That young man raised his brows slightly as an expression of surprise appeared on his face. Oh, it really is. The girl next to him looked over and nodded slightly. They had an impression of this young man. Not long after, they had attended the auction of the Dragon and Phoenix dynasty together with their teacher, and happened to see him making a move in the restaurant. At that time, his strength had slightly surprised even their teacher.
However, he was a bloodline cultivator, so they didn't take him seriously.
Big brother Su Wenling, do you and Miss Sasa know this young man? A young man heard their conversation and curiously looked ahead. Yes, he's a disciple who just established a small country. His strength is not bad, but unfortunately, he's a bloodline cultivator.
Su Wenling lightly nodded and said indifferently.
There is a limit to the cultivation path of bloodline cultivators, and there are very few high-level bloodlines. Their future is limited.
The young man next to him heard his words and lightly shook his head.
For many people, the bloodline of a fierce beast or demon beast was like a treasure. However, in the eyes of some outstanding disciples, bloodline cultivators were not enough. This was because the bloodline had a limit. For example, if one had the bloodline of a demon beast at the profound void tier, they could only cultivate to the profound void tier at most.
In the eyes of many people, an expert of the first level of the profound void tier was only within reach. However, in the eyes of these proud children, it was nothing more than this.
This was because they pursued a higher realm. I wonder how he received the invitation from the second prince?
The girl called Sa Sa looked ahead and said with a smile. It's very normal for him to be invited with his strength. However, he should be out of luck. The second prince will not blame Yin Xian Feng and the others of the Six Elements sect for the sake of a bloodline warrior.
Su Wenling said lightly. The other princes of the Light Dragon dynasty are trying to rope in Yin Xian Feng. The second prince's main target today is not only Yin Xian Feng, but also Big Brother Su Wenling. Also, judging from the second prince's attitude just now, he wants to rope in you, the young man at the side said with some flattery. Su Wenling smiled proudly and slightly raised his head. I'm looking forward to the strength the second prince will show next. As he spoke, he took a small sip and looked at everyone in the banquet hall with a smile. As a Heaven's Pride expert who ranked higher than Yin Xianfeng on the prodigy roll, he was one of the most outstanding disciples of the Divine Wind Academy. His family background was not very good, but it was precisely because of this that he was the object of contention among all the major factions.
At this banquet, the second prince clearly valued him the most.
Sitting here, he had a feeling that he was watching the storm with a smile.
You want me to stay here?
In the banquet hall, Wang Xian sat there and watched the people from the Six Elements sect staring at him coldly. A hint of killing intent flashed in his eyes. By leaving him here, it meant that they clearly had an opinion and wanted to kill him.
With just you guys, you don't have the ability.
Wang Xian stood up abruptly and looked at all of them. Haha, brat, you still dare to be so arrogant even now. Let me tell you, in the territory of our Six Elements sect, you won't be able to escape even if you have wings. In the Dragon Phoenix Royal City, you dared to chase us out. Today, I will make you pay the price. A young man pointed his finger at Wang Xian. His eyes were filled with killing intent. Buzz. The moment he stretched out his hand and pointed at Wang Xian, he started to move. He waved his arm and a stream of water shot towards the 8 people in front of him. You still dare to make a move?
When Xing Tian saw Wang Xian making a move instantly, he revealed an embarrassed expression.
Not good.
However, as they felt the terrifying impact of the stream of water in front of them, the expressions of Xing Tian and the rest changed drastically.
Be careful. His strength should be at the half-step void interpretation realm. A young man shouted loudly when he recalled how Wang Xian had instantly killed a level 9 Hulei leopard in Dragon Phoenix Royal City. The few of them trembled and hurriedly defended themselves. However, it was too late. The water currents struck the 8 of them. Their defenses were like thin paper and were easily broken through.
A powerful force directly crashed into his body.
Pung ping ping. Poo poo. In an instant, the 8 people spat out blood and flew backward. What?
This young man is so powerful.
He dares to directly attack the second prince's banquet. This young man is too arrogant. He directly injured a disciple of the Six Elements sect. Is he going to make an enemy out of the Six Elements sect? Everyone around was slightly shocked as they looked over in astonishment. Pa! At this moment, Yin Xianfeng, who was sitting at the side, had a slight change in expression. His eyes turned cold instantly. His hand landed heavily on the table. A silver-white longsword appeared in his hand. Hua! The sound of a sharp sword being unsheathed rang out. The sharp longsword slashed towards Wang Xian's position. You're courting death. His eyes revealed an icy look. The temperature around him instantly dropped by dozens of degrees. An extremely cold longsword stabbed directly at him. You're the ones who are courting death.
Wang Xian watched the longsword coming at him. His expression didn't change as he waved his arm gently. Bang! The cold glow of the long sword melted immediately. Wang Xian waved his arm again. A golden stream of light swept directly at his arm. Go to hell! When Yin Xianfeng saw that Wang Xian easily blocked his attack, his pupils constricted slightly and his aura trembled. Crack! 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 The sound of cracking could be heard from the surroundings. On the table, one cup after another was shattered by the bone-piercing cold air, producing a crisp sound. The surrounding ground slowly turned snow-white. Retreat, get out of their battle range. Hiss, that young man's strength is so strong. He should be at the half-step void interpretation realm. That young man is so arrogant. This villa is the property of the Six Element sect. There are experts from the Six Element sect here. If he dares to attack Yin Xianfeng and the rest here, isn't he courting death? The second prince is trying to rope in Yin Xianfeng. Even if that young man was invited by the second prince, given the current situation, the second prince will definitely stand on the side of the Six Element sect. After all, if he helps that young man, it would be a bad relationship with the Six Element sect. When the people around saw Wang Xian making a move, they were astonished. Those who were close to him quickly retreated into the distance. You dare to fight with me, Yin Xianfeng. You dare to make a move in the territory of our Six Element sect. Today, Yin Xianfeng, will definitely kill you. When Yin Xianfeng saw the beam of golden light that was attacking him, a fierce glint flashed in his eyes. He waved the long sword in his hand. The air around him seemed to have solidified as a faint white glow rose out of thin air. It was like a silver-white long sword that could penetrate through everything as it slashed towards the golden light. Humph! Wang Xian looked at Yin Xianfeng's attack with a hint of disdain in his eyes. The golden light was a combination attack. The golden flow could be compared to his single attribute attack and his ordinary attack in the form of the divine dragon. If Yin Xianfeng did not use his divine ability to resist, he would be courting death. Crack! 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 The silvery white long sword that was accompanied by an icy glow slashed onto the golden flow. Suddenly, the surrounding ice emitted a cracking sound. The golden glow swept towards him. What? Yin Xianfeng was slightly shocked. His expression changed drastically. His entire body trembled as layers of ice armor covered his body. Extremely hot water sea. Wang Xian saw his defense and waved his arm. A wave of seawater that was emitting a terrifying high temperature landed on Yin Xianfeng's body faster than the golden current. Ah! The moment the extremely hot water sea landed on his body, Yin Xianfeng let out a scream. The ice armor on his body melted at a terrifying speed. The golden current landed on his arm that was holding the longsword. The golden stream and the fire and metal elements combined to attack. A stream of light contained a terrifying attack. When the golden stream swept past, Yin Xianfeng's arm disappeared. My arm! A scream sounded in the banquet hall. Yin Xianfeng stared at his right hand with a face full of fear. So what if it was empty? When the golden light swept past, the arm immediately dissipated. He widened his eyes, a trace of shock and malevolence flashed in his eyes. In the surroundings, all the sounds instantly stopped. 400 to 500 people looked on with faces full of shock. What terrifying strength! Yin Xianfeng is ranked 20th among the heavens' favorites. How could he be defeated so easily? Hiss, he injured 8 disciples of the Six Element sect in one move. Now he defeated Yin Xianfeng in 2 moves. Where did he come from? Why haven't I heard of him before? No wonder he was invited by the second prince. His strength can already be ranked on the heavens' favorites list. Everyone's eyes widened as they stared at Wang Xian and Yin Xianfeng, exclaiming in surprise. The strength that Wang Xian displayed was too strong. His strength is something that even Su Wenling can't match up to, right? A young man looked at Wang Xian, who was standing there with an indifferent expression, and said heavily. When everyone in the banquet heard his words, they nodded their heads slightly. Su Wenling was ranked 18th on the prodigy roll, but the strength displayed by the young man was definitely stronger than his. Humph, he's just a bloodline cultivator. After all, there's a limit. When Su Wenling heard this,
his face slightly displeased as he lightly snorted and coldly said, "Bloodline cultivator?" "He's a bloodline cultivator." The surrounding people were slightly stunned as they came to a sudden realization. No wonder from their conversation just now that young man came from a weak country. He shouldn't have such terrifying strength. So he's a bloodline cultivator. I don't know what level of bloodline he has, but that young man might be in trouble. Some people looked at Yin Xianfeng, whose arm had disappeared. Yin Xianfeng's face was extremely ferocious and his eyes were full of killing intent. They knew that this matter would not be resolved so easily. In the territory of the Six Element sect, they had severely injured their disciple and wiped out one of their most outstanding disciples. "Call the elders in the villa over." Suddenly, a cold voice sounded. The short-haired young man who had been sitting beside Yin Xianfeng stood up and stared at Wang Xian with a grave expression. "You hurt people in the territory of our Six Element sect. You don't put us in your eyes." The short-haired young man looked at Wang Xian expressionlessly and said in a deep voice, "Hee. If the people of your Six Element sect want to kill me, would I put you in my eyes?" Wang Xian revealed a mocking look in his eyes as he walked towards them slowly. The short-haired young man narrowed his eyes slightly as he looked at Wang Xian. "Hua hua hua. Who dares to cause trouble in the territory of our Six Element sect?" At this moment, a cold voice covered the entire area. The sound of footsteps was heard. Everyone was slightly shocked as they quickly looked forward. A middle-aged man was holding a long spear in his hand as he flew towards them with a cold expression. Below them, 20 to 30 disciples of the Six Element sect were holding weapons in their hands as they walked towards them aggressively. Void interpretation expert. When they saw the middle-aged man in the sky, everyone's gaze froze slightly. "Elder, it's this guy. It's this guy. Not only did he heavily injure us, but he also crippled one of senior brother Yin's arms. Elder, you have to avenge us." A young man who was lying on the ground shouted at the middle-aged man in the sky with a pale face. He pointed at Wang Xian and his eyes were filled with killing intent. "Ha!" The middle-aged man swept his gaze across the area. When his gaze landed on Yin Xianfeng, his expression slowly turned cold as he stared at Wang Xian. "It has been a long time since someone dared to cause trouble in the territory of our Six Elements sect." The middle-aged man looked at Wang Xian and spoke slowly. "Hee. Wang Xian stared at the middle-aged man who was floating in the air and sneered. "Hua hua hua." At this moment, a group of disciples under the middle-aged elder of the Six Elements sect came to Wang Xian's side. They surrounded him and locked onto him with a murderous aura. Wang Xian's expression did not change. He clenched his fists slightly. He was not afraid of an expert at the first level of the see-through realm. He was so agitated that he fled after a round of slaughter. Boom! 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 What happened? Just as the atmosphere froze and was about to explode at any moment, a slight tremor came from the ground in the distance. The second prince's voice rang out. "The second prince is here." Everyone looked over. Even the people from the Six Elements sect turned their heads over. "Hiss, what's that?" "This, all of the second prince's subordinates have mounts, and they are all powerful black shadow leopards. This, there are 4 half-step void interpretation experts, and around 10 transcendents at level 9. These people are stronger than the first prince and the 8th prince's subordinates, but the most terrifying thing is that the second prince actually got so many mounts. This almost doubled the second prince's power. The black shadow leopard the second prince is riding is at half-step void interpretation. Hiss, is this the second prince's power? It is definitely the strongest among all the princes. When everyone saw the second prince riding the black shadow leopard and rushing over with his subordinates, they all sucked in a breath of cold air. They were extremely shocked by the second prince's power. Even Su Wenling's face was full of shock. Prince Long Xiaotian, the Six Elements sect's elder who was floating in the sky, landed on the ground and greeted the second prince. "Second prince." The rest of the people also stood up and shouted with flickering eyes. "Huh? What's going on?" Long Xiaotian could feel the frozen atmosphere around him. He frowned and asked with a hint of killing intent. "Second prince, this kid injured my arm and severely injured my junior brothers. Today, I want to keep him here." When Yin Xianfeng saw the second prince, his expression was still ferocious. He pointed at Wang Xian and shouted loudly, "Oh,
Brother Yin Xianfeng, who dares to? Long Xiaotian raised his eyebrows and looked over. However, when he was halfway through his sentence, he was stunned and looked at Wang Xian in astonishment. In an instant, his expression changed. His body moved and he jumped down from the black shadow leopard. He quickly walked to Wang Xian's side. Brother Wang Xian, are you all right? What happened? He walked to Wang Xian's side with a sullen face and asked hurriedly. The second prince suddenly walked towards Wang Xian, causing everyone to be slightly stunned. They looked at this scene in astonishment. I'm fine. I have some enmity with them. They want to keep me here. When Wang Xian saw Long Xiaotian walking over, a smile appeared on his face. Keep me here. When Long Xiaotian heard Wang Xian's words, his face turned cold instantly. He wanted to keep Wang Xian here. Moreover, it was happening in his banquet hall. This made Long Xiaotian extremely embarrassed. Who was Wang Xian? He was Wind Salt Town's savior, Long Xiaotian's lucky star, and the thigh that he swore to hug. Now, there was actually someone in his banquet hall who wanted to keep this thigh of his. He, Long Xiaotian, held this banquet mainly for the purpose of roping in some heaven's favored sons and some powerful subordinates. However, if he offended Wang Xian because of this banquet, then this banquet wouldn't be worth it at all. In his opinion, even if all the people present surrendered to his subordinates, they wouldn't be as important as Wang Xian. Putting aside the powerful alchemy master, his unbelievable beast-taming ability was simply heaven-defying. Long Xiaotian had already fantasized about it for the past 2 days. When he got to know Wang Xian better, he would ask him to train a batch of ferocious beasts for him. When the time came, he would build a strong cavalry battle team which could almost rival the top battle team of the Guanglong Kingdom. When he thought of this, he couldn't help but grin while he was sleeping. Now, Yin Xianfeng and the people of the Six Element sect wanted to keep him here. Long Xiaotian didn't need to think to know the meaning of staying. He looked at Yin Xianfeng with a gloomy face. Yin Xianfeng was slightly stunned when he saw Long Xiaotian's expression, but he didn't think too much about it. Second Prince, we must give an explanation for his contempt for our Six Element sect today. As he spoke, he looked at the middle-aged elder at the side. He dared to seriously injure our disciple in our Six Element sect's territory. If we don't kill him, he really thinks that our Six Element sect is easy to bully. The elder of the Six Element sect said slowly with an expressionless face. Brother, today, this is the banquet venue of our Light Dragon Dynasty's second prince. As soon as the middle-aged elder of the Six Elements sect finished speaking, Bai Qingshan, who was wearing a white robe, slowly walked out and stared at him as he said faintly, "Ha!" The middle-aged elder of the Six Elements sect was slightly stunned as he looked at Bai Qingshan in surprise. Yin Xianfeng, do you know that he is a friend that I personally invited to the banquet that I'm holding here today? You wanna fucking keep the person that I invited? Are you courting death? At this moment, Long Xiaotian's mouth suddenly burst out words that stunned everyone. Bang! However, what shocked everyone even more was that his figure moved and his fist landed heavily on Yin Xianfeng's face. In an instant, Yin Xianfeng was completely dumbfounded. He did not expect that the second prince would actually attack him. He was the target that all the princes of the Light Dragon Dynasty had been fighting to recruit, but now the second prince had directly attacked him without giving him any face. The powerful force caused his face to twist slightly, and his head to be in a daze. This force was not small at all. His arm had already been chopped off and he was even sent flying backward, flying more than 10 meters away. Bang! His body landed heavily on the ground. Everyone was stunned. The second prince actually beat up Yin Xianfeng? You don't know whether you're dead or alive. If I find out that you're secretly dealing with Brother Wang Xian in the future, be careful of your dog life. Long Xiaotian didn't give him any face and said directly. Yin Xianfeng, who was knocked to the ground, spat out a mouthful of blood when he heard his words. Everyone from the Six Element sect gulped and looked at the elder. The middle-aged elder from the Six Element sect slowly frowned. He looked at the white-robed void interpretation expert who was staring at him with a smile on his face, and then at the second prince who had an icy expression on his face. His expression was somewhat awkward. He knew that the disciples of Yin Xianfeng had provoked the wrong person this time.
That young man was obviously highly valued by the second prince. He didn't even give the six-element sect any face. Phew! The middle-aged elder of the six-element sect took a deep breath and said, "Second prince, it's our six-element sect's fault for this matter. I'm here to apologize to you. I hope you won't be angry." As he spoke, he cupped his hands slightly. The six-element sect couldn't afford to offend the Light Dragon Empire. There was a high chance that the second prince in front of them would become the king of the Light Dragon Empire. They could not afford to offend him. Therefore, they could only apologize. The people who were invited by the second prince also took a deep breath. Their eyes landed on Wang Xian. Who is he exactly? How could he make the second prince want to help him vent his anger by offending the six-element sect? Some people thought to themselves, "Please take the people of your six-element sect away." Long Xiaotian looked at the elders of the six-element sect with a sullen face and said directly, "Yes, our six-element sect will waive the expenses for this banquet. Consider it as an apology to the second prince." The middle-aged elder of the six-element sect squeezed out a smile and said. Long Xiaotian ignored him and walked directly to Wang Xian's side. A hint of bitterness appeared on his face. "Brother Wang Xian, did I disturb your mood?" "No, it's fine. I might have disturbed your business." Wang Xian looked at the disciples of the six-element sect who were carried away and shook his head. "How can that be? It's my fault for not entertaining them properly. Come, come." Long Xiaotian heaved a sigh of relief and gestured for Wang Xian to take a seat at the side. He looked around and cupped his hands. "Everyone, I'm really sorry for not entertaining them properly. I didn't expect some unpleasant things to happen in the short period of time that I was away. Everyone, I'm sorry. Let me introduce to everyone. These 56 people are my brothers who followed me." Long Xiaotian was obviously very good at dealing with situations. In just a few short sentences, he skipped over the previous incident and introduced his subordinates. He didn't introduce Wang Xian because he had his own selfish motives. He didn't want his brothers to know that if they knew that Wang Xian was a powerful beast tamer, they might invite him with a huge sum of money. His relationship with Wang Xian wasn't that deep yet. He was afraid that the man whom he had finally met would run away. Wang Xian didn't mind either. He sat at the side and watched with a smile. However, at this moment, everyone paid a lot of attention to the young man who caused the second prince to fall out with the six-element sect. How can a bloodline cultivator be so important to the second prince? How is this possible? Sitting opposite him, Su Wenling looked at Wang Xian, who was sitting next to the second prince, with a gloomy face. After seeing the second prince's strength, Su Wenling had already decided to join him and take a gamble. Just now, the second prince was sitting next to him and spoke with great sincerity to rope him in. But now, the second prince was sitting next to a bloodline cultivator and he even whispered to him from time to time. Obviously, he didn't want to be ignored. What kind of treatment did this young man have? Su Wenling was extremely depressed and sat there without saying a word with an embarrassed expression. The second prince, Long Xiaotian, and that kid. At this moment, in a room in the villa, Yin Xianfeng was sitting on the bed with a ferocious expression, holding his arm and growling. "Don't do stupid things. Long Xiaotian is not someone you can provoke." The short-haired young man saw his expression and reminded him coldly. "I'm not reconciled. No matter what, I, Yin Xianfeng, am a favored son of heaven. Long Xiaotian is not giving me face." Yin Xianfeng's expression changed drastically, and then he narrowed his eyes like a poisonous snake. The eighth prince and the second prince have never been on good terms. Today's humiliation. I'll make sure you never get the throne. With the eighth prince around, even if I find an opportunity to kill that kid, the second prince can't do anything to me. The second prince's banquet slowly came to an end. The people who came to attend the banquet today were filled with shock. They were shocked by the second prince's powerful strength and the young man who caused the second prince to turn against the six-element sect. But no matter what, the entire banquet went very smoothly. After seeing the second prince's power, many people were extremely moved. The powerful beast's mounts were beyond everyone's expectations. "Brother Wang Xian, I'm really sorry about today." "It's all right. Brother Long Xiaotian, if you need to refine elixirs in the future, you can come and look for me. It's still the same price. Wang Xian walked out from the villa of the banquet. He and Long Xiaotian walked out side by side and chatted. Haha, of course that.
Long Xiaotian laughed out loud. After hesitating for a moment, he said, Brother Wang Xian, you should know that I'm competing for the position of the crown prince now. I won't hide it from you. Brother Wang Xian, can you help me tame some ferocious beasts in the future?
Brother, don't worry. I'll definitely give you a lot of spirit stones.
As he spoke, he looked at Wang Xian expectantly. Sure, no problem. Wang Xian agreed without a second thought.
Taming ferocious beasts was very easy for him. Naturally, he would be very happy to use the ferocious beasts to exchange for the spiritual liquid.
All right. Thank you, Brother Wang Xian. If I can reach the top in the future, I will definitely repay you well.
Long Xiaotian nodded excitedly when he heard his agreement. He could not help but laugh out loud.
What is the relationship between the second prince and that young man?
Why are they so close? Why do I feel that the second prince is trying to curry favor with that young man on purpose? He even poured wine for him during the banquet. Could it be that this young man's background is not simple? He is very strong and can be ranked on the prodigy roll. At the back, the people who were attending the banquet were watching in astonishment as they discussed in low voices. Oh right, Brother Long Xiaotian. Please help me find a place to stay. It would be best if it's a secluded and isolated courtyard.
Wang Xian and Long Xiaotian were flying in the sky. After thinking for a while, they spoke to him.
What's wrong, brother? Isn't it good for you to stay at our place? Long Xiaotian was stunned for a moment before he replied hurriedly.
It's a little inconvenient. I like to live alone and I might have to stay here for the next period of time. Therefore, I want to find a place to live alone.
Wang Xian shook his head and explained immediately.
Then, Brother Wang Xian, please wait for a moment. I will get someone to find a place for you to live alone immediately.
Long Xiaotian nodded his head slightly. He immediately sent a few messages through the communication stone plate. What Wang Xian did not expect was that when they had just returned to the island of the Guanglong dynasty, the place he wanted had already been found. Second Prince, there is a suitable house in the pine poplar forest. We have already bought it. An old man came forward and reported to Long Xiaotian. Pine and poplar forest? Sure. That place is not bad. Brother Wang Xian, I will bring you there to take a look immediately.
Long Xiaotian nodded his head in satisfaction. All right, sorry to trouble you. If you need anything in the future, contact me through the communication stone plate. I will definitely not decline if I can help you. Wang Xian promised Long Xiaotian when he saw how helpful he was. After knowing Long Xiaotian for the past few days, Wang Xian was very satisfied with his character and actions.
In addition, his personality was very appetizing. Wang Xian did not mind making him a friend.
Since they were friends, Wang Xian would definitely not be stingy if he could help.
Haha, all right. Brother Wang Xian, if you have any matters here, feel free to look for me. I, Long Xiaotian, will definitely not decline.
Long Xiaotian patted his chest excitedly when he heard Wang Xian's words.
Wang Xian smiled. Under the lead of the old man, the two of them flew towards the location in front of them.
Second Prince, this young master, this is the place. Pine and poplar forest. This is the construction of the Snow Moon Empire. It can be considered a better place to stay in the cemetery of the human and demon. The few of them came to the front of a patch of forest. It was different from the forest in the cemetery of the human and demon. It was a type of green tree that emitted a faint fragrance.
Below them was a group of courtyards with about 100 rooms.
The old man brought them to the front of a courtyard and took out the key to open the door.
The environment in the small courtyard was elegant and very beautiful. A pine and poplar tree that was more than 10 meters tall covered more than half of the courtyard. The courtyard was very large. There were 5 to 6 houses and some ordinary spiritual herbs were planted at the entrance. There was a small river around the courtyard. There were some fish swimming in it. Wang Xian was very satisfied after taking a look. Thank you, Brother Long Xiaotian. I'll stay here tonight.
Wang Xian said directly.
All right. Brother Wang Xian, if you need anything, you can come and look for me. Long Xiaotian nodded. Following that, they returned to the island of the Guanglong dynasty. Wang Xian rode the spirit Zilin back.
The surrounding environment of the pine and poplar forest was very good. There was an empty space in front of the courtyard, and there were also courtyards nearby. Those who could live here were not ordinary members of the mercenary group. Wang Xian opened the door and entered. The spirit Zilin strolled around in the courtyard. Wang Xian ignored it. He walked into the room and took a look. He took out Long Xiaoyan's communication stone plate and began to check out the situation of the cemetery of the human and demon. His original purpose of coming to the tomb of the human demon was to obtain a large amount of spiritual liquid. Now it was time for him to take action. The training ground of the Bloodstream sect, the training ground of the Bloodstream sect, the main hall of the Bloodstream sect, and the Heaven's Pride stage of the Bloodstream sect. Wang Xian looked at the most important places in the tomb of the human demon. He was deep in thought as he thought about which place to go first. Wah 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 wah. Roar. 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 Just as Wang Xian was looking through the documents, he heard a roar from the side. He was slightly stunned as he looked over quickly. Beside the wall, Ling Zilin was biting a small demonic beast cub. This little guy was like a dog. He had a black and white face with a white dot between his eyebrows. A woo! The demonic beast cub was bitten by Ling Zilin, and it let out a painful cry. Wang Xian was slightly stunned. Where did this demonic beast cub come from? Xiao Ha! At this moment, a woman suddenly jumped onto the wall. When she saw Ling Zilin biting her pet, her expression changed drastically. She moved her arm and a long sword appeared in her hand. A sharp light pointed straight at Ling Zilin. Put Xiao Ha down. Roar. Ling Zilin saw a woman attacking it and a cold look appeared in his eyes. He let out a low roar and a ferocious aura was emitted slowly. Zilin, let go. Wang Xian looked over and ordered Ling Zilin. He looked at the woman and said, Beauty, this is my home. Take care of your pet. Otherwise, it will be eaten by my mount. Take good care of your pet too. Don't let it run past the yard. The lady's entire body was extremely cold. She was like a sharp long sword as she spoke to Wang Xian coldly. Wah. The demonic beast cub that came out of Ling Zilin's mouth ran into the lady's arms and cried out in grievance. My pet is very obedient. Wang Xian looked at the lady's cold expression and said faintly, Humph. The lady snorted coldly. She took a glance at the Ling Zilin and jumped down from the wall. Wang Xian shook his head. He didn't take this arrogant, cold, and unreasonable lady to heart. Let's go to the tomb of the transvestite. The sky had already turned dark. Wang Xian didn't take it to heart and walked out directly. In the territory of the cemetery of demi-humans and demons, there was no distinction between day and night. To the strong ones, the dark night couldn't obstruct their vision. Wang Xian let Ling Zilin lie in the courtyard. His body moved and he flew out. At night, there were at least 100,000 people flying in the sky. They were densely packed. Wang Xian could even see that there were more than 10 people fighting in the sky. Furthermore, they were fighting with their lives on the line. As expected of the graveyard of demons and men, there is no order at all. The strong ones can kill whoever they want here. Wang Xian thought to himself as he headed straight for the center of the human territory. There was a huge building there. This building was the largest in this area and was very eye-catching. That was the Demon Hunter Mercenary Association. This Demon Hunter Mercenary Association was definitely the largest mercenary association in the entire Luhai region. It was jointly established by all the dynasties and mercenary associations in the Luhai region thousands of years ago. The entire mercenary association could hold at least 100,000 people without appearing crowded. Wang Xian flew over and looked around. There were 2 more eye-catching shops around the mercenary association, the Life and Death Pill Workshop and the Holy Item Forging Workshop. These 2 behemoths occupied a very good position. Wang Xian entered the Demon Hunters Association. There were many people there. There were people who received missions, commissions, and members of the mercenary group. Wang Xian glanced around and walked to the front of the service counter. I accept the mission to hunt demonic beasts. Currently, the Fairy Phoenix Demon Hunters Association was a 2-star gold mercenary group. Every time the mercenary group leveled up, he would receive a reward from the system. Therefore, Wang Xian was prepared to accept some missions. The mission of hunting demonic beasts was a mission that all mercenary groups would accept. There was no commission for this mission, but there were a lot of mission points.
Hello, young master. This is the demon spirit token. Every time you kill a demonic beast, the demon spirit sect will record it automatically. The more demonic beasts you kill, the more points you will receive. At the same time, there is a ranking list of demon beasts killed in the demon spirit sect to show the strength of your demon hunter team. The staff member passed a token to him. Wuxia took it and looked at the demon spirit sect. The blood flow god sect's mercenary team killed 3,252 demon beasts. Wuxia looked at the number 1 mercenary team with a hint of surprise on his face. However, following that, Wuxia kept it and looked at the mission list. The top-ranked 3-star epic-level mission was to kill the king of the blood barbarians, Oakley. The reward was 10 cities, an honorary prince of the blood flow empire, and 10 billion upper-grade spirit stones. The top 5 missions were all epic-level missions. All of them were to kill the king of the demonic beasts in the human-demon graveyard. Wuxia looked down. There were all kinds of missions. He took a look. There are so many missions to collect the pets of demonic beasts and ferocious beasts. The commission is also quite high. Wuxia looked at the dozens of missions in a row and made a mental note in his heart. He did not accept them. After looking at them, he walked out. According to the information Long Xiaotian gave me, the 4 great trial grounds are one place to obtain the spiritual liquid. In addition, there is also the mansion left behind by the insightful emptiness realm experts. Wuxia flew into the sky and headed south according to the information Long Xiaotian gave him. To the east was the ocean and to the west was the forest. In front of him was the ruins of the Bloodstream sect, the real battlefield of the cemetery of human and demon. Humans occupied the north, demonic beasts occupied the south, and the cemetery of human and demon was sandwiched in the middle. Suspended in the sky, under the moonlight, the ocean on the right was slightly red, like a huge blood pool. The trees on the left were hundreds of meters tall, towering into the sky. Wuxia looked ahead and saw dilapidated buildings appearing in his line of sight. After flying for more than 10 minutes, mountain peaks appeared in front of him. The mountain peaks were located in the middle of the forest, and many of the mountain peaks were filled with dilapidated buildings. We're here. Before he could get close to the mountain peaks from afar, Wuxia could feel a murderous aura. His heart skipped a beat and he immediately landed on the ground. In the real battlefield of the human-demon graveyard, very few people dared to fly. This was because once one entered this place, one could be ambushed by ferocious beasts or demon beasts at any time. There were many demon beasts here. Almost 50% of the demon beasts in the Flowing Sea region were here. According to human speculation, there were at least hundreds of thousands of demon beasts in the nest of the demon beasts in the south. Just like humans, they established tribes and races. In order to increase their strength and increase the strength of their races, they entered this place to hunt humans. Wuxia landed on the ground. The ground was even redder than where he came from and emitted a strong bloody smell. The ground was extremely sturdy. It was obvious that it had been struck by a terrifying force. Wuxia scanned his surroundings and noticed that there were a few people looking at him from not far away. His eyes were flickering. In the tomb of the human-demon race, not only do I have to be careful of demonic beasts, I also have to be careful of my own kind. Killing and snatching treasures, killing one's own kind, these were the bad roots of humans. Wuxia did not bother about those few people. He took out the map and flew straight ahead. The entire tomb of the human-demon race occupied the territory of the forest and the ocean. It had an area of about 2,000 to 3,000 kilometers. It was extremely huge. In this area, there were over 1,000 mansions of void interpretation experts. Most of them had been hollowed out. However, there were still some mansions of void interpretation experts. Due to the chaotic formation, no one was able to enter. Wuxia's first target was those mansions of void interpretation experts. The chaotic formation was a formation. After a few thousand years, the collapse of the mansions of void interpretation experts caused the formation to intersect. Some of the formations dissipated immediately, but some of the formations intersected by chance, forming a more complicated formation. It was like clothes that were messed up. Countless warriors wanted to break the formation and enter the Dongshu mansion that was covered by the chaotic formation. Wuxia's first target was there because of his supernatural ability, no formation. No formation, no formation. Opening his dragon eyes of light and dark fire, Wang Xian scanned his surroundings and dashed forward quickly. He didn't fly. Only experts at the 4th or 5th level of the Dongshu were fearless here. Those below the 4th level of the Dongshu were more low-key. Up ahead is the mansion of the bloodstream sect's ancient adage. It is now covered by a chaotic formation. After dashing for about half an hour, he met dozens of groups of people along the way. Looking ahead, Wang Xian looked at a mountain peak that was 100 meters in size. The mountain peak was not big. It was not even as tall as the surrounding trees. However, there was a mansion of a powerhouse here. Phew, let's go. There's no way to break the formation inside. On the contrary, we almost died inside. A formation at the insightful void level coupled with the residual energy of the mineral vein underground, it's impossible to break it by force. Even a formation master wouldn't be able to break such a chaotic formation. A formation that can remain here for thousands of years is indeed not something that we can break. Wang Xian approached the mansion of the former bloodstream sect's ancient proverb expert. 5 to 6 middle-aged elders walked out from the mansion and shook their heads helplessly. When they saw Wang Xian, they glanced at him and ignored him. They left immediately. Looks like there are quite a number of people here. Wang Xian looked over. When he walked over, he noticed that there were 400 to 500 people around him. Among this group of people, the weakest one was at level 7 of the supernatural realm. The mountain peak covered an area of about 1 kilometer. The entire mountain peak was flashing with a blue light. Wang Xian looked over and realized that the power of the formation had completely blocked his light and dark fire dragon eyes. When Wang Xian got closer, the surroundings of the mountain peak were in a mess. A few large holes had been dug into the ground. It was so deep that one could not see the bottom. Clearly, someone wanted to burrow in from the ground. The surrounding trees had long been destroyed. A group of people surrounded the mountain peak and tried to enter from all sorts of places. In the center, there was an entrance with the words Ancient Proverb Mansion written on it. At the entrance, there was a strong wave of water energy. Several middle-aged men tried to enter, but they were instantly ejected. There was also a group of people standing there to break the array. Buzz! Haha, 3 layers have been broken, and there are 5 more. At this moment, an excited voice came from the entrance. Hiss, Master Hua Jinzi from the Spirit Array sect has broken through 3 layers. What great strength! The Spirit Array sect has broken through 7 or 8 of the Void Interpretation Experts' mansions here. Their gains are simply heaven-defying. This ancient proverb's mansions might really have been broken by them. It's possible. If I remember correctly, Master Huazhenzi used only half a month to crack 3 layers of the formation. Discussions could be heard from the surroundings. Some people's eyes were flickering. However, when they saw more than a dozen people from the Spirit Formation sect standing around, and there were even experts at the first level of the Voidwalkers, the greed in their eyes was hidden. Wang Xian looked over. An old man was holding a formation compass in his hand as he continued to crack the chaotic formation. It was obvious that he had already entered the formation. Boom! Wang Xian walked straight towards him. However, before he could reach him, a loud sound was heard. The formation that was standing at the entrance suddenly shook. The water currents condensed into a poisonous snake and landed directly on the body of Master Huazhenzi. A terrifying force landed on his body. Under the gaze of everyone around, the body of Master Huazhenzi exploded and turned into a stream of blood mist that landed on the ground. Everyone was slightly shocked and shook their heads slowly. Master! Elder Hua! Outside, the expressions of more than 10 people from the Spirit Array sect changed drastically. They hurriedly shouted out loud, and their expressions were extremely ugly. 1 second ago, they were still happy. However, the next second, they were crushed into a bloody mist by the terrifying array formation. Wang Xian was slightly shocked as well. His eyes flickered as he looked at the array formation at the entrance. He looked around and walked straight ahead. He took out a formation compass in a pretentious manner. There's another person who wants to break the formation at the entrance. Who is this young man? Is he from the Spirit Formation sect? When Wang Xian walked to the front of the entrance, some people around him looked over and revealed astonished expressions. Go! Follow the route your master took to break the formation and bring his interspatial ring over. At the entrance, an elder glanced at Wang Xian and ignored him. He spoke to a young man directly. It's an elder. The young man's eyes were slightly red as he nodded. He took the array compass and walked inside carefully. Stand here and don't move. Don't activate the array. The young man walked to the front of the array. When he saw Wang Xian walking over, he turned around with a cold face and shouted. Wang Xian took a glance at him and raised his eyebrows slightly. Stop right there. Wait for our people to retrieve the interspatial ring before you go over. Behind him, a few people from the Spirit Array sect also warned Wang Xian. The most taboo thing to do when breaking a formation was to have someone beside you. If the person beside him were to trigger the formation, the other person would be implicated as well. When the Spirit Array sect was breaking the formation earlier, it prevented the surrounding people from breaking it through the entrance. Wang Xian shrugged his shoulders slightly and looked at the young man beside him. Do you need me to help you take it out? The young man was slightly stunned when he heard Wang Xian's words. Following that, his expression turned even colder. You think you can enter the ancient proverb mansion with just your abilities? Get lost. The young man was in a very bad mood and shouted directly. Kid, get out. Otherwise, there will be another corpse here. The other middle-aged man from the Spirit Formation sect took a step towards Wang Xian. His eyes were filled with killing intent as he spoke. Hee. When Wang Xian heard their words, his eyes revealed a hint of coldness. A bunch of trash. He spoke indifferently and walked straight in. You're courting death. When the middle-aged man heard Wang Xian's words, his eyes revealed killing intent. The long sword in his hand did not hesitate and he stabbed directly. He would kill without any hesitation. This was the graveyard of the demi-humans. The strong would be the king, the burial ground of the weak. Wang Xian's eyes were filled with contempt. He ignored him and walked straight ahead. Buzz. After entering the formation, Wang Xian didn't feel any hindrance. The attacks from behind landed directly on the formation, creating faint ripples. The middle-aged man who was attacking was slightly stunned. Everyone around him was stunned as they watched this scene. How? How is this possible? How could he enter the formation so easily? The young man who was standing at the side was stunned. His master, the master of formations, had used half a month to break through 3 formations. The first layer of formations had also taken 2 days. How could he enter the formation so easily? However, what shocked everyone even more was that Wang Xian walked straight to the front. He walked straight to the side of the interspatial ring and picked it up. Then he continued to walk forward. What? How is this possible? How did he pass through one formation after another? Everyone around was in shock. Even the people from the Spirit Formation sect widened their eyes. The people from the Spirit Formation sect were so angry that they almost vomited blood. They watched as Wang Xian picked up the interspatial ring and entered it directly. They recalled Wang Xian's words just now. Should they help you pick it up? However, their reaction was disdain. They told him to get lost. However, now the other party had just walked in just like that. A slap to the face. It was a blatant slap to the face. How is this possible? The Spirit Formation sect has used half a month to crack it, and Master Hua Zhenzi died inside. How did he enter so easily? The people around were shocked. Someone is about to enter the old Sang mansion. Another mansion has been occupied by someone. Everyone around looked at Wang Xian's disappearing figure with an awkward expression. Guard here. I don't know what method this kid used to enter. Even if he has the life to enter, he must have the life to take the treasure away. The people from the Spirit Array sect all had gloomy expressions. The void interpretation expert standing in the middle said coldly,